probably kids.
So does Tom Cruise.
From what we knew
Right.
about
It's
the
just
big
very autistic.
Yeah. All right. When you do get to it, here we'll be to watch together.
You're
But-
totally not live, by the way.
Hello, everybody. I didn't know we were live. Hello, fellow degenerates. Yeah, let's go. So we have got some stuff on the
We have a lot of
docket
fun,
today.
stupid stuff today, just because holy crap, this week has been great.
I don't know if great's the way to describe it.
So
It's been
much
something.
dumb shit has been said this week. It's fantastic if you're a content creator. It is great.
Yeah, I guess so.
It
But
was so bad that I am being brought in on the first episode of a week rather than only on the second.
right. So again, I did
You're
put it
always
in the
welcome,
title. Yeah, of course, Bill. I love having you on, and Spoon likes having you on too. I think
Yeah, Bill says funny shit.
you do say funny
I
shit,
try my
Bill.
best.
I thought we would start out with look. We've got some stuff to cover. There's a Vice documentary on the alt-right women pipeline or whatever, which seems to be. Well, they keep. This is a thing that now they're very upset about. Even though it's been going on for years of being like, "Oh, women, trad women, how dare they?" Oh, which is ridiculous. I watched some video about it. I don't know if it's in this one. Is it in this documentary? I was watching a Lotus Eaters video earlier where they played a clip from something.
Yeah, that's the one.
Is it from this? Okay, great.
That's where I got it from.
Okay, and then we'll be talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson did an interview. I'm really not familiar with the guy he did the interview with, but it's.
Oh, Patrick from
Shocking.
Valuetainment?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him at all,
Patrick's
or
like,
Valuetainment.
yeah, he's like uber capitalist. He's actually an incredibly underrated interviewer.
He seems
He's
very
really
down to
fucking
earth.
good. Yeah, that's why I like him, because he is massively underrated. I think he's as good, if not better than most people I would see in podcasts. Actually, he's really fucking good.
He was good with Tyson, and so yeah, he interviewed Neil deGrasse Tyson. It is a complete and utter embarrassment for Neil.
Yeah,
I really.
he went from
Neil
science
is
to
the
dialogue.
no Neil deGrasse Tyson is the face of scientism, and he has been for a while. He's always done this kind of IFL Reddit tier crap, and
It's kind of cringe.
his response in this is. I thought it aligned quite well with what's happening with Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro, which is that it's magic. I ain't got to explain shit as he approaches the COVID
People
stuff.
can hear the music or not, then do tell me.
Oh, right, because we're experimenting with that.
Yes.
So, yeah, we're joined with Bill tonight. I thought we'd start with the Wizards of the Coast stuff because that's something that Bill knows more about than anybody. But
Oh, no, there are people who have like insider information on this shindig.
oh yes, which is a thing. But it's sort of, not even breaking news at this point. A couple people have been covering it for a few days. But I know Charlie, Moist Critical, put out a video on it today where he kind of got into it, but I don't think actually Charlie completely, not by his own detriment, completely understood exactly how stupid this announcement that has come out of Wizards of the Coast has been. Now,
To
for
be
those
fair,
of you...
it wasn't announced, it was leaked.
Leaked, right, I'm sorry, not an announcement, it was a leak. So, well, because this is I don't know if I've, in the last 10 years where I have seen major companies make some of the stupidest decisions for their own well-being and money-making capacity, this is probably the worst, the most just absolutely incomprehensibly insane decision that I've seen a major company make. For those of you who are not aware, Wizards of the Coast is the company that owns Magic the Gathering trading card game and Dungeons and Dragons. And we play we use Pathfinder every Tuesday for our TTRPG. Paizo is a very woke company as well, and I think that if they get what they want out of this, they'll probably just try to consume Paizo. But we'll get later into that under the conspiracy theory or theory crafting element of it. But Hasbro also has been in deep shit for a lot of years because, particularly involving Magic the Gathering, they were employing convicted sex offenders as judges, which was broken by Jeremy at the Quartering. That was how, because he used to mostly cover like Magic the Gathering news way back in the day. And now it looks like they essentially want to make everybody who uses their stuff to create third-party systems, which they've always been okay with and was okay under this OGL Open Gaming License agreement. They are going to ask if you make more than $700,000, I believe, or it might be $750,000, that you hand over 25% of your income to them, or 20% if you do it through a Kickstarter, which is weird. And that's one of the reasons why we know that this leak is legitimate, is because Kickstarter confirmed it. Kickstarter confirmed that what they had been sent from Hasbro Wizards was, it's only a 20% cut if you go through us. But we really have to talk about what that means, because I think that it's not necessarily overtly obvious how incredibly stupid this is. I have an article here I did post with my Twitter thread on that got a good amount of interaction. I have up here on the screen because it's just really some of the most crazy. And I explained some of it to you earlier, Spoon. So I'm sorry, I know this isn't like your bag, but I think you'll hopefully, if we walk you through this, be able to understand how absolutely insane this thing that they're trying to do is. So here's the article. D&D content creators outraged over licensing changes. Fans of the game are not happy. D&D content creators are furious over alleged changes coming to the immersive tabletop games open game license, or OGL, from owner and publisher Wizards of the Coast. The changes will purportedly change the rules which allow third-party creators to create and sell their own supplemental products, thus making it harder for these to be created and sold without Wizards' approval. According to Gizmodo's Linda Codega, the new D&D license, OGL, will take aim at controlling what kinds of content can be distributed. Global giant Hasbro, through Wizards of the Coast, regularly creates new additions to the game, but the current license allows for creative game masters and players to dream up their own additions to the existing system and sell them. Now, hang on. That also includes contractors. So if other companies are making modules using D&D. And this is a retroactive removal of the OGL license. So if some company, say Disney or Warner or Games Workshop, had worked out even a deal in the past with Wizards to create a module that's, let's say a Lord of the Rings tabletop game that uses a D20 system based on Dungeons and Dragons, it sounds like they're going to go back because they've removed this OGL protection and it's a retroactive removal, is that now they can go back and ask for 25% of all income ever from, say, I don't know, in the case of Lord of the Rings, New Line Cinema, Amazon, and the Tolkien estate? And this whole thing is because the higher-ups at Hasbro have said that they've been saying this for years, that their IP is under-monetized.
This is, by the way, after, in about 2015, they had the system's reference document and other ones under OGL 1.0A. 1.0A was you were essentially allowed to use D&D trademark stuff, and even their settings like Forgotten Realms, but in that case, Wizards took half of all of your revenue.
Yeah.
And on top of that, anything you published, they could steal and sell as DLC in any licensed video game or documentation that they used.
And remember, this would affect everything. So not just Disney directly, but Disney, Star Wars, and all of the games. So for example, Knights of the Old Republic is based on a system using Wizards.
KOTOR 1 and 2 are both different D20 systems, and 2 is specifically D20 modern as well.
Yeah.
And it gets worse because there's Lord of the Rings, there's several Warcraft RPGs that use the same system.
It's everything.
Everyone has dipped their toe because open gaming. The most important thrust of this, though, is that the original open gaming license was only published to help ratify and smooth the fact that in America you can't copyright game mechanics.
Right. So first of all, you can't copyright the game mechanics. Secondly, OGL has always been a boon for Wizards because it gets people involved in the game. What is the thing that has brought more attention to Dungeons and Dragons in the last 5 years than anything else, for example, Bill? Stranger Things.
Yeah, Stranger Things, which they then immediately just milked for what's worth. They've done tie-ins of everything. You really think Stranger Things is going to hand over? That's
what they're apparently asking for.
How about there's a Rick and Morty set? You think that Roiland and that are going to just roll over for them to be? I
mean, that would be the thing, is that where it gets more the money grubbing aspect, the real where I think they're trying to actually get their money out of is that essentially it looks like they want to go up and go against every single company and entity but particularly the companies that have done integrations promoting their product over the course of decades and do it retroactively and say, like, you made money off of this, we need 25% cut of every single penny you made. That that part is that's where they're going to actually get fucked. Okay, because the companies that they're going to go against, again, it's Disney, it's Warner, it's, you know, all of these massive entities that they're going to be going against. That's where they're going to get truly screwed on this. But along with it, now they did put this cap of you have to have made $700,000 off of it for us to tax you 25% or 20% if you're using Kickstarter. Which really means of independent productions, they're probably only going to go after Critical Role, which also, again, would be incredibly stupid because all of these things, doesn't matter what it's an integration with. Is it with Stranger Things?
Turf by Wizards, it's basically
right.
Thing.
But I think also they're going to probably try to make it would be really hard to do this, but it's because you can't copyright this stuff. I mean, this is why Pathfinder and why Paizo, you know, moved out from them and became their biggest competitor for a reason, because they were already being stingy. And then this is just absolutely crazy. And Paizo's woke as fuck, so like, don't think Paizo's a good guy here either. This is just incomprehensible as to why they would choose to do this.
I have a bullet-pointed list that's dropped down on 1D4chan.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to run through this stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a
Just,
question?
I mean, yeah, of course.
Because this sounds to me like, how can I describe this? It sounds to me like someone said, hey, use this open source software in your programming. And then after a while, someone said, okay, now that programming has basically...
Now that everyone has used it.
Yes, anyone that has used that backbone is going to owe us all money.
Yes.
Oh, so it's like that? Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's probably a good way of explaining it.
Thank you.
Outside of the tabletop gaming context.
Because like
also,
in my head, I'm like, I'm a nerd. I must explain this through nerdy ways, and the nerdy ways in my mind is open software.
Well, we're already being nerdy, so we're making it more
about Dungeons and Dragons.
yeah, but that's you know, fantasy nerdy. I'm tech head nerdy.
Whatever. The Redneck Ram for $20. Hey, thank you, man. Says, you need to check out at some point Matt Christensen's latest video on a Jan 6 vigil he went to in his hometown. The level of NPC was off the charts. Also, hi, Spoon Daddy and company. Thank you, man.
My God, why are people calling me that? I swear to God.
Because it makes you upset. That's why. And now it's going to get worse. Thank you, Redneck Ram. I'll have to check that out.
I hate this is how the internet works. Never tell the internet what pisses you off. I've said that, and yet I still do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't call me that. It's creepy.
Now you fucked up.
No.
Give money to us so that we can give Aiden's character in the Tuesday game a pet and then kill it in front of us.
No, stop killing my pets. One of the things I'm trying... I was trying to, like, befriend it, and then, Zalma's...
assholes, though.
Yes.
But he was being cute.
No, he's an asshole.
He turns people to stone with his gaze.
Yeah, that's...
And my character is made out of stone.
Okay, so it's love at first sight. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Still fucking cringe and weird, though.
It's a petrifying gaze, not a stone gaze.
The stone gaze. I didn't even know if it was a female or a male basilisk. No.
I heard.
Its pronouns are they were.
Yeah, I know. It's pink mist now.
Sorry, I heard stone gaze.
Yeah. That's the power that the basilisk has. As in Gaze, but...
May Allah be praised.
Yeah, there we go. That's kind of where I was going. Thank you, Bill. That's like I heard something else entirely.
As an imam, I can only endorse this.
Oh, God.
Dragon's
Dear
Treasure
YouTube,
Tea.
we do not endorse this behavior.
The Dragon's Treasure for $20. Real quick, the Dragon's Treasure for $20 says, you know what pisses me off? People who use code Aiden at Dragon's Treasure, please don't get my tea. Yeah, definitely. We're not using any kind of reverse psychology here at all. Definitely don't go to the Dragon's Treasure, which is linked below, and use code Aiden to get a percentage off of your order. It would be terrible if you do that. It also really pisses me off when people do that. Definitely don't do it. This is not reverse psychology.
I was literally about to say that. You know what?
Treasure.
We're really terrible at reverse psychology. We're just like shite at that. It's terrible.
Oh my gosh. Well, maybe you can get some. Obviously, there's lots of fantasy and anime themed teas over there to remember better times than what's currently happening. And I think we should get into pretty quickly about like what's going to be the outcome of this. But let me get through the article. So this was from Linda. We went overheard. have to read the tweet, but these third-party products were formally protected under the original OGL, but the new system is said to be far more restrictive. In fact, Kodega says that these changes will have a major focus on making creators report their published works directly to Wizards prior to release. So anything that you want, I mean, like, again, things like our little campaign probably wouldn't be targeted, but there's no reason to believe that this is the stop of it, if the end, that this is where it's going to end.
They've already said that this is explicitly to shit can any project, including... They will probably start going after even fucking podcasts.
Well, they originally said that,
video games and stuff.
Again, originally only publishers who make over $750,000 will be required to pay royalty fees. That's what it says here.
Yeah, but if you make over 50 grand in gross revenue a year, you have to give them your ledgers for audit.
Mm-hmm. Which is going to be... now, again, in terms of independent content creators, it's mostly going to apply to Critical Role. Where they really are trying to put on the squeeze here is on companies and larger groups that have made games. I mean, I think like all of the Lovecraft stuff, all of the Lovecraft stuff, which has used D&D or Wizards-based systems, that they're going to be. It's trying to, and those are not huge, massive companies. A lot of times, the Lovecraft stuff, they are making decent money.
Paizo, which is the
Paizo.
second biggest, and was the one that was taking over the 4th edition kind of niche in the market. They have said before that they are running on such a thin margin they can't afford to playtest most of the time. But their adventures are not playtested as a result.
Hasselhopper for 5 says, tell Warner Brothers you can't own game mechanics. They patented the Shadow of Mordor Nemesis system. They own enemy hierarchies, developing based on encounters. I mean, again, all this attempts at copywriting...
I believe it's specific to like non-digital game mechanics.
Okay, so according to Phil's correct, which would, because it does make, there is a difference there, because when you're talking about video game mechanics,
stuff that's coded and has
there's coding involved there. Yeah, there's coding involved in that. So yeah, yes, auditing is involved. Yeah, Wizards want to audit you to make sure that you aren't making enough money off of their games. And again, the reason why people know what the hell D&D is right now, like Zoomers know what D&D is because of fucking Stranger Things. Is because of other people either referencing
the community that before that.
And yes, it's the community. Like, it's because people and Critical Role was also massive, which is just people playing the games. And you're already, by the way, right? That's Critical Role. But the thing that's ridiculous is that D&D had such a horrible, intense stigma on it. In the 80s, there were obviously there was movies made about how it would turn people into Satanists, and it really was
yeah, those were the days.
Yeah,
that Satanic Panic shit led to the downfall of the original TSR. What people don't realize, a lot of people don't realize at least, Gary Gygax was a hardened Christian. He considered that he literally considered Christmas to be a pagan holiday and not an actual Christian one. Yeah. So that's how hard he was.
Gary Gygax is one of the co-creators.
That's not at all controversial, Bill.
Yes, but I'm saying he was like. This is during like 70s and 80s. He was very ardent about it, and even the Orthodox he considers that kind of out there in terms of stances. And when there was when TSR had some shuffling around because Gygax and co were in with a group under the name Flint, the Bloom brothers, Kevin and Brian Bloom. They because Gary had to go over to Europe to sort out some stuff for the Choose Your Own Adventure books. The Bloom brothers mismanaged it so much they ended up like $1.5 million in debt. Gary found out, went absolutely fucking went nuts. Told them
poor Gary.
And they sold there was a lot of moving around of shares, and they all fell into the lap of Lorraine Williams, who's also Christian and was the one responsible for shit-canning anything relating to demons and devils.
Yeah.
And the removal of the assassin class until very late 2nd edition AD&D. 2nd edition is the result of Lorraine Williams just meddling with things. And Lorraine Williams, who's a trust fund baby, descended from the family that owns Buck Rogers, mismanaged the company so badly trying to chase after Wizards of the Coast's Magic the Gathering money that the whole thing was on the verge of going under, and she sold out to Wizards of the Coast. And it's very widely assumed that she was in bed with Wizards from the start.
I mean, there's like Wizards has been nothing but back-to-back controversies. Now for
Not that Hasbro's any better.
no, whoa, okay, so Hasbro, as far as my understanding is, Hasbro in and of itself, as a proper toy company, isn't doing great in the stock market. They're not doing great. Kids don't want physical toys so much anymore. They want video games, which is awful, but but it doesn't really matter that part so much as that their subsidiaries, being Wizards, that being Dungeons and Dragons, and particularly Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering is by far has to be that and D&D their most lucrative profit streams because Magic is a license to print money. If you guys don't know how Magic the Gathering works, it's that once a year, I think it's every 3 sets, you have to. That's what's standard, and then once those cards are no longer in standard, they're no longer considered legal in standard. You can still play with them in really what are well. I mean, I don't know. Does Magic even accept Legacy and Extended as being real versions of Magic you can play? I think those are more like just fan rules. Like originally, Elder Dragon Highlander EDH was also a fan rule. Now they've taken that and incorporated a fan creation and made it their own shit. It's very reminiscent. I saw someone post this on my Twitter thread. Is that what's happening? Is it's very reminiscent to how Bethesda basically has totally relied on for the last 20 years for their fan communities to make content for them to fix their own games and then just try to profit off of it, which is really, I mean, but even Bethesda
Really
is not
slimy.
this, but even Bethesda is nowhere near this brazen. This is unbelievably sick. And I don't understand. I mean, I have my hypothesis. So I guess let's finish this article and then we'll read some super chats and then we'll move into the conspiracy theory time. Because Bill, you've got a theory, and I tend to agree with it. I wrote about it on Twitter, but
Is it conspiracy theory?
I don't know if it's a conspiracy. I think it's probably logical, but just some other things they've been involved in. Earlier this year, Magic the Gathering released $100 sets. No, not 100. Excuse me, $1,000. $1,000. It was $1,000 for 4 booster packs. That's 24 cards plus like 24 actual usable cards. I think. It's been a while, 24, 23. So for 4 packs of cards, for, 100 cards, sort of.
$250 a pack.
$250 a pack,
Jesus
because
Christ.
they were reprinting their most
Alpha
famous
set.
cards. Now the
No,
thing is,
it was just alpha set.
was it just the alpha set?
I believe it was just alpha. So
Okay.
all the set that is notorious for being incredibly badly balanced, including things
Because
like
it was
Black
not-
Lotus.
Right. The most important thing is, Spoon, if you're not aware, there's a card from the original edition of Magic the Gathering called Black Lotus, which it lets you. How much mana do you get? It's been so
It
long
gives
since I
you
even
4
looked.
mana.
4 mana for tap, which really it's a great card, but there's so much way more broken shit that's really been released in the interim. The reason why Black Lotus, how much does it go for on eBay?
About 15 grand at last time I checked, and it's a lot more.
Probably
now.
about $15,000 to $20,000, right? This
Jesus
card
Christ.
spin. Yep, it is. Well, because it was a really
Rare card.
yeah. I see it. Well, now okay, I see one. Yeah, 16.5 thousand, 12,000. Someone's got it up for 100. Someone's got it up for 50. Those ones are misprinted. Oh, it's whatever. It was a really niche game, and it was brand new. The card is ridiculously good.
As of January
it's sacked for-
2021,
it's not
some
sacked,
versions
yeah.
are going for over $1 million.
3 mana and sack the Lotus. So it's actually kind of a fucking terrible card then. It's not that great compared to so much shit with mana ramp now. That's actually basically the only way to let me explain it this way then. It's been so long and no one cares about who actually plays Magic. I think fucking cares about Lotus. Because really what happened is it became a cultural thing that this card was so expensive, this card is so rare, that people who don't give a shit about Magic become obsessed with it and obsessed with getting it and collecting it and selling it. A lot like comic books became that way in some ways. People who don't care about comics are like, I gotta get my Spider-Man number 50 because that's the one with the the fact that it's a 0 drop does make it way better, but just there's so much better mana ramp, I would say, in terms of practicality. But I mean, look, don't get me wrong, it's a great card, but I don't think it's as insanely busted as it was in earlier versions of Magic, as it would be today. But that's just my perspective on it. I mean, look, it's a great card. The point is that I think it's become mythologized, right?
Yeah, it's literally, it is into the stage of art dealing,
Right.
where it's expensive because it's expensive.
And it's extremely rare. It is a good card, but it's extremely rare. That's why.
It's not legal in any version, so
It's not legal. It's wrong. Watch a Legacy game with it. I'll see someone play with it. Boomsday. I haven't watched people play Legacy games that actually have it in it. I've never actually seen someone use this card because it's so rare. I've never actually seen anyone actually use this card in practice, which shows my own, I guess. But I got into Magic around like 1997, so way after Black Lotus came out. The point of the matter is, though, is that here's what's really operative. So they were selling this set. Now you get 4 packs. You're not guaranteed a Black Lotus, of course, in these 4 packs at all. It's $1,000. You buy them in a bundle. You're not guaranteed that card whatsoever, and it's not legal anyway. So
why is it available?
It is to collect it, but the thing is, I think Legacy is banned. Legacy is player's choice, essentially, of people saying Legacy and Extended of saying we're just choosing to play with Legacy.
In any case, it's completely superfluous. And these are reprints.
It's a reprint. It is nowhere near worth as much as the original one because it's not the original one.
And with any other card than Black Lotus, it being printed would tank the value of the original.
Right.
Because of the systems in use in Magic.
But you're obviously going to be able to tell that it's not the original Black Lotus.
Yeah, because it's printed different, because the original one has got a black border.
Right. So it is nothing more than, again, I guess it's nostalgia bait. It's to appeal to people who are like, oh, I have a Black Lotus because I heard about how expensive this card is, how rare this card is, so I want to go spend $1,000 to try and have and do a little gamba to get a chance to have what is not the card that is famous, and which is not legal, and you're not even guaranteed to get it. Absolutely insane. Then they of course, Wizards had a huge falling out just like 2 or 3 years ago with the Dragonlance writers. Do you recall what that issue was about, Bill?
The Dragonlance writers?
Well, the Dragonlance writers, the 2 women who write Dragonlance, had written a new trilogy of books, and basically Wizards just didn't want to publish it because it wasn't up to date with their current
the writers of Dragonlance, they are hardcore Mormons.
Oh, but there was no, but they also put something new in about race and woke shit, and then just canceled the books after they'd already been ordered. If I'm remembering this correctly, that was just like 2 or 3 years ago.
That happens. That Wizards will just decide to not run.
Yeah, but this was Dragonlance, which is different because Dragonlance is one of also Wizards in terms of books.
It was one of their their flagship
biggest
book series.
Their flagship book series, yeah. Right. R.A. Salvatore, is it Salvatore or Salvatore? I've always said Salvatore, but whatever. R.A. Salvatore and Dragonlance are their 2 flagship book series, and they just decided to fuck over the 2 women who write Dragonlance. Again, women who have been women, because I know it's like, oh, it's all men hobby or whatever. These 2 women who've been writing this book series for 25 fucking years, they screwed them over because they're Christians.
And by the way, I looked it up. Not only are they is this whole thing going to affect digital media, they're shit canning any third-party development of software.
Right. So
limited to videos, games, novels, apps, graphic novels, music, songs, dances, and pantomimes were explicitly mentioned.
Pantomimes.
They mean cosplay, right?
Who the fuck?
They mean cosplay. That's what they mean by that.
Any cosplay, any theater,
anything that you do, if you make any significant amount of money on it, and again, they're saying the $750,000 limit on it right now.
$750,000, you pay 20-25% gross.
Yes, anything that you do using anything that could in any way be perceived of as using or Dungeons and Dragons material, they're going to want to charge you 25%.
Yeah, by the way, that thing triggers anti-competition laws.
Yeah. Oh, everything about this is insane. There is no way that this is legally acceptable, right?
No, I've got a whole list in front of me.
Yeah. Go through the...
By the way, this whole thing drops January 13th. Friday the 13th.
Oh, of course. Could you show me a picture of the list or whatever so I can bring it up on the screen?
Okay, I'll link it. It's 1D4chan's OGL page, unsurprisingly. Also
Yeah.
includes the stuff like the OGL 1A, which has the...
Right. Just
Yeah,
here in this article.
They gloss over that 1A through, I believe, F exist, and they are all
Right.
modern Wizards of the Coast inventions, and they are all anti-competitive. And they are
Right, but
all
before we
bordering
get-
on-
before we
they are all
move over to that-
basically be criminal.
Real quick before we move over to that, I want to cover some of the super chats. First of all, thank you, Era, for being a member for 8 months. Wow, thanks, man. Says maybe Spoon feigns to be upset by it to be called Daddy more often. I think that's probably very true. Spoon, do you have a confirm? Can you confirm or deny this
You
accusation?
really think I'm going to say that in here? You have to be out of your mind.
Also, soon Broken Crown will be going for a whole year, right? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
pretty much now it's been a year. Thank you so much, Era, for hanging out with us for 8 months. Minnesota Fats for $5 says, "I'm 2 days from 30, boss." Hey man, it's the big 3-0. Whatever, yippee me. Yeah, yippee you, dude. Not much changes. For FYI, Mass Effect and Star Wars have fan-made 5e versions that are completely free and exempt from OGL thereby. That's pretty much the thing that. But I can see them even trying to come after people just out of spite.
This is looking like it's going to start shit canning even the free stuff.
Right, because it seems like, well, again, we'll get into our theory crafting. Amasang says Mazes and Monsters is a far out game. Yeah, was that what it was called in the
Demons, summoning, poison.
right? Yeah,
That's one of Tom Hanks' early roles. Too.
right. Oh, right. Yes, it was. Super Manador for 5 says, mentioning how this might kill Critical Role almost makes me think I've treated it too harshly. I actually don't think they'll kill Critical Role because it's the only thing that gets people. It's the thing that they're so protective
They
of.
first party
Is,
publish their stuff.
They're
Is
so
Adam in the
protective of
chat?
Critical Role.
Is Adam in the chat?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's actually Adam's account. I have it. He's got a thingy on it. It says, I don't know. But that's Adam unfriended. I don't think that's Adam friended.
I was gonna say.
He's a member though.
Bloody
And
confused for a second.
the Shade Master, hey man, nice to see you for 5 says, let's not forget the Shades of Dominion, an RPG based on old MTG nostalgia and gameplay. There's so much stuff involved with MTG, also with the lore. Yeah, this is really stupid.
5e's like Magic the Gathering integration.
Again, like, yeah, here's just some of the
Like-
tweets about it. They must realize this is going to be is going to horribly backfire. It feels so distasteful, like a slap to all of us. Yeah.
This is after they shout out 5e, where in about
Right.
10 years they put out less content than Green Ronin Games shits out on a weekend.
So here's 1D4chan's OGL open gaming license. What part did you want me to look at here, Bill?
On the 1D4chan stuff, I was just going to go through it. but they-
Works that use the OGL?
You're looking for version 1.1, which is the usual outline stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Who's a gold medalist?
Who?
No, I'm just looking at the chat. There's a super chat there.
Oh, Tata Chip for €5 says, I can't stay and watch, but I would like to say a moment of silence for the last king of Greece, Constantine II, gold medalist, black belt, and more. Yeah, I did hear that he passed away today or the other day, which is, yeah, that's sad. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I had no idea he was a gold medalist or a black belt. But thank you so much for the, yeah, very based, very based. We'll see what happens, I guess, for the future of Greece and their
Can you
monarchy.
imagine if fucking Biden tried to kick something?
He died.
Only thing he can kick is a drug habit. And even then
Thank
he'll
you,
fail
though.
out.
Thank you, Tater Chip. And I guess if you want to always check out the stream afterwards, thanks for watching while you can. So,
What do you think he
Where was I?
consumes on a daily basis?
oh, who, Biden?
Yeah, I imagine he must
Applesauce?
be drugged to his, like, gills.
Applesauce
A lot
that's
of
full of
adrenochrome.
pills.
Adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome. Yeah, the blood of children.
Oh, God. That's probably not even a joke.
Oh, wow, he was a gold medalist.
Allegedly.
That's cool. That's awesome. Version... That is awesome, though. I'll have to look into him a little bit more.
This page has the entire 1.0a OGL,
Mhm.
and it's only 15 entries long, and it will fit on an A4 page.
Okay, so this is the actual update, according from the leaks. In late 2022, an update to OGL was leaked. No denial was forthcoming, just coming soon, January 13th, 2023, on Friday the 13th. Of course, it's coming on Friday the 13th, the bastards. It looks like Hasbro Wizards of the Coast is perched to shit the bed. The siren call of rent-seeking can only be abjured for so long. Among the improvements in this leaked document are revoking the OGL 1.0a already published stuff won't get oh, it won't be? But after January's Hasbro's lawyers won't respect new published material. Okay, I was under the... That's interesting, because I was under the impression from what I had read that it was going to be retroactive. So I take back what I said earlier. Don't sue me. Don't worry. I'm not too worried about it, by the way, Hasbro. You're in a lot of legal problems already. What?
There's been umming and ahhing about whether it might be attempted.
Because that's what I heard, is that would this apply to it? So I'm not entirely sure if that is correct. This is despite the fact that the OGL states it is perpetual, so this will go well in court, because while Wizards of the Coast is absolutely going to try and argue perpetual does not equal non-revocable, yeah, good luck with that. A good number of countries that aren't America, most notably the majority of the Commonwealth countries, yeah, this is not going to fly in Europe at all. This is not going to fly in Europe.
Does that mean Europe is going to be based for once?
This is not going to fly.
It also
this is
means that there
unbelievably predatory.
There are certain Dreamscard Press releases for Pathfinder that will be entirely exempt, because I've worked on, I consulted on a Dreamscard Press book, and I'm in a place that is that shit won't fly in. Hell, with the widespread nature of the development of the games these days, almost no singular extant.
Oh, Minnesota Fed's birthday is going to be on Friday the 13th. Oh shit. Well, it's a big 3-0 and a big 13. I don't know if it'll be like some planet aligning shit, but we'll also see what happens if it might be the day that Hasbro nukes themselves, at least. Hopefully nothing will go wrong on your
Praise
birthday.
Adam Morsky.
Yeah, Adam Morsky, hero of Canada. He's gonna come out and do something to the folks at Hasbro.
Canada has heroes?
Allegedly.
Well,
oh, well, you've never heard the song? This is a long time ago. So back when the allegations came out, not the allegations, proven stuff that Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast were continuing to hiring convicted sex offenders to be judges at Magic the Gathering tournaments. Andy Worski, who a lot of people called, it was a meme to call him Adam Worski.
I was wondering if it was the
basically
same person.
freaked the fuck out on a live stream, which was, I think, completely justified, because it is
favorite Coke Elemental.
You have to understand that Magic the Gathering, although it's played by probably, I'd say, mostly adults, is also played by children. A lot of children.
Majority children.
It depends, right? Teens, younger teens. So and some kids too. But
a lot of kids play it.
A lot of kids play it.
The
Yeah,
Magic movement has meant that an enormous amount of young children play the game.
That's right. That is true. When I've been to FNMs, there have been always a lot of kids there. So yeah, Andy got really irate on a stream, and he just started talking about how he was going to go down to the Hasbro. Why don't we take a little break from this and play it really quick? I'm sure that it's
Ken
fine for us to play. Yeah, it's Ken Ashcorp, so he's
if
fine.
You're out there and you take umbrage, we're sorry. we'll bleep it if you take umbrage.
So
hit me up like a use a theme song for the
yeah, sure could. So, but so Andy went on an absolute tirade against Hasbro, because it wasn't just that they were allowing it; they were intentionally covering for these people, or so it seemed, right? Which is again was a story that was originally mostly broke by Jeremy at the Quartering. So,
and in retaliation, they took away
shit canned him forever, permanent
ban. They
perma-banned
him. They took away all his digital versions of every card.
Yeah.
They perma-banned him for every service they had. So Hasbro was the
oh wait, I have to
of weaponizing their
hang on.
IP
in the watch together. Hang on, let me put this in the watch together so we can, because obviously I think that Spoon's never heard this song, but
as another aside, so Hasbro's got a long history of its issues with kids.
Yeah.
In 2007, they got caught hiring a junior high student in China as basically slave workers.
Huh. While you get that together and try to get up the watch together, Spoon. Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey guys, can't stay, but we'll watch the playback. Also, R.I.P. to Diamond of Diamond and Silk. She will be missed." Yeah, I was gonna bring that up later in the stream, but we did find out that Diamond of Diamond and Silk passed away the other day. She brought so much joy and laughter to so many people. She will definitely be missed. That is It's really sad to see. I mean,
why the hell can't I?
you're struggling.
Yeah, like, why the hell? Why can't I bring up my Discord? Like the whole freaking menu is gone. What the hell, Discord?
Discord has been shitting itself lately.
Yeah, right. Like
What?
I can't. Like the whole menu is freaking gone. What the hell?
Oh, that's fucking weird.
Like I can only see the window. I can't see any of the chat. What the fuck?
Do you think maybe you should
Like
just
the
restart
menu?
Discord or?
I can fill some air. There's some dead air. Whilst
Yeah,
get that sorted out.
yeah, that's fine. We'll go through the rest of this OGL thing. We can just read it.
If I click Discord, like, hold on a second.
Yeah, because I usually have to right-click out of it.
Oh, okay. Well, I was saying maybe restart Discord. But let's go through some.
Discord?
But it's fine. We'll go through some more of the OGL stuff before we listen to
Oh, wait,
Adam
there we
Worski's. It's working for you now?
Yeah, that was fucking
Okay,
weird.
cool.
What the fuck you do Discord, you jackass? Who the fuck is messaging me now? Go away.
Oh my god, look at this. Look at this part real quick. I'm sorry, I just read this.
Oh my god, there is someone in the Discord that I want to troll so fucking badly right now.
Stop trying to troll people while we're in the middle of a stream.
I
We can do
will-
it later.
I could literally troll people and put them on YouTube and people will think it's funny as fuck.
Listen to this.
No pulling a noose away.
Commercial and non-commercial versions. They literally
It's
state
not dead,
if you get.
I'll be alright.
They literally. Can we play that one little part? I don't know where look. Harry just woke up and chose violence the other day on the Lotus Eaters. I mean, he just straight up chose violence.
You really think that people who watch this show don't also religiously watch the Lotus Eaters?
Yeah, there's probably-
Unless they've got a
there's
burning
probably a
hatred
lot
for them.
of overlap.
I can't believe
Aiden-
that Harry
where-
just
where
woke
is
up and
the-
chose violence.
Where's
Huh?
the watch together link?
Oh, I posted it in the chat, but
Oh, sorry. Oh no. Hold on. I thought. No, hold on. Let me see.
all right, we can take. We'll have a little
We
musical
apologize for
interlude.
the technical delays.
I mean, even though everybody could do this, if you don't know, Harry, I would like to play it. It's only like 2 minutes.
1 second. I need to.
I'll play it right after this. This
No,
came up.
we're drifting off the topic. Keep to circle.
Okay. This is on point. All right. The Adam Worski thing, excuse me, is on point. I'll just play a little bit of it. You can enjoy the rest of it at your own leisure. Do you have it up, screen?
Hold on a second.
Just let me know when you do. Anywho, while you get that up, this is okay. In the OGL thing, it says here that yeah, they literally state if you get paid, quote, your brother doing your chores for a week, then you must use the commercial version. If you get paid by your brother doing chores for a week, then you must use the commercial version. That means so that if you get so what they're saying there is that if you make any money, you have to use the commercial version. That's if that's the way that it's being framed, which is what I was afraid was going to happen, and what I said would happen probably inevitably. Sounds like that's what they're already doing. We'll just have a little musical interlude.
Please read the super chat.
Oh my god, okay, hang on, I haven't seen the stream. Adam Unfriended for 5 says, don't get me confused with my evil twin Adam Friended. His cringe takes with his voting take for 12-year-olds and democracy. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think it was your brother, your evil twin, but
It's very base though, isn't it?
we'll have a little musical interlude here with this classic Ken Ashcorp song, huh?
This is the difference between myself and Aiden. Aiden wants to like hold hands with everyone and sing Kumbaya because
Yeah.
she does not like conflict, whereas I
No.
revel in making people uncomfortable.
Spoon, I am a whammon.
Yes, whereas-
whammon.
Yes, whereas I am a total troll. And I've realized the way to troll people nowadays is just say the fucking truth. That is a screwed up thing. When I grew up as a kid, I was like the shy one. I was never funny. And now I'm like, holy crap, I can be funny just by saying the honest truth. And everyone gets spazzy. Like, what the fuck? That's weird.
Oh,
Like
what
if-
is in the middle of this preview vids? I have no idea what... I'm scared actually as to what YouTube recommends around this video. I don't know how actually Watch Together works in terms of like selecting videos to recommend, because it's not based on my YouTube channel.
I'm totally not going to pay attention and comment on those because I can see them.
I can
And
see
so
them
can
through
the
the
rest of the
thumbnail.
screen.
Sorry, but
Sorry.
what did Harry do? He wasn't on the stream yesterday. It might have been from 2 days ago. He said, basically just to reiterate,
Oh,
he
great.
said he said that the people who watched. I just want to play it because it's like I've got it here. Hang on, we'll do the Ken Ashcroft song. I've already got it. I've got the timestamp pulled
Yeah.
up.
By the way,
I'll
it's on the stream now. By the way.
What is? Okay.
We'll
We'll play.
If you press play, then yeah, we go.
Yeah, we're good. We'll just enjoy a little bit of a musical interlude here, friends, about what should happen maybe to Hasbro in Minecraft.
Rhode Island.
Oh, fuck,
Go to children.
Huh?
He says.
Hold on.
What have you done?
No, you're fucking streaming it as well, so I can hear.
Oh, it's because I have my.
Yeah,
oh,
there
I'm
we go.
sorry.
No, we can go
I'm
now.
sorry. Okay, sorry.
But a hero.
We're so professional.
Madman. Who bombed the shit out of that company. No more Lotus or Power 9 bullshit. Those pedophiles knew it was nigh. That man got on a plane in Toronto. Got an AK or 4 and prepared to say hi. Adam Worski, axe-wielding maniac. Hasbro, you fuckers, we pray for your soul.
Join in if you know the lyrics, lads.
Worski, getting away with it. Touch that boy's hole and you'll pay Adam's toll. He enlisted the help of some dear friends. The time traveling
They were different times, weren't they, Patricia's? Time traveling demons
to
senpai.
eradicate Hasbro. They crashed the plane, kicked the door, went inside. There was blood on the ceiling, screams echoed for miles as Adam lay waste to his claim. They rescued the boys and the girls who were slaves, and every last one of them chanted his name. Adam Worski, Hitler on steroids, acting upon magic, his genocide. Adam Worski, hero of Canada. And we laughed at how many had died. Adam Worski, doing it for free. He'll never stop on his valiant quest. Adam Worski might be a pseudonym. Touch that girl's chest and he'll strap on a suicide vest. Oh yes. Adam Worski, murderous psychopath. Cash all your checks, cause he's coming for Hollywood next.
Certified hood.
Classic. It is a certified hood classic. Oh my god! But I rarely get to bring that up anymore. But it does make sense now again.
Someone showed me a meme.
Mm-hmm.
In chat.
Yes.
Oh, let's see if I can put it up.
I'm gonna put this in the watch there real quick because I want to show the timestamp I'm talking about.
Right when everyone needed the real world live action Snowflame the most, he left.
I gotta find the timestamp. Okay, 11 minutes and 50 seconds. All right. Okay. Here
I'm seeing the chat can see that.
Anyway, let's move.
There's a meme on the screen.
Oh, because like we're like a minute behind, so it's hard for me to see.
It's someone with
Oh, that yes. Let me tell you, my political views are sooner than yours. Yes.
Yeah, it's because there is someone in the chat in that Discord server that is of that particular persuasion, and they're nuttier than squirrel shit.
Are they a transgender communist? Wow, I'm not at all surprised then that they're a little bit nuts.
Yeah, and also they're like really insane. More so than usual.
I'm gonna put on what Harry did since several people are asking. It's not a big deal now. It's being hyped up, so there's gonna be some psychological dissonance because I've hyped it up. But I just want to. It's at 11 minutes and 40 seconds, I believe. So let me just look. It was just I was sitting here listening to this bit, and then all of a sudden, just oh my god, the fucking call out. So
1,200 plus member transmaxing Discord, which includes men who have trans.
So they were covering this transmaxing stuff, but here's where it gets real spicy. Yeah, it's Stacy Transitioner.
Ugh. Those who are merely interested in everything in between. And there are transmaxing success stories
Make sure.
in the chapter, a full chapter of that in the
11:50,
manifesto, which I presume
here
have
we
been
go.
gotten from interviews with these people and also just stories that have been seen in this Discord, because there are some screenshots from the Discord. And it just says, 4 years ago, I was an edgy, right-wing, anti-SJW teen who was borderline
Here it
MGTOW,
is.
so this is one of your
someone who used to
supporters.
subscribe to me, yeah.
Yeah, now I'm a gay cat girl dating an anarchist trans girl. So they've gone from you to Dev,
Okay, it's fine.
is what's going on.
I just feel bad.
I know. Cat
Harry
the
woke
Vet,
up and
a
chose
YouTuber
violence.
and member of the Transmax Discord, suspects the manifesto's porn talk and particularly fantasies about forced feminization.
He keeps going because now he's about to like. They're gonna now insult Callum in just a second. If you missed that though, it's that he went from you to Dev. I said this to Dev because I told him exactly that Harry woke up and chose violence.
Oh, you showed this
may
to him?
serve a practical
Yeah, I sent it to him. He said a bunch of people had sent it to him, by the way. So
for would-be transmaxers. So it's basically just like soothe them into the idea of it by just telling them about how pornographic the whole thing will be and how you'll just live a 24/7 sex
But
fantasy.
you know what this is? This is an excuse for not getting fit. This is an excuse for not working hard. This is an excuse for all of these things. You know?
Well,
Based
it
Sargon.
can be, but also,
Yeah.
once again, if you are just the little Twinkie boy and you still get fit anyway, the likelihood is, okay, you're fit and you're a twink. Women care a lot about height.
Yeah, they do, but I know lots of.
I didn't notice how sweaty he was here. Whoops.
Like
It's because he's dropping. It's because he's dropping. Like he's being so aggressive.
We believe in you, Callum.
Pete as well. You know, like they're all successful with women. It's just that
But he just talks. It just drops that mad shit on Dev, and then immediately basically calls Callum a manlet. I can't.
Gets Callum on the backswing, and of course he is sweating up a storm because he knows he's about to get a fatwa dropped on him. Callum's going to rock up to his house at like 3 o'clock in the morning with a knife.
Inshallah, brother Callum, you have to take revenge on Harry for doing this.
I wouldn't actually mind getting Harry or Callum on the show.
Oh, they're both great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're both great. I know
Oh my
Harry is a big reader of Hopper,
yeah. Mhm.
and he has admitted that, yes, I do believe that monarchy is superior to democracy. I'm like, yes, Spaced Harry, good man. I mean, Dankula said the same thing.
Right.
Yeah, which
I mean,
is
the bar's not set terribly high for.
for democracy. I know, but the fact that you can get someone like Harry and Dank to say like monarchy is objectively better than democracy, and then like literally quote Hop, I'm like, oh god, yes, very good.
Calm yourself.
I'm so very happy to see like, oh look, content creators are saying democracy is shit. Excellent, very good news.
Every time I listen, this is why I'm like the token, not monarchist of the group. So every time you guys like fanboy or fangirl
monarchy.
I'm reminded of like it's like a schoolgirl who falls in love because someone said you're not hideous.
I'm not sure I entirely
What's that adage
understand.
from Discworld? She might be referred to as a handsome girl.
Oh,
by
yeah.
a well-meaning liar.
Pure Stress for Two says, how will the Callum Fate respond to this heresy? I don't think there's been any heresy. I think.
I'll tell you this much.
Oh,
the response will not
you
be
spelled
verbal.
heresy. You spelled heresy wrong. It should be spelled.
Also, Bill, come on, let's be real. You're too fucking based to be a fan of democracy. Let's be real.
God no.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's.
Or do you go more ANCAP?
Oh, God no.
No, Bill is a man. Like Bill. Okay, on your Twitter profile, you say you were a man of incomprehensible or indescribable politics.
Both would be accurate.
Yeah, so no one knows.
I think Bill's
she-
politics is I hate everyone.
Yeah, pretty
that's
much.
about right.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, it's just that I'm from a very small island, so my racism is so broadly applied that
He hates everybody.
Girls, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
Right, like he only likes fish people, and the fish people only live on this island. And would you even consider Jersey folk to be your fellow fish people, Bill?
No, but Cavill gets a pass. He's an honorary Jerseyman.
Cavill, he really does get a pass. That man seems to be like a genuine human being who actually cares about the things he's involved in, and of course
which is
Hollywood
impressive,
chews him and
'cause he's from
spits him
Jersey.
out. Right.
Also,
Shademaster for 5.
You have said that Bill is more racist than I am. I find that very offensive.
I'm sorry, but I think it's true.
Bill, you and I need to have a racist off somewhere. I don't know how we can do this on YouTube, but like it needs to be
No,
done.
it's not happening on YouTube. It's not
We
happening
can do it on
anywhere.
fucking Odyssey.
Well, at some point, Bill and I have to have an actual wedding ceremony. Since we went to our friend's wedding this last year, we'll have to do that. You can come and you can have a proper racism off. I don't know what this looks like. I don't know if it requires any additional like tools or
past a certain level, it's just like a Dragon Ball Z fight. It doesn't even register on the eyeball.
I feel like it wouldn't just be a battle; it'll just be like a broadly agreement of just like who. I think it will be the case of which race is worse. I think that's what we'll ultimately end up arguing.
It's not going to be an agreement as to who's white, because like, mark on the map who is white. We could complete that with a single fucking pin.
Bill, who's white?
Not
You?
you.
Yeah, you are white shit, Aiden.
Bill only thinks he is white, I think.
Please, she's part Welsh, part German. Neither
What's
of those are
wrong
white.
with that? What's wrong with being Welsh and German?
How long you got?
How long you got? Yeah.
Two of the worst
You're
groups of barbarians on the face of the earth.
It says the Dutchoid. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the Dutchoid is one that comes from farming stock. Thank you. It fucking feeds you, you bitch.
Tricks on you,
Dutchoid.
she doesn't eat.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, yeah, good point. I'm not one to see
Now
German. She
what?
goes for alcohol production.
True.
Isn't he
married
Polish
to
or
a
some
parrot.
shit as well?
God.
I'm married
Me?
to
No.
a paraffin
I
lamp.
just know some Polish because I got really obsessed with The Witcher a couple years
She's a
ago.
polar bear.
Yeah.
Who are the world's most like heavily drinking alcoholics? Actually, I actually don't know.
I don't know either.
Ethan
Anywho, I'm
Ralph,
gonna
he's,
get-
he's big enough to
yeah,
be a
Ethan
fucking
Ralph.
country.
I'm genuinely curious now. Like, ask the chat. Who do you guys think? Actually, I'm gonna ask the question. Who do you guys think is the biggest drinking nation in the world?
I mean, you could probably easily Google this.
Yeah, I know, but I want to see what the chat says. Like, who does the chat think are the worst?
Yeah, don't Dutchmen wear wooden shoes? Good question, Spoon.
Don't Dutchmen wear wooden shoes?
Yeah, you
I
clog botherer.
don't know why this is supposed to be an insult.
No, I'm just fucking around. Let's go back to this OGL thing, finish this up real
So
quick,
the
and
video
then
has
move into
been
these normal
derailed.
videos.
German
The
dentist.
video has been well, I don't know, like how much. Let's just leave this. Just leave it up. There's not much more to go over with this. I think I'll just read it off. Unless you want to bring the stream back up, or this my screen that I'm sharing, right?
Hold on.
And then we'll go back to the watch together to watch the stupid stuff. The Finnish are the whitest people. My money's on the Polish. Detroit.
We're talking
No,
about the
I don't think
hardest
that's-
drinkers, not the whitest
Oh,
people.
oh, the whitest people are the hardest
the
drinkers.
Finns
Whoops.
are not white, they're Ugrek. for fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
no, he's talking about the hardest drinkers, though, right? Yeah, I mean the Irish. That's the meme, right? Polish.
I would say
Iceland?
the Faroese.
What is he gonna do in the Faroe Islands? But drink.
No, saying
What
what
is he
you
gonna
do,
do
else you
here?
can do in... Okay, if by country basis, I know who's the hardest drinkers. People from Sark. People from Sark are fucking
There's-
scary. All that's there is like 2
There's
to 3
nothing there.
bars and a silver mine. There's nothing.
Now
else.
the Alaskans might be that might be a contender too. But it's the same
South
reason when you live
Korea?
someplace.
It's
Really?
not. It's not. It's not.
North Koreans, nah.
They don't. Okay, in terms of like, they don't have the livers for it. Koreans
No.
can like die from like a single like shot in some cases because they're complete intolerance to alcohol.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying who's
a
gonna get
lot-
shot
a
by
lot
a
of-
bullet.
back
a
to
lot
the
of-
case at hand. We're not here to talk about
Right,
being
no,
a
no, no.
pisshead.
Yeah, not talking about the biggest alcohol. Now, I think it would be an interesting topic for a later time, but and I'm chat fight over it. We'll
it's
finish
more
getting through
fun.
this real
It
quick.
will-
Smaller the
will-
island, the bigger the alcoholic.
Yes.
I can tell you right
Uh,
now, it's that this conversation is going to happen before the end of the night.
Yes.
I'd hope so.
If you make gross revenue of over 50,000 in 1 year from your combined OGL stuff, you must voluntarily give Wizards of the Coast a copy of your ledgers for them to audit. They call this leveling up. So it's not the $750,000
Did you just
they're
say
trying
voluntarily?
Yeah, you must
Yeah.
voluntarily.
I was
You
about to,
must
say I
voluntarily.
listened
Of
to the
your
language like
ledgers.
you must be voluntary. Like how?
Yes, trust
What?
me. That's why this is the craziest shit ever. Okay, so if you
Yes,
make
West, by the way.
$50,000, they're going to audit you. If you make gross revenue of over $750,000 in 1 year from your combined OGL stuff, you have to give Hasbro 20 to 25% of whatever is above 750,000. Note the use of gross, not net. That means it's taken
Gross 750.
before
Who the fuck do they think
factoring
they are?
in.
The IRS.
That means it's taken before factoring in expenses or taxes. Hasbro can cuck you out of being able to pay to manufacture what you are doing and what
Get
got
you
you
to
to this
the-
level in the first place. This is the part of the OGL that has people rightfully worried that this is anti-competitive, which is even more serious than the aforementioned attempt to revoke the perpetual contract. Though given how many monopolies and oligopolies have cropped up in recent times, Hasbro could easily just lobby out of it. I don't know.
Next one's one of the big ones.
Yes, Wizards of the Coast owns the copyright, trademark, and patent for anything licensed by the OGL 1.1. So do you, but if you're good enough, then Hasbro spins up the printing engines or grants the license to any of their partners, and you get to compete against them. Good fucking luck.
You get to compete against your own product.
Yes. My God.
That seems a bit unfair. And also ridiculous.
All of this is
And it
unbelievably
gets worse.
unfair.
This is the next section, the no more software.
This is where the software, this is a totally different thing. No more software, not even a form-filling PDF, games and supplements in printed media and static electronic file documents. So you can't even use what's on, what's Roll20.
Yeah, oh, by the way, that's one
Roll20
of
is
the big
completely
things.
fucked.
Anything that can host any kind of virtual tabletop will be
Yep,
dead
will be
in
fucked by
water.
this.
No Roll20, no tabletop simulator, unless you are directly owned by Wizards of the Coast.
Kaylee Blue, I'm confused by this. They're wanting money from people that use their property. Isn't that normal? No, not in this particular instance. I know that it if you're not familiar with how this stuff works, it can maybe sound that way, because a couple people have asked me that question on Twitter as well. The problem is that people are paying for the books and all of the content so that they can play with their friends. Then they're creating this content, which is selling the products, because the product are the books. That's the only way you sell the books, is if people go and buy it. You are creating Dungeons and Dragons is a creative investiture, which means that when people go and play a game of D&D, or any game now, including ones that that they didn't create at all, but they claim use their systems as inspiration or as the basis for their games, that they should get money from all of that.
Which is insane.
It is insane, but remember that Dungeons and Dragons is a game of imagination, right? So you're making shit up in your own head and with other people together collaboratively, and they want money off of the things that you made up, just because you're using basic game mechanics, which is really, when it comes down to it, a dice piece that has 20 sides on it, and other dice pieces that have different sides on it.
It's like saying, the US Mint should own the proceeds from the entirety of poker, or from the entirety of the entire baseball industry, because the game starts with coin flip.
Right. Oh yeah, because it starts with a coin flip. That's a perfect analogy, Bill. That because the game starts with a coin flip, if a game starts with a coin flip, that the U.S. government should be able to take 25% of any money made off of that game because of the mechanic.
Not net gross.
Right. Either way, it's absolutely insane. Here's where, no more software, not even the PDF forms, can be made without Wizards' permission. Among the formats they explicitly name as no-goes are video games, videos, games, novels, apps, graphic novels, music, songs, dances, and pantomimes. Fucking pantomimes. I think they do mean cosplay by that. But they're saying that you just can't do this shit unless you pay them money. So they're trying to go after cosplay, fan videos, video games, novels. Those two I get money because people make money off of them. But you don't make money off of cosplay, usually.
That means they are literally trying to go after a cut of the money for cosplay calendars and shit.
Yeah. Anything that makes a single cent, they want to take money out of.
Oh, you like doing a Critical Role cosplay? Fuck, you pay me.
This is not. I get if some people are really staunch on copyright, they might think that this is acceptable, but this is not how fan content has ever worked, and this is not how the law works.
It's transformative use at the very
It is transformative use inherently. This is not how this works. A good comparison is Dota, says Hasselhoff for 5. Dota was created using Warcraft 3 custom apps, but Blizzard didn't own Dota. Of course, when StarCraft 2 came out, their license changed. Exactly, that's a perfect example. Modders made Defense of the Ancients using Warcraft 2 custom apps, and it became its own thing, and now it's owned by Valve. This is insane.
Oh, it gets worse.
Here's where, Wizards of the Coast can revoke your license at any time. The license states that this is mainly aimed at bigoted and other brand damaging content, which, remember, they think the fact that the two women who have written one of their biggest series of the last 30 years being Mormon conservatives is brand damaging to Wizards of the Coast.
People didn't give a shit back then, so how the
gives you a fucking idea.
So
one of their
biggest
biggest moneymakers.
Association and get shit canned and have your entire this means that they can pull your license mid-production.
Mhm.
You could be about to release, and they at the 11th hour they can pull the whole project. And I could tell you, it is already it's slim pickings at the best of times. It's real thin margin on this industry. Most people can't afford to play test unless they get people to do it for free.
They're certainly not gonna pay you. How money grubbing this is! It's so sick.
I've consulted for people in this industry. It is like literally people who have had to like organize an IRC chats because it's that they've got so little infrastructure that they can afford to get this shit off the ground. That's why this industry is like a fucking graveyard.
Well, I mean, yeah, I see the part where you said it gets worse, because the worst part is, well, the worst part. They can revoke your license at any time. Much of the new license is written from a very Amerifat perspective. Okay, this is on 1d4 chance.
Oh no, you skipped a bit.
Oh, right, I did. But considering how anti-competitive the rest of the license is and how these criteria are not spelled out, it effectively means they can revoke your license on a whim, and likely will. Have a squeaky clean supplement, but say mean things about Hasbro on Twitter, they'll find an excuse to get your content pulled. This is get in line, do what we say. You cannot have opinions. You cannot have you can't have any. You have to be loyal worshippers of Hasbro.
Fuck you.
Yes. Well, we're taxing you out the ass for everything.
So it is taxation.
Yeah. So much of it is written from an Amerifat perspective and relies on clauses that are outright illegal in actual first world countries. Well, here's the thing. This will not fly in Europe. See below for an example. Additionally, you waive any right to sue over our decision. R is put in caps for some reason. I don't understand that. As if you're God. Well, no, it's spelled as if, so God is spelled is capitalized.
No.
R is capitalized every time here. R as in Wizards of the Coast. Like your God. I'm surprised I didn't write it in red. You waive any right to sue over our decision on these issues. We are aware that if we somehow stretch our decision of what is or is not objectionable under these clauses too far, we will receive community pushback and bad PR. We are more than open to being convinced that we made a wrong decision. But
bullshit
nobody
is the
gets
tag there, by the way. It links to the bullshit page of 1d4.
But nobody gets to use the threat of a lawsuit as part of an attempt to convince us. The fact that everything is written it's in black or red. How interesting, right? They see themselves as God. This is unbelievable. To nobody's surprise, plenty of third-party publishing houses are jumping ship, having a fire sale on their D&D related stock, and looking for alternate systems to write for, if they're not deciding to make their own games. Companies that don't make D&D content but do publish under the OGL 1.0 experiencing their own dilemmas. These are like major companies, by the way. Again, like I said, Disney, Warner, GW are now all going to have to come and to the table and be like, what the fuck do we do? Because apparently, by the way, the reality is that way bigger companies are going to destroy Hasbro over this. This is so brazen that look, Disney's just going to crush you. Like, Disney's going to destroy you. You're done.
I wouldn't
forever.
want to be working in Hasbro offices right now because you just had the biggest bullseye in human history put on your back.
The only thing, so here's the conspiracy theory.
Democracy, yeah.
Yeah, thank you,
yeah,
Sam.
there you go.
Hang on. So here's the conspiracy.
Good muting yourself. They can hear you through my mic.
I know. So here's the conspiracy theory, right? It's actually, I think it's because of this ring. Anywho, is Hasbro just trying to get bought up by Disney?
I think. Well, think of it this way.
That's what I tweeted about. My tweet series on this was, hang on, let me pull it up. Was that I kind of, which you also kind of intimated as well. Yeah, most people who play, okay. Compared to how devastatingly stupid this OGL crap is, I think the higher-ups at Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast will look back at the very, very real problems of sexual predators in MTG fondly. This is how you absolutely sink your company when it should have been sunk back then. Most people who play TTRPGs have long since moved to Paizo and third-party providers because they are far more amenable to actual players rather than deriving a business model entirely around Critical Role. Which, people who actually care about this stuff, I think that's correct. They've left. They're already gone. You've got the Stranger Things audience, predominantly, yeah, they'll pay for some of this, but not if you're going to be this insanely litigious. This entire concept is against every single thing Gary Gygax was about. It's sick. If none of this makes sense, because it doesn't prima facie, it really does not. It's because Wizards of the Coast wants to force a buyout. This is now me being conspiratorial, but I think this is correct. Once one of the BlackRock megacorps owns Wizards of the Coast, they will go after every single D20 system as a potential copyright infringement, which really it means Disney. I think they want Disney to buy them to monopolize the market entirely. They will attempt and likely succeed. I hope not, but that it's possible. At eviscerating every single competitor, that or subsume those competitors into their own brands. Paizo will be next, being woke themselves, and then every single other TTRPG system. Your characters will eat bugs and be happy. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, more dangerous to these people than creativity and independent thought. Thus, of course, controlling even your imagination must be monetized, corporatized, and controlled. And I think I kind of dropped the fucking
a year after Paizo's development staff unionized.
Right.
Paizo unionized last year. Boy, the people who were the real nightmare people, SJW types, and I mean like hardcore types in Paizo, they've scattered around the gaming industry.
Yep.
As I recall, there was some nut job who cropped up in the game industry and turned out to be someone who'd previously talked about how like testosterone is the root of all fucking evil on the Paizo forums as a project manager for Paizo. Like, there's this entire thing reeks.
It does.
Of just industry fuckery.
Speaking of industry fuckery, we've been on this for a long ass time. I have some other industry fuckery to get to though, because this shit's funny. Velma review: a promising reinvention is wasted on lame jokes, prequelitis, and bad meta. So, I'm not gonna read this review. There's also, by the way, look at how awful. This is a review shitting on this new TV show, right?
Good.
Look how, from entertainment, it's EW. This is like a woke outlet, and even they don't like it. Look at how they write about stuff. Velma's not white obs, nor is she straight, which caused much excitement online. Obviously, anyone upset about these identity shifts is the worst, but beyond the conceptual wow of half-century-old characters suddenly having definable traits, like being white's not, being white, wearing your big orange sweater, having big glasses, are not definable traits for Velma. Only being black is a definable trait. Again, this is a woke outlet who is still being critical of this because it's so bad.
And by the looks of it, they're complaining that it's not woke enough.
No.
Well, they made Daphne Asian and a drug dealer.
Yeah. Velma plays out like any other prequel. Learn the secret origin of Velma's glasses. Learn the secret origin of why Velma says jinkies. The few fun ideas get buried under referential shenanigans. So in other words, well, I'm not going to go over this.
It's the same shit
this is
as like
awful.
fucking Nick Cage's eye in the MCU being a cat scratching.
Right. It's just super fucking dumb. Just going to watch the trailer, though.
Boy, this is the same. The industry already kind of leveled down the situation that you don't have to explain everything. It's better that you don't, because that's how we ended up with. That's why the prequels got a lot of shit, because they felt the need to explain stuff that didn't need explaining.
What I wanted to point out here, though, is that this outlet is because this hasn't come out yet. This outlet, EW, is the only one of the critic reviews that is negative towards this show. That's currently out on Rotten Tomatoes. So. It probably is that it's, oh my god, how can you write like this? Not white obs, nor she's straight. Ugh, so fucking infuriating. Let's watch the stupid goddamn trailer. Are you excited for this show? I've never been like an enormous Scooby-Doo fan, but I do like Scooby-Doo. I certainly don't want to watch this.
Play that we're gonna get shit canned.
It's a trailer.
I wouldn't put it past them anyway.
Well, we're gonna have to like put stuff on later when we watch. It's a trailer. It's 2.5 minutes.
This is my story told my way. Jeez.
Our way.
Yeah, our way, right? Yeah.
My name is Velma Dinkley, and I've decided to finally share.
Oh my god! It's just like, okay, so they've made her brown because the actress voice acting her is brown. That's their excuse. That's not why.
They'd made her brown to hide the fact they turned her into Meg Griffin.
That's the dumbest thing. By the way, fucking...
They really did, though. She's
Sam-
Meg Griffin now. Gross.
Fucking Samuel L. Jackson and Charlie Murphy voiced the two fucking robbers on the Boondocks, and they're fucking white.
Keith David exists.
It's
Oh,
like,
real
what the
quick.
fuck?
Yeah, I know. Real quick, Mr. Twisted Frenzy for 10 euros says that given that practically all modern-day fantasy, including D&D, took inspiration from Tolkien's work, shouldn't Wizards of the Coast be paying the Tolkien estate royalties by their own argument? Here's the most fucked up thing. No, and in fact, Wizards of the Coast would be asking the Tolkien estate for royalties for anyone who is making a Lord of the Rings game based on their system. Isn't that insane? They would potentially be asking the Tolkien estate, New Line Cinema, and Amazon, which is New Line Cinema made the original movies, and now Amazon who owns the rights. They would be asking anyone who was using any of that shit, or for money, or any individual person who was taking Tolkien inspiration to making their own D&D game. That's why it's so incredibly nut job that they're doing that.
Have
what they're
fun
doing.
if whoever made this fucking document, this whole premise, gets their identity leaked, because not only have you got everyone in the industry wants you dead, everyone in the fandom wants you dead, everyone in every mega corporation wants you dead.
Yeah, what are you doing? I mean, what a greedy cunt do you have to be? But anyway, speaking of a cunt, let's get back to Velma.
Bone-chilling events that drove me to a
Wait, yet another classic, like, oh, we'll reference. This is
Look
is
at
just
Shaggy. Do you recognize Shaggy?
Oh, they turned Shaggy into a fucking incel in this, of course.
Yes, he's an incel.
Shaggy's
he's a black
name is
incel.
Shaggy.
No, they changed it.
No, I say in this they changed it because the original Shaggy fucks. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah.
But the original Velma was a. If she wanted dick, she could get dick. I'm sorry to say. I don't mean to.
Oh,
okay.
Can I make,
Excuse me.
Can I make a blunt joke?
Of course, man.
Well, there's many takes that the original Shaggy and Scooby were high all the time.
Yeah.
So when I see a character that isn't white, and like, see where I'm going with this.
Oh, you're saying that
the
it's a little
vegetarian
racist.
stoner has suddenly been.
Oh,
like,
now all of a sudden he's like a Rasta guy, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's kind of racist, isn't it? HBO Max.
A little bit, yeah.
Original.
That you made the infamous, the most infamous stoner character in cartoon history, even if he
Potentially.
wasn't. But that's everyone thinks he's a stoner.
He's a stoner, yeah, because he's constantly getting munchies, basically.
He's always eating. He's always eating, and he's fucking dumb.
Hang on, I need to double check something because I feel okay.
I'll just keep playing those.
First ever. This is my story, told my way.
So cringe.
She has no brain! Oh, I'm not dissing her. She has no brain!
It's not funny. It's just awful. Oh my god.
And it starts with a murder, bitch.
Oh.
If I can't convince people I didn't kill Brenda, I'm going to be arrested.
I know, but I also know how to find out who did kill Brenda. I think it has something to do with drugs.
Oh, Las Drogas in Scooby-Doo. By the way, there's no Scooby-Doo in this. There's no dog.
So how is it
bewildering because
Scooby then?
Shaggy's had.
It's
Scooby
not.
since
It's
you-
Velma. It's called Velma.
Oh.
There's
That's cringe and dumb.
it's supposed to be a fun little cartoon about teenagers solving mysteries with a dog who talks. It's
Yeah,
not
that used to be
complicated.
it. I used to watch the shit out of this cartoon as a kid.
I know, everyone did, but it's not supposed to be. It's not this complicated. Why are you doing this stuff to it?
Because we must ruin everything.
Yes. Yeah, there's no Scooby in this. No Scooby.
You don't need to destroy the past if you can have a more recent, shittier product.
Yeah,
to
this
have
is
the same
Scooby
name.
Don't. Right, thank you, Abigail. This is Scooby Don't.
Scooby
Yes.
don't, yeah.
Oops, all scrappy.
Which I hate.
Hey, Fred.
Do I know you?
It's Velma from school.
I have a disease where I can't recognize people who aren't hot.
Is it called rudeness?
I haven't.
So we have to make the white character incredibly rude and awful,
Because
and
of course,
mean
'cause
and
he's a white
terrible.
guy.
But she's got a crush on him.
By the way, there is an actual illness that causes face blindness.
Yeah, it's called autism.
Oh. Although it's called being attractive.
But there is such a thing as face blindness, separate from autism as well.
Shademaster for 5 says, this is why I made my own system with its own rule set. The Shades of Dominion is its own IP multiverse, not paying Wizards of the Coast, Jack. Good for you. I know a lot of people who are doing that too, and just being like, fuck
I hope
this shit.
this will finally break the D20 fucking stranglehold, I
Yep.
hope. So either this gets overturned completely and they get shit hammered, or this causes a massive diaspora
You can't
of game development.
copyright dice.
Like, I hope they do try and argue this, because it will mean that people
That's
will
what they're going
actually
to
make other
do.
systems.
It will fuck up every other. That's what I think they really are going to end up arguing, that they own the copyright to dice. And that will be amazing to watch in court. I am here
wait
for it.
Classical archaeologists pointing out that dice design's been around since Renaissance.
Now, it depends on how it goes. If they get bought up by Disney, and then Disney goes to war with it, using all of their limitless money, they might win. If it's Hasbro without the backing of Disney, who is not owned by Disney, oh, they're done. They're done tomorrow.
But if Disney does get the backing, suddenly that's a sledgehammer to be wielded against everyone.
And then the entire field is dead, essentially. So that's what I was trying to say.
Like adjacent fields are now dead.
No, everything. Yeah,
it'll literally be the death of media as we know it, if they can actually enforce it.
Which that's why I don't think it's. This is too far.
You know how like
this is
there's
a
the
bridge
argument that
too far,
everything's
right?
in canon with everything else because of like, once you hit Marvel vs. Capcom or Smash Brothers,
that's Chris Chan's multiverse theory. Yeah.
Little did we know he had in fact predicted
it's the dimensional merge is happening right now. It's finally happening.
It's a legal one.
It's a legal dimensional merge. Now the thing is that there's too many companies that are involved with this for this to actually happen. It's why no matter how much Disney would like to own every single piece of media on Earth, it can't happen. Even this one, this is the bridge too far. You fucked up too much. You're gonna have to calm the fuck down. And you're all gonna look like idiots for forever for even attempting this, because you did it too early. You did it when you haven't completely destroyed society yet. So.
I like the way that that's a prerequisite for it.
Yeah, well, yeah, you kind of have to.
Illness! Hey, Daphne! I need a favor.
Stop. I know you think I'm a huge bitch who ditched you to be cool.
What? That's so not true.
Oh, God, why do they even talk like people I hate?
Well, of course, they all have just completely...
you hate.
Because written by people you hate.
Yeah,
to be like themselves, that's why, yeah.
Oh my God, I know I'm like a total bitch.
Oh my God.
Can I please say
so awful. Mute yourself. And then scream it.
You can feel it in the air, can't you?
You can feel it. It's crackling in the air like Dragon Ball Z.
What is this art style, by the way? Why are these dimensions so fucked?
Because they don't care. They don't care about art style whatsoever. Like, some of the characters in the background look like they're from Family Guy or whatever, and then it's awful. It's so terrible.
Everything's like all over the place. It's like a bunch of like Family Guy and American Dad style designs.
Yeah.
There's one guy who looks like he's from Total Drama Island.
And then Tumblr, and it's absolutely awful.
The shadows are all over the place.
Wait a minute! Whoa! What the? Whoa! What is this?
That's totally not deliberate.
Oh, it's obviously deliberate. Ew.
This is a
Dude,
high school, isn't it?
what? Yeah, this happened at your high school, didn't it?
Homosexuals.
People were just homosexuals. Now, look, I'm the only one who went to a gay school, and even this didn't even happen at gay school.
You went to a Catholic school?
No, I went to an art school.
Okay.
Where seriously half the kids were gay.
Okay.
It's run by Jesuits, so.
No, that was my college.
There was one gay guy in my school. You can probably guess which country he was from.
Where?
Oh, let's
I don't
ask
know.
Bill. Bill, what do you think is the most gay country in Europe?
Germany?
Like, obviously gay.
Germany?
No.
No,
You're
Patricia's
close,
not get
though.
upset. Austria?
Belgium?
Belgium? Yeah.
Oh,
Belgium?
it's like what is like the main country that the English hate?
France?
There you go.
So it was a bit too on the nose, so it came across as.
Yeah, it's like really obviously which country.
Hold on.
France isn't gay, it's black.
I'm sorry.
The
Lance.
Algerians don't have gay people anymore.
Everyone else guessed France, but Bill and I.
Yeah, see, there you go. Everyone just went.
Well, I don't think people from France aren't gay. They're all nonsense.
Everybody else grants. Yeah,
I like the way the entire chat into when
okay,
France good.
hang on a minute.
The
Bill and I live 15.
It came across as too surface.
I would also say that Bill and I live 15 miles from France, so we have a little different perspective. Lance for $5
well
says,
done to the chat, by the way, I'm very proud. Everyone
the chat got it. Lance for $5 says, as a D&D snob, I only play a D&D based. So I have no need for Wizards of the Coast. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. Also, only humans can be paladins. What do you think about that last one?
Have fun with that, because AD&D got a 3rd edition and AD&D release, so they're going to be starting to meddle with that.
Oh, they're going to try to see that they'll do that.
2nd edition AD&D master document. That one's going to be fucking hunted.
That's what they'll do to try and come for even retrospective shit. They'll come for older stuff, and like, we're re-releasing
assholes
2nd
like the
edition.
prick who made Zweihander will help them do it. Because that's those who don't know, Zweihander is a shameless ripoff of the Warhammer Fantasy RPG. The guy who made it got the Trove taken down. The Trove was a massive online library of PDFs of, in some cases, rare game systems.
What a bitch.
Documents. And some of those they only still remained on that because they were very short runs of actual physical copies. And that was like the last bastion of some insanely rare documents. And that got taken down because some prick wanted to get people to buy a shitty book. Guess what? I don't think I've met a solitary soul who's ever played Zweihander by choice.
How sickening. Let's finish this dumb thing and then move into some other stuff.
For all you wondering why the police have not yet caught the serial killer, it's because it's a ghost.
Wow, do you guys want to watch this show? No? Oh. She said the thing. She said the thing. It was a thing that I remembered from my childhood, and she said the thing, and so I clapped. I clapped because I heard the thing.
Is all over the fucking place. Like, what is the comedic style meant to be? Because this is Family Guy tier shit.
It's like woke Family Guy, yeah.
Ew.
With nostalgia points in it. Was that Sven?
No, I just went ew.
Oh, ew, yeah.
Yeah, because it's disgusting.
No one's gonna watch this.
No.
Maybe it's one of those doors where you push in a brick and it opens.
Fred, wait!
I have a plan.
I love danger.
There's gonna be twerking in it. There's gotta be twerking in it because there has to be twerking in it.
More success with this if you went in just a little less dirty.
Okay, Daphne, I'm the brains of this operation. You're just the look, style, and effortless charm.
Well, we just witnessed Velma electrocute a pig to death.
Yeah, it's just
like it's fucking siphon filter.
It's just so also the stuff that's happening here is that Daphne, you're just stupid and pretty, and I'm smart. And of course, you know the brown person is the smart one. It's so sick. It's so woke. Like, it just, what are you doing?
We do make a good team, don't we?
And now they're in lesbians.
In this day and age, you can't speculate about someone's sexuality unless they're famous or Peppermint Patty.
Which is ironic because everybody has always said that Velma was gay.
This is the same scene where like two dudes just went by just attacking each other's throats with their tongues.
I think the rest of it's just
it's the same scene. It's clearly the same scene that happened in.
Yeah, we have to make people not straight. We have to make people not look
everyone
like
has to be gay.
Yeah. Why?
Everyone has to be gay.
Because we don't show straight people that produce children.
Yeah, because the WWF
we don't want
wants
to make
to
normal couples,
end reproduction. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, there's too many people, so
meanwhile,
Klaus Schwab says there's too many human beings. It gets in the way of my mansions.
In Mystery Inc., it's very highly implied that Velma's mother was banging Harlan Ellison.
Bruh. Oh, right, yeah, Shaggy. Thank you, M. Sang. I forgot. Shaggy's new name is Norville.
Which is his original name, and
was it?
Shaggy's his nickname. Norville's his.
Oh, was it really?
I think it was.
But they refer to him as Norville in those.
That sounds so gay.
No, but he's a smart.
Norville Shaggy Rogers.
Oh, is it? Okay, but he's a smart black guy now. And not a lame not a lame white stoner dude anymore. It's just
The rules feel a bit muddy.
Muddy? Oh, sorry I'm not a drunk on the verge of losing custody like every other woman solving murders these days.
what does that even mean?
I was just like, what the fuck? That was unusually on the nose.
I don't understand what that means.
Are there even any female like detectives who even have kids anymore? Because
I don't
think of a single
know.
one.
I have two more pop culture things really briefly. One is that Adam Sessler has lost his mind. I'm just gonna watch this real quick. So just Adam Sessler, like I'm not gonna play through this, but Adam Sessler has changed his name to Adam Gamers Are Stupid Sessler. Now Bill apparently doesn't know who Adam Sessler is. Do you know who Adam Sessler is? Okay, I will. This is for our American audience only. Then Adam Sessler was, of course, the host of a show called X Play on G4 Tech TV back in the 90s and 2000s,
He's
late
got
90s.
one of those
2000s.
faces that always looks like it's in a mugshot for pedophilia.
He got famous because people respected his opinions and takes on video games.
Why?
Because back in the day he was really funny on this show in the 2000s. He was really funny.
hides it well.
He was there with Morgan Webb, who had her titties out, which was great. And I grew up with this show. A ton of people grew up with this show, and it was just fun. It was this guy who was funny and this hot woman who was also funny talking about video games. It was a really and reviewing them. It was a really enjoyable show.
Apparently.
She had booba, and sometimes they did like mud wrestling and stuff because this was in the 2000s when you were allowed to do that stuff.
I like when you say booba, it's funny.
Booba.
Hey.
Look at the things he's saying now. Your mom hugged you too much as a child, didn't she? Exactly. Go back and read Dick and Jane are not my problem. It makes sense this time.
Yeah, the problem is you only got hugged by your mother.
He has been one of the worst things you can do to society. One of the worst things you can do to society is teach a gamer to believe in themselves. After the past few months, what kind of simple-minded, sheltered-dicked twiddle thinks I have any interest in them as an audience or any interest in games content anymore? Again, this guy is only famous.
Really bitter.
The only reason anybody on the planet knows who he is because he used to, in the early 2000s, do a game reviewing show on G4 Tech TV. Now, he also was really... So, you probably remember when the relaunch of G4 was completely destroyed because of Frosk. A woman was like, hey, Morgan Webb was not there to be sexually appealing to you. Yes, she was. Olivia Munn was not there to be sexually appealing to you. Yes, that was explicitly why Olivia Munn was on Attack of the Show. Was to be sexually appealing. There's another question. That's why.
Wait a minute.
He was standing there clapping.
Are you saying that a woman's worth is only based on her sexuality on TV?
No, I'm not. But because I really don't think that's true. I mean,
wasn't that the show where like some thought was had to try and figure out what game console she was handling with her mouth, and it was just her like
Attack of the
away
Show
around a PSP.
But Attack of the Show was the era of the man show. It was openly like, but it was fun, and I don't think it was actually degrading to women. As a woman, it was not. I did not believe it was degrading. It's just pointing out the differences between men and women, and that men are. This is a hobby that targets 90% of their audience is men. You know what I mean? Like 90% of the fucking audience for G4 Tech TV, people who like video games and tech, are males. Okay, that's just the reality, and they want to see titties. And as far as I know, I've never heard Morgan Webb or Olivia Munn talk shit about what they did back in the day, which was kind of just having their tits out. But I always thought Morgan Webb in particular, I didn't like Olivia Munn. I always thought she was kind of bitchy. But I always liked Morgan Webb and thought she had some of the better takes on video games.
And better
Anywho,
movie.
she had great boobies too.
That's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they say, oh, look, this is the one thing that makes women women, but it's also the thing that you shouldn't celebrate about women. Because,
yes, Adam unfriended. I liked all of it.
But this I've never been able to understand and wrap my head around this, that you just think, oh, look, women can do whatever they want, empowering, but as soon as they show boobs, that's somehow a problem. It's like,
yeah, what is this?
Whilst I do state that I agree with the concept that we shouldn't praise women in general, but
the
rest of it,
yeah, Minnesota Fats, I agree with you. Olivia Munn's 41. She's still hot. I didn't like her personality and takes so much, but there's no denying she's an absolutely beautiful woman.
Women have personality? Since when?
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Again, you know...
Why have you met a woman with a personality?
Morgan Webb. Morgan Webb had a personality. So here he goes. Okay, I'm gonna be a little more blunt.
I have feel that she was a legitimate woman.
I'm gonna be a little bit more blunt than usual to clear things up for the gamers. Again, your entire career is based on
It
being
has literally just become a
gamer.
slur at this point.
Yeah, I'm out of games /
That was always a slur.
That's always been a slur, but gamer. I'm out of games entertainment because I founded an AI company that was bought by Reddit. I'm semi-retired by choice, you juvenile fuck. Now, excuse me while I return to the adults. When I read this originally,
Something
I'm
tells me,
semi-retired.
Cessla, you ain't returning to the adults anytime soon.
No, I don't
Catch my
think so.
drift.
Yeah.
I did not read this originally as semi-retired. I did read it, to be fair, as semi-retarded. But I think that's probably correct. Bought by Reddit. So he got his stuff bought out by Reddit. This is obviously follow Lofty Pixels. Adam Sessler's losing his mind. I have one more pop culture thing, which is just really quickly, is to show just I don't know if you know, but the new Harry Potter game has been completely...
Giuseppe Stromboli and the briefcase of meatballs. Let's
I'm
fucking
sorry.
go.
I did post it on Twitter. Hang on. Giuseppe Stromboli and...
The only playthrough. I am looking forward to GDQ next year. The fucking meatball % run of Hogwarts Legacy.
Well, I don't understand
Someone
why
said their personalities are on their chest. Fucking Christ.
That's our. But here we go. Yeah, I am very okay. Just saying,
I love how
personally,
shitty the lower font is.
Yes, I love it. Okay, personally speaking, I am very excited for the new Harry Potter game
Of meatball.
that is coming to Steam in just a couple months, which is Giuseppe Stromboli and the Briefcase of Meatballs. Unironically, though, I actually am excited for this game. But the left is so fucking mad that people want to play a Harry Potter game that they're going on
modded shit.
Now, Hogwarts Legacy, which is the name of the game, gets psychological horror and World War II tags on Steam in apparent user protest. Fuck off, Games Radar.
Let's see how long the Death Eaters last when fucking Johnny Comes Marching Home starts blaring and some asshole rocks in amongst them with a fucking riot gun and slam 6 shells into them.
So on Steam, you can put whatever tags you like, but unless other people put them in, it doesn't cumulatively put that on the game's page. This is the most pre-ordered game of the year, obviously right now by far, but it's one of the most pre-ordered games in the last couple of years. People really, really want to play this. They are they're sitting there seething and molding and coping and be like, hashtag Holocaust, hashtag transphobia, hashtag, whatever. Like,
and then the response has just been, yo, this looks fucking dope as a result.
It looks dope because it does look dope, and I'm going to play the shit out of this game.
It's just that Hawkeye fucking meme of "Don't do it, don't give me that hope" as he looks at the fucking World War II Holocaust tag.
I don't know. I want to get into the video real quick, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna blaze through this really, really fast because we all can understand very quickly without needing any explication that classified documents from Biden's time as VP are discovered in a private office. Now, remember how they tried to impeach Trump over this?
Which doesn't make
over
any
the
sense
executive
because
thing?
Trump was actually the president. He's allowed to have classified
He was
documents.
Well, he was VP, so he probably was allowed to as well. But now they're like,
no, he's not classified. He's not.
Oh, right.
He can't declassify documents.
He can't declassify
right, he
documents.
can't declassify. You are
only
correct.
the president can declassify. VP can't.
You're right. The president can't. Or only the president can do that. You are correct.
We really need to play that view clip.
Well, I'm gonna play. This is Biden's response.
No, the clip where the View cope on about it.
Oh, let's. Do you have that?
Yeah, I do.
Go get that real quick, and then.
Oh my god, that clip is like Jesus fucking Christ. The cope
I'm
is unreal.
I'm gonna play this real quick. It's not that long. It's only a minute. This is Biden's response, and I have to use the restroom, and then we'll watch the View clip. Okay?
Oh my god, the View clip is just like.
People know I take classified documents and classified information seriously.
No, you don't.
My lawyers were clearing out my office at the University of Pennsylvania. They set up an office for me, secure office in the Capitol. When for 4 years after being vice president, I was a professor at Penn. They found some documents in a box in a locked cabinet, or at least a closet.
Oh, a locked cabinet, much like it was actually, by the way, in Trump's personal goddamn house, where he
In a safe.
in a safe.
Not in a safe in this case, in a cabinet that suddenly became a closet.
Where, by the way, comparatively,
Where the
Trump was
Chinese
actually
have
president.
access to.
Yeah,
Trump
and
was
Pennsylvania
actually
wasn't
president.
the pen one of the ones that was found to have
And
like
this was
active
at a
espionage going on in it?
university.
Yep.
Yes. So this is just at a university. Trump had it at his private home with private security while he was president. You just left serious fucking documents at an office at the University of Pennsylvania, of which you're not a professor. I don't know why you had an office there in the first place, but whatever.
And as soon as they did, they realized there were several classified documents in that box. And they did what they should have done. They immediately called the archives, turned them over to the archives.
Look at this little
and
shithead.
I was
I know.
briefed about this
Oh,
discovery.
for a second. This instant fuckhead instantly pivots to Trump. Oh, the
Yeah,
instant
I
call
know.
archives. You
I know.
fucking
I know.
little cunt.
How insane. How insane, right?
By the way, why were those documents there?
Good
'Cause
question.
if you intend to sit here and suggest to me that Joe Biden can read, I will call you a fucking
Very
liar.
true.
Do you know, do you know,
again,
do you know which countries were in the document?
it was Ukraine
Yeah. And you know the other two?
and China.
No, it wasn't China.
I thought one was China. Was the other one too then?
The other two were the UK and Iran.
Oh, I knew one. Yeah, I remember reading Iran. I thought one was China. I knew one was Ukraine though, because fucking of course it was.
Isn't that
but-
a coincidence?
Oh, what a coincidence.
The very country
Yeah.
that your son was sitting in when you were vice president.
Weren't these documents
I'm
meant
told
to have
that's
been
not a
like?
coincidence.
Weren't these documents being looked for at one point?
I don't know if they were being looked for. I don't know about that. But it is just insanely ridiculous that it's okay when we do it. It's fine when we do this. We're going to try to impeach our enemies when they do it, even though it's not even anywhere near the most extreme kind of circumstance.
Yeah, not
But
even
it's
remotely.
horrible for you to do it. It's okay when we do it. If you could find that view clip, I'll be right back. I'm just going to run to the bathroom.
It's on the thing,
One
by the
sec.
way.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Be right back.
Okay. Yeah, this is the point where we talk racist shit.
Excellent.
Good, yeah.
French aren't people.
French is barely
This-
human. Although
I haven't evolved fucking thumbs yet.
Okay, so the fact that I have thumbs and French blood means that my thumbs come from the Dutch, clearly.
Yeah. We need the thumbs for selling all the slaves. You can't steer the. You. Admittedly, you did outsource the driving of the ship, so we won't dwell on that.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to think of like, which is like the worst. God, the Spanish are fucking bad though.
Yeah. Well, don't complain about the Spanish. If they weren't so incompetent, then the Dutch pretty much wouldn't exist because their golden age was the result of stealing the entire Spanish silver hoard.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like the Spanish were just like complete fucking assholes.
That's I know, but it's like complaining about the buffalo being done when they're in the pasture when you shoot them in the back of the head.
You know why I find that so funny? It's because the Americans, like the wokies, they constantly complain, "Oh, look about the Hispanics," but they complain about colonizations. Like, have you ever looked at the Spanish in the Hispanics? Like, they're fucking horrifying.
So, why do you think those areas are called Hispanic?
Yeah, exactly.
The impression that they were the result of just the Spaniards shagging their way around all of South America.
Oh, this is fucking gold. Oh my
Okay,
God,
this is amazing.
gold.
I kind of forgot about this, but this is Memology has clipped this out for us. Thank you so much, Memology. If you have the
yeah, it's up.
Watch the other. Okay,
I'm on the board.
This
today,
is
by the way.
it's very short, and then we'll watch the next horrible Neil deGrasse Tyson thing.
Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, I love the music.
It's so good. Just the little touches.
It is classic.
This is unbelievable.
There are differences in what happened. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
every fucking time I do this, you're sharing the screen.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry about that. We're doing two different ways of sharing it, so sorry about the echo.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Please move on. Please hit play. I don't want to look at this rubber glove stretched over
Sorry.
a skeleton.
Yes. But everybody's so not good. Well, we all know that Trump is a liar and a thief. You know?
The story has nothing to do with Trump.
I love how that's always a great accent to say that in.
That he obstructed and he lied. We don't think that Biden is a liar and a thief, so we give him the benefit of the doubt. That's partly what's going on.
We don't think that Biden is a liar and a thief. We think that Trump is a liar and a thief.
Yeah.
In my brain, I exchange.
So basically, you openly admit you completely ignore the evidence when you like the guy.
That you're a partisan hack, and so you can't be objective about anything. This is unbelievable. You cannot have any kind of goddamn really. Wow, the puppets have gotten a little bit more realistic, though, I'd say. But still. No. The spitting image puppets have gotten more realistic, but also kind of like more, I'd say, mutated than usual.
I couldn't believe you just brazenly say that. Like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Completely,
right.
Dick on the table.
Well, you just show up. You just say the quiet part out loud is, we don't like Trump, so he's a liar and he's a bad guy. We like Biden, so he's not a liar.
Yeah.
Joy, you dumb bitch. Joy, you dumb bitch. Oh my gosh.
I think also is going on, no matter what the truth of it is, Whoopi, they will spin it, Bubblehead and Marjorie Taylor and that crowd, Matt Gaetz.
Who?
You think
Matt Gaetz. She said, did she say AOC? Who did she say? Wait, what? Who did she say will spin it?
Taylor and that crowd.
Marjorie Taylor, hang on, I gotta go back.
Bubblehead and Marjorie.
Who's Bubblehead?
No idea.
So Bubblehead and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz are going to spin it. By spinning, you mean tell the truth. Yeah. Okay. As you just said, your truth is that you like Biden, so it's okay when he does it, right?
Yeah.
Marjorie Taylor and that crowd, Matt Gaetz, you think they're not going to spin this, that it's just as bad as Trump? And so the lie gets out there, people...
I mean, Trump was actually president. Yeah,
it's worse.
Trump was actually president and had the FBI raid his personal home.
Yes.
They were just digging through some room at Penn State or University of Pennsylvania, whichever one, and happened to find this stuff that Biden had just left there. Little bit of a difference there, Joy.
Okay, isn't it the case that the FBI needs like a congressional warrant before they're allowed to do shit like that?
Technically, but they don't give a shit.
The FBI follows the law?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking news to me, that is. But yeah,
believe it,
dude.
Yeah, that face is funny as fuck.
They got the DSP meme in here.
Dude, you look in the fucking mirror, you stupid muppet.
The lying has been so invasive, so ubiquitous that no one will believe the truth anymore, and that you can put that at the feet of Donald Trump.
So this is something really funny that you're going to see that I've seen a lot of people on the left saying right now is that nobody believes the truth anymore because it's been so full of lies. They've been saying this for years, but it's been more and more since the COVID narrative has started to fall apart. It's that like, why does nobody believe the quote unquote truth? Because you lied. Really, really overtly, and you've admitted to some of the lies, and in fact admitted to a whole bunch of them because you can't help but not admit to some of them.
We got a super chat from EHEF. Biden aides discovered more classified documents at a second location, reported by Just the News a few minutes ago. Thank you for the $10.
Oh wow, yeah, thank you. Also, Michael, Velma means Jessica Jones. Let's see.
In parentheses, they live.
Let me see. Let's see if we got this right here. Just the News.
Like this is just looks like a parody that you'd see in a.
I mean, it's really them just saying like. Yeah. Wait. Okay. ABC News.
Can we just point something out? Everything in pretty much the beginning of Trump's presidency, throughout Trump's presidency. Everything that they thought that Trump would do, Biden has fucking done.
Oh, wow.
Every fucking thing, including like incompetence in the executive. He's done that in
missing
fucking
is
space.
the concentration camps.
Give them fucking time.
Yeah, there's still got some time.
Here's the,
still a year.
And do you think they will notice any of this shit? Like, no. And then they wonder, why does the media have no credibility? Jeez, I can't fucking see why.
I hate to have you move back over. Do you have two different tabs? Like one is for the articles and one is for the watch together?
Well, yeah, if you can open up your screen.
Oh, right. I had to turn it off.
Or do you want me to?
No, I got it. Open your screen, doctor.
There we go.
Okay. So this is just a couple hours ago, really recently, aides to President Joe Biden have reportedly discovered a second batch of classified documents stored at a separate location, according to NBC News, which cited a, quote, person familiar with the matter. I don't really trust that stuff, but we'll see. Reports emerged earlier this week.
Tell people this?
I don't know.
That confuses me. Like, you're going to make him... You are the worst, just purely from a political perspective here, you are the worst aides if you are openly telling the news shit that could get the president impeached.
Well, he should be, but again, what they wanted to impeach Trump over. By the way, thank you, EHF, for this tip-off.
That's not factual, though.
But the important thing here is that the alternative is that it doesn't get reported and you just disappear. Because that's happened to a lot of Democrat aides over the years where
sure does. They just want to get their name out there. and real quick,
how many people is it now? 85?
Yeah, something like that. Just mysterious deaths. My last point before we get into the video is Robert Kennedy Jr., Jim Hoft joined together with several others in an antitrust lawsuit against legacy media for efforts to exclude rivals from internet platforms. We'll see where this is going, but in terms of the lawsuits, we now know via the Twitter files, and because everything else is popping off right now as well, that it's unquestionable that everything from the entire establishment media, along with social media companies, collaborated with the Democrat Party to silence any alternative or dissenting opinions. There's really no question to that at this point. It has been confirmed. We always knew that, but now it's whatever. It's obvious. Yeah, it's gospel. There's hard evidence for it. So it'll be interesting to see where that lawsuit goes. But if we could move back to the videos, let's watch this horrible Neil deGrasse Tyson interview because it's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen.
That fucking Gateway pundit thing, I just went like, wow, fucking Keith Olbermann looks great lately.
And that's not Keith Olbermann.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this was fantastic.
Let's watch. Okay, so this interview, I'm gonna speed it up a little bit.
Dunning-Kruger effect like a motherfucker.
Is the most. I mean, I'm vaguely aware of Neil deGrasse Tyson's academic accolades. However, he seems unable to defend any really basic thought or basic ideas in this. And in fact, he is shaking the entire interview. And I'd like you guys to look at his hands now, just fidgeting to see. Like he is not just fidgeting. He is physically shaking when being asked even basic questions. It's real, and this is the guy who's like one of the trust all science. Science is based. Yes, it's very weird. It's a very bizarre interview. And maybe
he's
nervous.
Moment where he does spurg out in a way that is really uncharacteristic of just a human being.
You could maybe argue that he's nervous, but Neil deGrasse Tyson has been doing this for 30 years. He's been doing interviews like this for 30 years. So I find it hard to believe that he's extremely nervous talking with Patrick, right?
Yeah, who's really fucking bad. He's an Iranian Christian.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that Neil's literal shaking is because he's nervous with Patrick.
We knew at the beginning of COVID to what we know today. What do we know about the vaccine today that we didn't know while we were all testing it in America, taking it? What have we learned now?
What do you mean testing it on America? They were tested before it was released.
9 months is not a long time to test.
No, but it was tested.
Yeah, but 9 months, the average is 5 to 10 years. I mean, 9 months is not enough.
Okay, so you have to test. No, you have to ask.
Okay, hang on. I turned up to 1.25 speed.
Okay. But I'm not claiming to be the expert on all this. I read
yes,
all
you
the
are.
same things.
Whoa, shut up. Hang on.
Okay?
Can you please pause?
They were trying. That's what the point
Spoon, you
of
probably
phase
had to
1,
pause
2, 3.
Please pause.
I did. Unless Bill can also pause it.
No, I don't. Everyone can
I
pause
click
it.
to pause it.
Sorry, it's just this is why the only reason I hate watching other is because it makes it difficult to pause things because sometimes it glitches out. Okay. Neil deGrasse Tyson is claiming he's never made any claims about the COVID vaccines. Lie.
You look back at your Twitter feed you have.
You have, Neil, you have consistently said that everyone should just take the vaccines, don't ask questions because it's the science. Now he's just, did you see how quickly, within 10 seconds, that's how short that conversation was. The fact of something that I have harped on for the entirety that we've done this show and in my videos, which is that the process to go from research paradigm to testing to being released to the public was 9 months when the average time for that for a vaccine is 5 to 10 years. That was done within 6 to 9 months. That is incomprehensible. He just goes, well, I guess it was fast this time. Unbelievable. Could you press play, please? I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
Am I the only one that is flabbergasted at why any human being would take a experimental shot for something that has a 0.03% chance of killing you? That to me is just seems fucking
because
nuts.
The media told them that it was going to kill. If they didn't take it, then they would kill their grandparents.
But I don't believe the shiny idiot box in my living room.
Well, we know.
You can manufacture a position of power. You can. This is something explored and is a very good documentary on this matter by Orson Welles. It's one of the last things he did before he died, which is called F is for Fake, which is about essentially about manufacturing expertise and about how experts in their fields can essentially say whatever the hell they like.
Yeah.
And people will believe them because they're deferring to someone who's an expert in the field.
Well, it was proven with the Sokol Squared affair.
What we've seen since the start of the COVID lockdowns is that everywhere you look, there are a million so-called experts willing to pretend to know what the fuck they're talking about to get you to do something that will benefit a larger group. And as soon as they get called out on it, they'll suddenly hide behind, I don't claim to be an expert on this.
I don't claim to be an expert. I couldn't have known at the time. It was just relying on the data. Right. But the problem is that, again, as a Sokol Squared...
Then they'll ask what's your degree, if you
precisely, though, and so that's the thing that I've been dealing with the last 3 years, is that, well, Aiden, you're not allowed to comment on this because you're a social scientist. Your degrees are all in social science. It's like, yeah, but because mathematics are the same. Mathematics are a universal language. So I'm as capable of understanding and reading scientific documents that come from the medical field as I am from reading scientific outputs from any other field because I was trained in statistics.
I think if stats was a thing, I could get a whole bunch of crap and go, Aiden, can you please make sense of this for me, please? Because I don't know what the fuck I'm reading.
Well, yes, and I could make sense of it for you in about 5 seconds because that's what I'm trained to do. So, and there's no difference in numbers. Data are. Numbers just are. And it doesn't matter what fucking field they're coming out of. Data are inherent. And because I'm someone who's trained in statistics, don't fuck with me on this. Because there's just mathematics doesn't change. It's a universal constant.
Plural.
Psychology is applied in biology. Biology is applied in chemistry. Chemistry is applied physics, and physics is applied in mathematics.
All of it is mathematics. If you understand mathematics, then you understand all other fields of study. And specifically when it comes to scientific research output, it inherently is statistics. Statistics is my field. So therefore, it doesn't. I don't care what other thing is behind your research paper, whether it be in medical science or psychology or whatever. Now, I will say that I can't understand advanced mathematical papers at all, like theoretical math. That's way above my head. I can't get that stuff at all.
There's a reason that when like impossible numbers were first invented, the person who invented them and described them to his shipmates in ancient Greece was thrown overboard.
But yeah, I don't get that stuff. But if it's statistics, which is what all scientific papers are for the most part in terms of medical papers, it's all statistics. Statistics is my field. So of course I understand. It is such diminutive. Because you know what it's about ultimately is that you're a conservative, so you're not allowed to have an opinion on this, which Neil deGrasse Tyson is going to explicate in extreme detail in this hilarious interview.
It's always been about is we control academe, therefore if you are not a academic, you're human trash and are not allowed to have an opinion. And if
I am an academic, so fuck off.
And if we're ever wrong, we'll claim that it just wasn't our specific field, and we'll just...
Which is what he's going to basically do here. He will never admit to that because he's one of those people who's like, I am the science. He's not as bad as Fauci. The fact that Fauci said that, people forget that. Fauci, who put flies
get vaccinated.
Flies on beagles' heads.
The villain of Dallas Buyers Club, who was happy to irradiate AIDS patients during the 80s.
Yes, there were protests against what Fauci was doing in the 80s because he was irradiating AIDS patients and doing completely immoral, unethical things that violated every single aspect of the Hippocratic Oath. He's back now, 30, 40 years later, doing the same shit. This man has no ethics. And Neil deGrasse Tyson's out here to play defense for him when we all know at this point, anyone who is not completely inculcated into this cult, that it's all been bullshit. Would you?
Here's my statement on the matter: is just Operation Paperclip never ended.
No, I don't think it did.
You know what's really fucked up?
Mm.
Is that the media defends all the worst white people.
The media defends anybody who is aligned with their narrative. Doesn't mean they're black, white, brown, Asian,
No, but
whatever.
they happen to be asshole white people. I just found that quite funny.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson's not white.
Just remember, COVID's the most illegal thing ever. Racism can give you heart attacks.
Racism give you heart attacks?
They are literally going with that now. I have an article on it. Should I just skip to that real quick? Let's watch some of this. I have an article.
That's an actual thing?
Yes, from Scientific American.
Racism give you heart attacks?
Yes, okay. Hang on.
Please explain to me why white South Africans have lived so long.
Okay, all right, because it got brought up. Thank you, Bill, I guess. It was not the transition I was intending to make here, but could you go back? We got a whole 40 seconds into this before we had to pause. If you could switch back over to my, I'm going to share my screen here in a second. I will pull up the article. Hang on, I have to go get it first. It's right here. Scientific American.
Fucking moron.
Yeah, here it is.
Fathom.
Okay.
You can see the terror on his face, even in this frame.
Oh, he's already scared because he knows he's peddling bullshit. That it's been totally debunked.
Look at the difference in body language.
I was literally about to say the same thing. They still look like fucking Patrick's face, like, bitch, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
It's like it's the face of a man who's about to hurl a fucking harpoon into the back of a cetacean's head.
So here is the when you get a chance to pull up the screen that I'm sharing. Okay, Damar Hamlin's collapse highlights the violence black men experience in football.
Fuck off.
I know. So we covered this last week, but a lot of people are saying that Damar Hamlin had a heart attack because he was hit in the chest.
Contact sport, you stupid bitch.
But the thing is that, now hang on, there is real evidence that people have had heart attacks when they have been hit with, in sports, what kind of thing have they been hit with in sports that has caused a heart attack? Has it been a tackle? No, it's been being hit in the chest with a hard ball like a baseball. Because a baseball is a really hard object. So if you get knocked in the chest, it can cause cardiac arrhythmia.
Yeah, but that's a literal like 1 in a million shot.
It's a 1 in a million, and they're now saying that this is in fact all racism caused it.
Oh, please
millions of people.
This is fucking dumb.
I know. Watches Damar Hamlin, he was 24. In the NFL, executed a seemingly routine tackle during a highly anticipated blah, 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 blah. We know Damar Hamlin had a heart attack.
You never see this in swimming.
His heart stopped working. The scene was horrific. This ordinary violence.
Swim.
This ordinary violence has always riddled the sport as it affects all players. But black players are disproportionately affected. Do you know why? Because the NFL is disproportionately black.
Yeah. Because they allow black people to play more than white players. Fucking
and they're going to say that because the NFL, people who make millions upon millions of dollars a year to play these sports, is racism.
There's like a level of stupid I can't.
This is unbelievable. Non-white players account for 70% of the NFL. Yes. Further, through a process called racial stacking, coaches racially segregate athletes by playing position. These demographic discrepancies place black athletes at a higher risk during play. So, playing a contact sport where you make millions of dollars in the professional leagues is racist against black people because they are overrepresented in those sports. I mean, like this, like the author here is not wrong in that black people are overrepresented in the NFL.
But why is it bad?
But they're also become multimillionaires in the process.
So even when black people can earn a shitload of money, that's still somehow a problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I hate these people. Like, please die.
This is unbelievable, right?
Yeah. This whole thing's modern day slavery. Then,
yeah.
If that means that whoever's at the top are dealing in an organization structure where money means nothing to them.
Yeah.
So what are they operating with? What is their legal tender? Is it simply on such a large scale that it doesn't matter, or what is it? It raises questions about the macroeconomics above the NFL and other major sports that can afford for some reason to pay their players more than God.
Yeah, apparently. As a cultural anthropologist, I've spent the last decade learning how black college football players navigate the exploitation, racism, and anti-blackness that are fundamental to its current system. I know.
As every single time, as something.
By the way, it's
as
a woman.
So-called expert.
Her name is Tracy Canada, of course.
Can I just say, because I happen to be the only person.
Is Tracy Canada a
sports.
transgender person? Let's see.
Go
ahead.
If you involve politics in my sport, I will fucking wish for your
Here's
death.
Tracy.
Just no. Unironically, you know who she looks the most like is Rachel Dolezal.
She does look like Rachel Dolezal. She does it. I think she's actually black, but she does look like Rachel
and of
Dolezal
course she's a woman.
lot.
I fucking guarantee she doesn't even watch the fucking game.
No shit. But
and of course she's a fucking woman, which means her only job is to complain and make everyone's life miserable. No offense.
I know it's not new to highlight the inherent violence of American football. This sport requires exceptional athletes who are otherwise ordinary men. No, they're not. They're extraordinary men by nature.
Men, you dumb moron.
That's why they're chosen to play in the sport, ding dong. Yeah, to perform extraordinary feats on the field. Yeah. We liken these men to gladiators and warriors.
So they're not everyday men then, you fucking stupid bitch.
They're not ordinary
so this
men.
woman has just compared them to slaves in the first instance.
Yes.
And what would they have anything to do with warrior culture? It's night and day. If you want warrior culture, watch fucking Battle of Nations or something.
Yep. Real quick, Kisser for £5 says, Neil doesn't know what a woman is. The fact that these people are glorified idiots who were never held accountable for their terrible ideas.
Yeah,
fact is,
oracles.
Yep. She just goes on. There's no reason to really go into this article. She talks about how
it is an insult to actual experts to give these so-called experts time. It's a waste of the fucking breath. They all know the shit completely superficially enough to try and blag people, and then they speak from a position of absolute authority.
Yeah. Despite the severity of Hamlin's injury, the current NFL season will continue. Yeah, idiot. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. They can't stop. They really can't. I know that one guy the one person who was working, some football-related person was like, well, the game's got to go on. But he's right. He got lit the fuck up over that, but he's right. The game between the Bills and the Bengals has officially been canceled, and the playoffs will be modified, but predictably, the Super Bowl in February will be followed by the scouting combine in March, the draft in April, and team training camps during the summer, all to prepare for the season to begin in the fall. So she is like upset that they're not just going to cancel football over the fact that this guy died. And by the way, again, the way that he died, this is unheard of in football. It's happened once or twice in the last 100 years, this type of event.
And what's more is the number of arrhythmic death, cardiac arrest deaths in sports have gone in the last 2 years have exceeded the number in the last 20 years.
Yeah, let's just go through these real quick before we get back to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
There's nothing that proves that. There's nothing different at all in the last 2 years whatsoever that could possibly account for that discrepancy.
No. So we have this
not at all.
Issue with Hamlin, right? And Scientific American just saying that it's because of racism, because black men are overrepresented, because of racism, because we hate black people. That's why we want them to play contact sports, not because this makes them millions of dollars. What an insanity! That's the only reason why. But let's go through this before we get back to Neil, because I think actually front loading this is better. Go ahead.
A lot of teams now will not let you actually, outside of the NFL, will not let you join the team if you have the vaccine.
We'll see.
If you have it.
Yes, some will just outright say, if you've got the vax, do not fucking come to this. Like, do not come to practice.
Is it because
I'm not sure about that?
Okay, do you think
it's an insurance problem?
I was about to say, do you think it's because it's bad for the game, or because like it looks bad for the sport?
It looks bad for the sport, and their insurance won't cover it. And now the insurance companies are considering if you die of some kind of cardiac incident due to the vaccine, you're ruled as a suicide.
What?
Holy fuck! Seriously?
Yes, that's on.
Where'd you see this?
Where do you see that?
If you can dig that out.
See if you can find that book, because that's insane.
A couple of companies have ruled like if you die of a cardiac arrhythmia, it counts as suicide.
No way.
Fuck.
So individuals and a couple of companies have been trying it, but.
So here's a Canadian TV anchor who just I know people have seen this clip, but This is something that's been happening.
Sorry, but her
when did
eyes,
this?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I know it looks bad, but they're now claiming, like, the current claim is that this has always happened. This has always happened all the time.
Out.
I never in my life, I'm 32 years old, never in my fucking life until the last 2 years have I seen so many people just on air pass out and have this exact same kind of response where their eyes go wonky. But just, let's watch it.
Anniversary. Well, people we spoke with say they were happy that something is being done, but this is something that they've been asking for since day one. So for them, this is about 1,000 days too late. Now, Nariman, looking at after the day, families are... Okay,
so her name is Jessica Robb. You can already see she's starting to stutter that something's wrong, but it's going to get really bad. And some people have to put a trigger warning on this video. I am going to say this is really fucked up.
Pushing the feds to... Sorry, Aaron, I'm not feeling very well right now, and I'm about to...
Okay.
You're about to lose consciousness.
Come back to me right now, and we'll make sure that, Jessica, you are doing okay. Thank you. We will make sure that Jessica is okay. So.
No, probably not, but I just like to point out again.
The fact that you're that big just makes you look unusual on TV.
You can see it. She's gonna fall over. She's about to fall over.
Yeah, of course.
Like, and then they cut away really quick.
By the way, just to make this lighter, Salty did a video on this.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of the video. I wish you could play it. Where he just goes, because in Canada they did not at all force people to take the Fauci sauce.
They did.
And then he just stares at the stairs for like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh wait. They totally did, and just that bit made me crack up so fucking much. I don't know why.
So that woman's in her 20s. Here's a collegiate basketball player who just watch this. This is someone who should be at the top of their health. A collegiate basketball player. I said health, but he just falls over.
One of the most cardio-heavy games in any.
This poor guy. When has this happened? And they're just telling us, oh, it's always been like this. This has always been what it's been like. Has it? Really? I don't think so.
If this did happen to a bunch of women randomly, a whole bunch of people all over the media would lose their fucking minds and say, what the hell
here's
is
a
happening?
woman, a 21-year-old soldier. Heavy heart after write this. Brianna Kremer, 21, from West Penn, Pennsylvania, currently stationed in Fort Still, Oklahoma, on active duty U.S. Army fire control specialist, passed away suddenly at her fiance's home in Palmerton, Pennsylvania, while on home leave from the Army. She came home on December 17th, was sent home, leaving back to protect our freedoms on January 2nd. 21-year-old. Died suddenly, no reason given.
A UFC prodigy who was 18 died as well.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that.
Yep. There's this one. I don't have that one, but there's so many of these.
By the way, did you see that thing that Paul Joseph Watson posted, the coincidence thing?
But there's so many of these.
On Twitter?
Here's a 17-year-old. We lost Blaze today. He was too early at the age of 17. He was a junior, Western Brown High School. He loves sports. Another
athlete, yeah.
Athlete.
Young as hell.
17. But it gets... I'm sorry, what's the one that you have? Because I don't know about that one.
Which one?
The one that you guys just mentioned.
The 18-year-old?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an MMA champion in Singapore.
Okay. I don't have that article up, but it gets worse.
Oh, well, I want to see if I can get you that coincidence one.
Huron kindergarten student passes unexpectedly.
Kindergarten?
3 or 4-year-old.
That's... You do realize this was totally done as population control, right?
Yes, we all knew that
from
the beginning.
No, we definitely did not. There was very few people who actually knew that. We were derided as tinfoil hat wearing crazy fucking maniacs. And now we're like, that sucks to be you because you didn't listen to us, you stupid assholes. You were too busy listening to some jackass on fucking TV, and we're the ones going, yeah, this isn't going to work, and this looks totally fucking sketch.
When 3-year-olds and athletes in the prime of their lives are just dropping dead.
Yeah. And the first thing they say is, you cannot ask questions about the vaccine. It's like, we already do.
Oh, Ehef for $10 says, I had heart surgery at 9 months. My doctor told me not to take the shot because of it. Now he tells me if I had, I'd probably be dead. I was also told not to take the shot. But the thing is that we were never allowed to be listened to. Like, anything that your doctor said didn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, 25.
Remember what Tim constantly said, talk to your doctor. I'm like, no, I don't trust my fucking doctor.
Some doctors would tell you the truth. Kizo sent us 25 minutes of people passing out. There's so much of this. I just want to bring up these new ones. I'll post the link here in the chat.
I actually had a word with some of my family members back home. And because our doctors are way more based, because the uptake of the vaccine among white South Africans is unusually low. I'm like, base skepticism runs in the bloodline in the entire fucking country. And a load of doctors, just because one of the people that came and spoke against the Omicron variant was a South African doctor. That's the whole thing that went worldwide. Not a surprise.
Yeah.
And they a whole bunch of our South African family doctors back home just said, if I am not going to take it, I'm not going to prescribe it to any of my patients. And they didn't take the vaccine, so they just said, like, no, I'm not going to tell my patients to take it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, this is the thing, like, too, with this, though. So I posted the link that Kiza sent. If anyone wants to watch it, we're not going to have time to go through this 25 minutes, because this has been happening for the last 2 years.
And we were
basically
right.
since
Africa has actually a very, very low uptake of the vaccine, and has like record low deaths as well.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Unsurprisingly, considering that Nigeria in '96, Pfizer had some medical testing there. They got 200 school children. They didn't tell their it was 200 children. They had a disease that is local to the region. The Pfizer explicitly did not tell the parents that the disease already had a commercially available cure, and used them for medical experiments. And out of them,
what a shock!
About a tenth of them died, and the rest were most of them were rendered either paralyzed or mentally retarded or in some other way handicapped.
Yep.
And this was done without
here's this
any kind of.
You should watch this. This is kind of. This is okay. Fuck it. It's just funny. I'll say it. For God's sakes. For fuck's sakes. Yeah. Here you go. You can put that on screen and watch that. That's fucking funny as shit.
All right. One sec.
It's really good. It's totally something that Paul Joseph.
PJW.
Whoa. No fucking way.
What?
Hold on. Oh,
what?
Please tell me this is not true. Oh, well, he's up there in years, but still.
Huh? Should I play this video?
Holy fuck. That totally sucks ass.
What happened?
Jeff Beck just died.
I don't know who that is.
Jeff Beck is a guitarist. That totally sucks ass.
Jeff Beck?
Yes.
Fuck.
78 years old.
Well, that's a bit older, but
yeah, but
I'm more disturbed.
Fucking like.
Oh wait, Beck, as in Beck?
No,
Beck?
Jeff Beck.
Oh, okay.
He's a guitarist of the album. Like, he's like top 5 best guitarists to ever live. He's right up there with like Jimmy Page.
Oh, I'm sorry for my ignorance. I don't know. I didn't know who
this
he was.
kind of sucks.
Well,
that
as we mentioned earlier,
Slash is not going to take this well. That's his favorite guitarist.
Okay.
His nickname is like the guitarist, kind of like how MF MF Doom is like everyone's favorite rapper.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with his work, but and again, like
fucking sucks.
I know we did a little bit of a
fucking badass
memorial to a Diamond earlier, and I don't think Diamond, by the way, got the NOD, as you call it, spoon. I kind of doubt she did, but I don't know. So I wasn't. That's why I talked about her earlier and didn't want to throw her into this stuff because
fucking sucks. I don't think it's a vaccine. Like he's 7, 8 years old.
He's 78.
Yeah.
And for men, but it's when you see
meningitis. There you go.
It's when you see 3-year-old. Oh, see, they gave a reason why he died. In all these other ones, we don't know why. There's no reason given. We don't know. So what was this thing from PGW? Let's watch this real quick.
Oh yeah, this is actually pretty funny.
Are you or a loved one suffering from a medical coincidence? You want proper medical care, but you don't want people sniffing around asking a whole bunch of questions about what might be causing your problem. At the Kaufman Institute for Coincidence, we won't look into the cause of your heart or other problem. We'll just fix it. That's right. We promise to only look at your symptoms. We won't get all curious looking for causes, because that could get your employer or your doctor into some legal hot water. And nobody wants that. At Kaufman, we understand that coincidence is now the leading cause of death.
Hey, we've got another coincidence over here.
If we want to operate at the speed of science, there's no time for looking for causes. No pesky questions about drugs or vaccines you may have been given. At Kaufman, we specialize in the effects and leave the causes to the conspiracy theorists.
Bruh.
And let's be honest, we know the cause anyway. It was a coincidence, right? For each new patient, Kaufman's talented team of doctors strap on their blinders and look directly at the problem area, usually the heart, just like the CDC recommends. Our main campus now treats myocarditis, blood clots, heart arrhythmia, stroke, heart attack, magnetic skin, difficulty breathing, full body blisters and burning, convulsions, kidney failure, memory loss, cancer, sudden death, and much, much more. Give your coincidence the attention it deserves, but not the wrong kind of attention. At Kaufman. Schedule your appointment today at kaufmancoincidence.com and receive a doctor's note with a real sciencey sounding explanation to provide to your anti-vax friends, proving to them it was definitely not the vaccine that caused your coincidence. Kaufman, because coincidences happen pretty much all the time.
It's unfortunate, but cognitive dissonance will force people into this kind of nonsense belief system. It's unfortunately where we're at now, aren't we? Let's go back to the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. I think I don't have anything else.
That's fucking good video.
That's
that's fucking funny as shit.
Yeah, I don't have I don't have anything else for
this evening.
No, I do have other stuff, I guess, but I have to go. Well, I'm gonna make another drink, but let's get into the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing while I go make my drink. How about that? Oh wait, no, I have to make it. I already made a drink earlier. I can just go grab it. Give me 1 sec. Just go back to the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing. I'll be right back.
I can put it up.
Okay, and
let's wait for you or
no, go ahead.
All right.
I've already seen it.
People like your commentary when you go all kind of spuggy.
Okay, give me 5 seconds. 1 sec.
Now we shall wait patiently for the autistic one to return.
We'll narrow down.
There's only one other autistic one here. And it's not me. And I don't know if you're autistic, Bill.
Probably. There's something wrong with me, who knows?
I don't think there's anything wrong with you.
What? I got it. Alright. Whoop.
We're trying to diagnose Bill, apparently.
Bill, with what?
We don't know. He just thinks that there's something wrong with him.
I know what's wrong with you, Bill.
Which is?
If you say something gay, I'll leave you.
You're too cute. You're too cute.
Perish.
Let's watch this dumb video.
I like his responses. They're very, well, it's kind of like shit, I would say. It's like not driven by my ego at all.
Let's watch.
All about. They are tested enough to get data on how to then advise the larger population.
Hang on. Sorry. Got it. Done.
Oh, fuck you.
Yes, it was tested. For you to say it wasn't tested is a gap between your awareness and understanding how things work and what actually happened.
It wasn't tested in the way that we test anything else. So there's no awareness gap. So you're just calling you're calling Patrick stupid when what Patrick said is actually correct. What Patrick said is completely correct. The procedures that were put in place for the COVID vaccines are not the procedures that have been put in place for any other vaccine in the last 70 years. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Scientism, man.
Also, Pfizer got caught multiple times in like hidden interviews that they knew that myocardic arrhythmia was a known side effect
Yeah.
of the mRNA vaccines.
Well, now we also know
the
too.
Project Bear test video.
What we also know now too is that fucking specifically Pfizer was working directly with the U.S. government to shut down dissenting opinions on Twitter.
And when it got some of these vaccine things got pointed out, at least one person got like a 5-year gag order and actually got imprisoned over it.
Well, yeah, of course.
Someone in the chat said, like, I'm not
Spoon
talk about bodybuilding. No.
No, because if you get him started on that, he'll never stop.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Well, you went on for like fucking hours earlier on with your.
But that was a news story.
Yeah, but someone's asking me, and like my whole fucking
know.
point of the stream is to fucking do what the audience tells me to do, and don't you jackasses take that as an invitation to tell me to do some weird shit. Because I know my fucking audience is probably like, oh look, we can totally screw with Spoon. Shut up.
Do weird shit.
Fuck off.
Yeah, go ahead and
Bloody
play the video.
Americans.
Play the
Bill,
video.
how do you put up with these people?
I drink.
Okay.
Play the video.
Okay, fine.
You want it to be tested.
What the fuck?
If
Bill, you'd press it.
Fine.
If you want it to be tested on millions of people instead of thousands, you can put in for that. You can say, I don't want this unless it's millions. That's okay.
Totally fine with me.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
That's fine.
Yeah, sure.
But so based
Well,
on
he's saying
that,
he doesn't
do
want
you
to take a
say,
drug that's not tested on millions of people
let's
beforehand.
keep testing it while the virus keeps spreading. Okay? Right. So this is the contest.
Here's the
between
problem. Can you pause this really quickly?
information you have
I'm sorry.
available
Like, I'm gonna have to say
at
some
that
things.
moment.
The problem is longitudinal analysis. Is that you can't conduct longitudinal analysis of knowing the long-term effects of any kind of drug if you're trying to get it out within 9 months. This is an inherent problem. So what's happening now is that the longitudinal effects of these drugs that were not tested longitudinally are becoming evident. Okay, and it's predominantly seemingly myocarditis and other kinds of cardiac arrhythmic disturbances. Now, if we had tested this on a disease that kills 0.5% of the population for more than 3 months, because that's about the time that they were like trying to work and move from identifying the disease into developing a vaccine for it, which is not a vaccine because again, it does not prevent you from spreading it, it doesn't prevent you from getting it. It is not by definition a vaccine by all of those definitions. They have changed the definition of vaccine, and yet still actually the COVID vaccine does not meet the definitions they've even changed it to, because it neither prevents you from spreading nor from getting it.
Good rule of thumb, if you're like experimental medical like practice is younger than like the youngest distilled alcohol I'll drink,
yeah,
maybe it's not safe yet.
Well, because how could you, again, the average time to go from, and we're talking about serious medical treatments that have identified this disease for years and years and years, so we know the disease exists.
I hate you guys.
To go from identifying the disease to producing a vaccine within 9 months is unheard of. It's completely nonsense. Scientifically, it's absurdist, and it is a violation of every single ethical duty of scientists. Medical scientists to do this.
I'm sorry.
What are you chortling about?
Sorry, the idea of scientists being ethical, that's fucking hilarious.
No, it is. We're supposed to do this when you get a PhD, or when you get a medical doctorate. You have to first and foremost do no harm. But
Say
also,
it with me now, folks. Operation Paperclip never ended.
I guess so, but I'm just saying also as someone who's been through the PhD, I never finished my PhD, but been through the master's and PhD process, you're supposed to also we have to take a whole bunch of ethics classes to say, never, ever, ever use your position to do harm.
Kizza's dropped 2 sheets to say, Aiden, check
Oh,
your
shit.
DM. Sorry if you've seen them before.
Oh, I'll check it out in a minute. Sorry, Kizza. Well, thank you, Kizza, but sorry, I'm smoking a cigarette now, so let's go through the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing.
Oh, fuck. Oh, sorry, hold on.
And
what?
See, this is what happens when you have 3 people.
I don't understand.
What's going
I'm
on?
not clicking. This is just watch together. It's we
No,
need to
it's
find a
because
new
both
thing.
Bill and I are clicking the same thing.
Okay. No, wait, it actually isn't. Watch together is just fucked. Like it will just
on?
unclick.
What the fuck?
I don't know. It just does this sometimes. Bill, press the
And
button.
what's going
Try it.
on outside the lab?
There we go.
People are dying. hospitals are becoming overloaded.
Not like the ones in New York.
So, do you say we have good data on the 1,000? It's not yet at 1 million, in case you wanted 1 million. Are you going to say, let's still do it on another, let's wait another 6 months so we get another 1 million in here?
Yes.
Will you do that as a public health professional?
No, I would have said, allow the individual to still have a choice that's okay with 1,000 instead of a few million. Leave the person have the choice. Not force him to take it or else you're going to get out of the Marines, and you've been doing this for 14 years. Not force him to take it or else you have to quit your job as a nurse.
There's a public health
force versus
there's a
choice.
No.
There was no choice.
They
put you in a literal camp in Australia.
Contract that you have signed.
The
implicitly as a citizen
was only stopped like a
country where in part we depend on each other for health, our wealth, our security.
Yeah, hold on. I don't want to hear this because I want to know if any of you guys signed the contract that says this shit.
Choice.
No.
Nobody signed this fucking
public
contract.
Health contract.
This is retroactive.
Not to still have a choice that's okay with 1,000 instead of a few million. Leave the person have the choice. Not force him to take it or else you're going to get out of the Marines, and you've been doing this for 14 years. Not force him to take it or else you have to quit your job as a nurse.
There's a public health
force versus
there's a
choice.
There's a public health contract.
No, there isn't.
That you have signed.
The only one who might have the argument for is that when you join the military, you basically sign off your bodily autonomy.
Yes, that makes sense under the military contract because you do sign away your bodily autonomy if you sign up for the military. Average citizens do not sign away their bodily autonomy via existence. They have not signed that away, Neil.
To try and coerce people into medical treatment,
which they
because
have been
under
doing.
Nuremberg.
It's precisely under Nuremberg that you cannot do this. So every single thing that Neil is defending right now is a violation of the Nuremberg, and therefore also a whole bunch of proceeding documents that have said you are not allowed to do this to people. You cannot force them to sign up for things. The medical treatments, you just can't. And yet you have been defending this and continue to defend it, Neil. Now, even while we know that the vaccine, again, does not protect you from getting COVID, doesn't protect you from spreading COVID, it doesn't even prevent you from dying from COVID.
I have a real question. This is addressed directly to deGrasse Tyson, and here's the posit. Do you believe that people have bodily autonomy in medical grounds under the Nuremberg Accords, or do you actively attempt to revoke and denigrate the very legal accords that put the Nazis' necks in nooses?
Yes,
are you saying that the Nuremberg Accords were wrong?
Yes, he must be.
Testament.
A couple of things. Keza, the clip that you sent me, we have played on this show before. This is that Pfizer didn't know whether or not the COVID vaccine would stop the transmission. We played that a couple months ago. And thanks for sending it to me, and thank you for sending the super chat. We have played it before. Pure Stress says MK Naomi was never canceled. I don't even know what that one is. I don't even know what MK Naomi is.
Fucking think.
Hasidius for 5 says the problem with modern ethics is that modern philosophy has a terrible ability to make objectively ethical standards or moral statements. I do think that kind of ethics. So there are two types of morality that people can generally ascribe to: objective or subjective moral ethics. I think that anytime you ascribe to any kind of subjective moral ethics, you're always bound to do evil. There are objective goods and objective bads. That's my opinion. So we must be objectively moral on everything, in my opinion.
I think you can be.
For the record, MK Naomi was the CIA and Department of Defense joint project for biological warfare.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Cute. Yeah, I'm sure that's great.
It was the successor to MK Ultra.
There's not even anthrax.
I would imagine that's why Hasidius mentioned it. I'm not familiar with it, or not Hasidius. Sorry, Pure Stress. I'll have to look into that because I'm actually not at all familiar with that. Slosher for 10 Canadian says at work we'll have to watch later. Thanks for tuning in, though, man. One thing that struck me about Neil's arguments is that it sounds like he's talking in September 2021, also pretending everyone had a 3% chance of dying is laughable. Yeah, we now know it was like a 0.5% chance.
0.03% for people of my age range.
Right, for people in our age, so for people in our range, it was 0.03, which is
I remember this incomprehensible. Very clearly. the highest it was for us for like over 80, 75 to 80, and that was still under 5%.
And even then, that was in the age range,
minimal.
not including existing preconditions. So if you include preconditions that are comorbid, then that explains why that 0.03% death rate existed in the first place for COVID. COVID was a flu. It was developed by the Chinese government, but it has been used as a weapon, yes, with Fauci's help, but it's been used as a weapon of getting people to take a vaccine that was not tested. Now, in reality, Dr. Tyson knows it was not tested, but he's kind of trying to skirt around the fact that he knows it was not tested.
That me, a morbidly obese man in my 30s, had it 3 times, and I still have my sense of taste.
Right. Hasahopper 5 says the most insidious manipulation was that everything was framed as protecting the people close to you. Wear a mask, get jabbed to protect everyone else. And yet, while they were very willing to destroy your life, and it did not, in fact, help save the elderly. And Dreadnought for 5 says, Aiden, when they taught you about ethics in medicine, those are rules for little people like you. I know, right? It's not just hypocrisy, it's hierarchy. Yes, these are the rules for us. These are the rules for us normal people. They are not the rules for the elites. And that is completely correct, Dreadnought. You have identified, I think, the operative problem.
Can I just point something out? This is something that I realized it was complete crap. There was one point early, and this vanished like quick as fuck from the cycle, there was a Twitter leak that said something like 94, this is before people knew how this was reported, something like 94% of COVID counts was people admitted and then they had COVID. They weren't there because of COVID. They just had COVID and they were there.
Yes, it's a correlational issue. Yes.
And that's his thing. Over here, we only had any real outbreak of COVID because whilst people were in hospital, they brought in doctors to deal with the presumed uptick of COVID cases, and they had COVID and spread it amongst the wards and turned those wards into
unbelievable,
a
right?
house.
So the actual doctors that they brought over here to deal with the COVID pandemic actually had COVID and spread it. The other thing is exactly,
and they locked down the information about it and then prevented anyone from visiting anymore to the hospitals.
Right. Bill couldn't see me. Like I was completely alone in the hospital for months when I was sick with something completely unrelated to COVID. And so the other thing though with the correlation, as you mentioned, though, is that people were sick with other things if they happened to have COVID because the entire hospital was full of COVID because the doctors had COVID, and you died by any other reason, they counted it as a COVID death.
Paid every time it did.
And they literally got paid for doing so.
Yeah. And the other one was, this is like later on, the CDC admitted something like almost all COVID deaths, like in the high 90s, that almost all COVID deaths involve people with at least 4 comorbidities.
Yes.
And like,
because you need that many comorbidities to die from it.
Yeah, because COVID is fucking piss weak. So if the main one, go on.
How many people were organ donors that had their organs incinerated rather than used because they were marked as COVID deaths?
Yeah,
or because they were marked as unvaccinated. Now they're not doing that.
How many people missed out on life-saving organ transfers, or died because they simply couldn't get cancer treatment during that time?
Many people are still dying because they're not vaccinated. And they are not allowed to get organ donations. People have died because of this.
And there have been many cases where people have had blood transfusions from people who were vaccinated, and their
and then got sick,
turned to fucking putty on the spot. And there have been deaths, including like infants.
Did you see? I think it was in Japan, where they were specifically looking for unvaccinated blood.
No, it's now not Japan. It's everywhere worldwide. They're looking for unvaccinated blood. They're saying it's because we need to do testing on it or something.
No, you fucking don't.
You know what it's about.
Yeah.
You know what it's about. Why they want unvaccinated blood.
Do you trust? Like, what on one side is it's going to be very useful for the people who are unvaccinated. I'm not vaccinated, of course.
Nope.
But are you going to trust these people to stick a needle in your arm?
No.
After all this,
no.
Any faith in the medical industry is completely destroyed from this.
Yeah.
But I looked up MK Naomi a little bit. Not only was it intended for chemical it's chemical agents that could kill or incapacitate subjects at range and also be reversible, and also bacteriologically destroy crops. And it's strange. It was the entire committee was dissolved by Richard Nixon.
Oh, curious.
It makes me think maybe there's a reason that Watergate got found out. Because also, and by the way, despite being dissolved, they were still able to find remnants of the project 5 years later, which means that maybe it didn't. Maybe the U.S. bacteriological weapons in organizations haven't gone away as they were meant to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised by that.
Illegal?
No, I'm sure that stuff still occurs behind the scenes, even though it's totally illegal.
As a citizen of a country where in part we depend on each other for health, our wealth, our security, and the like. And that
I guess that's why you just treated anyone who wasn't willing to take this experimental vaccine as a subhuman. Okay.
I find it bewildering how many these people, like, on the one hand, they don't believe that the police should have any power over them, that they should be beholden to
They hate the police, right?
But also, they want the government to force you at gunpoint to shove experimental chemicals into your arms.
Yep.
And I don't know how it can't be really reconciled.
It isn't irreconcilable. You're correct.
I don't trust any of these people anywhere near a needle for as long as I fucking live.
Nope.
Fuck you.
In the best scientific evidence available at the time, if you do not get vaccinated, you will put other people in this organization at risk, and that organization does not want to take that risk. So,
but he's saying at the time, because he knows that the evidence is available now is that these vaccines do nothing to mitigate the spread of COVID.
Do you remember where was the?
Oh yeah, this is when his hands are going to start to shake. He's going to start to shake because even he's not even been challenged. He knows what he's saying is a lie, and he's freaking out.
Do you remember? I think it was in the EU court. They were arguing. I think it was either a German or a Dutch guy. Was asking some of the people, "Do you have evidence?" Because remember the time they were saying like, "Oh, it stops you from spreading the vaccine," and they said, "Do you have any actual evidence that this was the case?" And they didn't have any. So when they said it doesn't, so when Neil deGrasse is saying that, the best evidence at the time, the evidence was fabricated.
But there was no evidence.
Yeah,
at
exactly.
The time.
Yeah. So your one
by
that
the
time
way,
is bullshit. This never was happening. This is a fucking lie. They lied.
Yeah, zero fucks in the chat is right. He said their irrationale is that how dare you not be fooled into something that I was fooled into, and I think that's really what this comes out to.
It's how dare you question my position of power as an expert.
Yeah. And also, how dare you
despite
be
the fact
right
that it wasn't
you're
based on any
idiot.
reality. Yeah, even though I didn't actually look into it, I was just following what I was being told by the idiot box. Very cute.
Am I the only one who thought that this was insane, by the way?
This interview or the entire thing?
No, the entire thing. Because when
I thought
when people
the entire thing was insane.
Yeah, but when people came out and said the vaccine will stop you from getting it, I thought like, you people don't fucking know anything about this thing, and somehow you magically think this thing is going to stop you from spreading the virus. Like, do you know how vaccines work?
Well, to me, again, as someone who studied science, when I looked at it, I was like, that's not how medicine works. I was skeptical from step one on this vaccine. It was like, that you didn't have enough time to test this whatsoever. We had no time to test this.
I come from a medical family, so that kind of helps me.
Right. So you come from a medical family. I come from a background in statistics, and I was like, I don't think that. Well, not just I don't think. I know that's not how that works. And then I was told you're not allowed to have an opinion. It's like, excuse me, but you're not allowed. You're not a medical doctor. You're not a scientist. Like, excuse me, I actually kind of am a scientist. I mean, not your type, but I am a scientist. So excuse me, why is my opinion as a statistician not allowed? Oh, it's because numbers are your enemy on this, isn't it? Actual science is your enemy on this, isn't it?
Yeah,
anymore if you decline it. So, with any public health decision, there has to be a consequence to you not participating in that social contract.
Excuse me.
Is it your job in some
consequences?
So if you don't agree to go along with something that what he just says has been tested, but again, he explained how it had been quote unquote tested, which does not align with how anything else has ever been tested. There has to be consequences, i.e. you need to be punished for not going along with something we have not tested.
Disgusts me quite like social engineers. They are
sickening,
the
isn't it?
lowest form of fucking detritus on God's green flat earth.
He wants to punish you. He probably wants to kill you, to be honest. if you're not agreeing with him. Kiss It for £5 says, Aiden Spoon, let's not forget all the various FOL requests from the UK government admitting they inflated
FOI,
the COOF numbers.
Information.
Oh, FOI, yeah, Freedom of Information. Requests from the UK government admitting they inflated the COOF numbers and lied to the public. Yep. This is a mask-off statement. He wanted to punish you for not just trusting him and his ilk blindly.
Yeah.
You needed to be punished.
By the way, this also does prove one thing as well, is that you don't need to believe academia to be smart. You can actually debunk academia with some common fucking sense, which means academia are actually largely full of shit.
It's just a place to print a position of power.
Yeah.
Yep, it sure is.
Oh my god, that's brilliant. I should really use that from now.
It is the. Don't worry. This week has been a strong week of people stealing my memes, because I pointed out that Jordan Peterson dresses like Zidane from FF9.
He sure did. His drip was awful. It was.
He dresses like look. Put himself. I'll get you the fucking post because I retweeted it from Ollie Mark after he stole it from me.
You did offer the meme freely.
No, I didn't. He tweeted it as I was DMing the prick.
It's our meme.
You expecting
Bill.
someone who called Kami Mark not to steal? Like, are you really?
I'm not expecting him not to do it. I was just.
Bill, it really is our meme, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the joke.
It's the people's meme.
Thank you for stealing the meme I made about the meme. But what was I? Yeah, like it's what's always been. That's why they get so uppity about these mail-in and online colleges, because suddenly the power to print power is out of their hands. It's like the same reason they don't like 3D printed firearms. Suddenly the ability to you can just print like firearms. You can print strength. You can print power. And that was always in their hands. That's why they made sure that the first thing they did was lock down academia and media, because those are the two places where power lie and can be manufactured. It is infrastructure of strength.
Basically, the engine work of the cathedral.
Yes. Okay. Well, you and I understand that probably more because you and I are more familiar with of course, Moldbug's work. But yes, it is the end game of the cathedral in that sense. Yep.
I'm more a Bronze Age pervert fan myself.
Bronze Age pervert also based.
But no, we're not going to have the army bust into your home and force a needle into your shoulder.
Except if you live in New York.
They were doing that.
Yeah.
They did that in China, by the way.
And if you try, and even if you did that, they still welded your door shut.
Or they welded your door shut.
Or
so what are you talking about,
Shoved
Neil?
you in a little like camp cabin in somewhere in Australia. And by the way, I will keep saying this upwards and downwards. If there's ever an outbreak at one of those camps in Australia, ever, I want someone down there checking the wiring on the refrigerators in those cabins, because the symptoms of like severe COVID are like 1-to-1 the symptoms of phosgene exposure. You get phosgene nerve gas.
Oh yeah, you brought this up. Yeah.
From burning refrigerator coolant. So if ever there's a major outbreak at those camps, I am imploring people, demand they check everything on those camps in terms of wiring, in terms of the facilities there, because I would not put it past the Australians to just put some shoddy wiring in a camp and turn them into fucking gas chambers.
Just turn it into a gas chamber and then say it was COVID that killed everybody.
Yeah,
now, I don't know at this point, but I think it probably
late.
at some point, at some point that probably was the intention. I would imagine that they wanted to just, because I mean, how good would that have been for the Australian government if they were like really trying to push this stuff? They weren't getting the numbers they wanted. So they just killed off all the people in their camps with phosgene gas. Allegedly in
camps, they were unvaccinated, didn't have a chance in hell.
Right, they all just died because they weren't vaccinated, even though vaccine doesn't do anything to stop you from dying. Whatever. So let's go back to Neil.
That's not going to happen.
We pretty much did that.
Well, only put your job at risk, yes.
Yeah, 67.
Oh, put your job at risk. So put your ability to live at risk.
In a major economic downturn manufactured by the...
Which he can't even understand because he's a multimillionaire. So he can't even understand, that not having a job might be a problem for your...
average go
livelihood.
That'd be great being able to be a multimillionaire. Just
imagine being so disconnected and saying shit like this. Oh, you might lose your job. Wow.
7% of Americans took to COVID. That's force. That's not a choice. That's a lot of force and coercing and pushing going on. But you
can't go to the school unless you're vaccinated against.
can't get public education that you pay for via taxes.
Denied
that's probably
rights.
healthy.
But still, you know what I mean? Like, but you're paying for it. You're forced to pay for it against your own will.
Denied something that is considered a right, something that is considered that you are legally required to have.
So what he's now saying,
and they wonder why across the nation that the IQ is plummeting, and how
what he has said here,
people have been left out. Like they are being like. To call out to the weebs among us out there, like the very circumstances, like the protagonist of Chainsaw Man is being fucking forced into.
You don't understand the plight of Chainsaw Man, okay? Yeah, enforce the plight of Chainsaw Man worldwide. But for real though, what he's just said here in this last two sentences is that you should lose your job, whatever, who cares, like you'll just get over that, whatever, right? Oh yeah, you should lose access to the ability to go to school, who cares, right? Don't you constantly emphasize how much people should get higher education, Neil? And now you're saying that if people chose not to take your vaccine, that you've admitted pretty much already, no, we didn't know that it wasn't going to work, we didn't know it wasn't going to do anything. Yeah, but they should have taken it anyway.
Gamble with your life and with your fertility and everything
Gamble
else.
with your life
everything you are for the right to be taught how to read and write, how to this is shit this is shit they would write as propaganda about apartheid South Africa. This is shit they would write as propaganda about like caste systems in India and so. This is the very thing that they level
this is the kind
at
of
the doorstep of anyone who doesn't toe the line. This is the same shit they leveled at Rhodesia.
Is that if you don't toe the line, you're not going to be allowed to learn how to read and write. Well, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson is right here saying. Yeah, well, you shouldn't have been allowed to learn how to read and write if you didn't do it.
People are so happy to just sit there and go, yeah, maybe you should just suffer and have your entire life stripped away from you for not doing this one thing. Like the fact that people can sit there and actually do that because they're that disconnected from everyone around them.
Because they're totalitarians.
Then, they're that willing.
He's never going to suffer.
But no, don't worry. Nazi Germany will never happen here.
It's unbelievable that if you don't go along with taking the thing that he is now admitting which he barely admitted, but he kind of just shuffled it. We didn't know then that it didn't do it. Well, you might have known if you had done even a couple more months of research.
What do you think you have here? Free will?
You ruined everyone's lives. People who took it and people who didn't.
If this is the way that they're going to treat people, then why would I want to, in any way, shape, or form, interact with this civilization? Like, why would I ever want anything to do with it? You're going to you're going to put this out there. Like, these are the strictures by which you must follow in order to be a part of this civilization. The deal isn't good.
You must take our drug that we admit that he even admits, like, oh well, we didn't really know that it didn't do anything, but we didn't know that. Yeah, well, that's why you should have tested it before you forced it. And then are now saying, but it was a good thing we enforced it. You should have just, you just lost your job.
This thing in your vein that turns your blood into silly string.
Well, he's now saying like it's a nothing burger that people lost their jobs, lost their capacity to feed their own families or feed themselves, and lost their capacity to educate themselves. That's fine. That's an excusable payment for you not taking this thing that I'm admitting. Yeah, we didn't actually test well, and we didn't know that it would have these effects, and we didn't know it didn't do these things.
Okay, they're claiming that the black community has still not recovered from the aftermath of like Jim Crow and earlier eras of discrimination in terms of their education. What the fuck's this going to do?
It'll be devastating.
It's sponsored by the government.
Well, of course, it'll be fine. By the way, the longitudinal effects we've already seen in terms of children who were born under the COVID pandemic is the 30-point IQ deficit. So, you gonna deal with that one? Gonna address that point, Neil?
Did you see?
Or it's not. I know he doesn't.
Brett Weinstein spoke to Joe Rogan about this.
About what?
The mRNA vaccine.
Oh, good. Yeah. I haven't seen that, but I'm sure it's fascinating.
Yeah. And he said the idea that we saved 3 million people, because they asked where did they get that 3 million people were saved from. And I'll take Brett's word for this because Brett's an honest person. He said that was based on insanely inflated numbers of how many people were actually dying, and also based on no vaccine ramifications whatsoever.
It was based on what's called predictive modeling.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
Which was the predicted number of people who would have potentially have died, but that was based on the highest level of potential morbidity rate, which was 1%.
Way higher than it.
Which was far higher than the actual morbidity rate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of
And
the
also,
number of COVID deaths of deaths from the vaccine directly is 1.4 million.
And he also said that if you look at it overall, the vaccine did more damage than it did good.
Obviously it did. And the 1.4 million people who died.
By
the way, if you look at total deaths in the United States, this is the only country that I have data in my head, is that average death rates per year were lower actually in 2021 and 2022 than they were in 2020 before all of this happened. Less people died because less people got regular flus and stuff like that. So people who died from this are people who were severely ill or had multiple comorbidities or who were very aged, because that's who dies from everything and anything.
I think that people kind of glossed over the whole 1.4 million figure when it was released by the CDC, and that's what they'll agree to. So for reference, that's equivalent to 3 times the Rwandan genocide.
That, by the way, also that number again is lower than the average.
With that one?
But that's lower than the average deaths per year, though, naturalistically that occur. Deaths were lower in 2021 and 2022 in the United States overall. So
no, I'm saying that's the number of
they're saying from the entire
complications.
Oh, they're saying that it's 1.2 million vaccine complications.
1.4 million is the CDC agreed number. 1.4 million.
I didn't know they were saying that there were any deaths.
The Cambodian genocide.
Yeah. Well, I thought that they were denying there were any vaccine complicated deaths still.
It was quietly released a little while ago.
Oh, okay, I see.
Let's grab another number. Let's grab another number or two. For reference, that is approximately just about. Where is it?
So even if we were to take these numbers at their most,
that is the upper estimate of the Armenian genocide.
So if we were to take the upper estimate,
why are we mentioning by genocide?
Well, no, because I think this actually matters. It actually does matter. So because again, what Neil is saying here is that we saved 3 million lives, but you killed up to potentially 1.5 million via this. So, and that's 3 million
conservative estimate,
and
that's,
that one,
theirs is
yes,
a high
that's
estimate.
the CDC. That's CDC's low estimate because they're never going to report on this accurately. And Neil's extremely high estimate is saving 3 million. So you saved 3 million to kill
state of mind.
To kill 1.5. With these both being one a low estimate, the 1.5 being the low estimate, and the 3 being the high estimate. Does this really make sense? We're talking about dealing with millions of people's lives in jeopardy, and we're calculating it down into a mathematical equation. That inherently, Neil, is sickening. And also, you just don't have the numbers on your side to justify killing 1.5 million people to potentially, by your high upper echelon estimate, save 3 million. To kill 1.5, and that's not talking about longitudinal effects, which you didn't bother to study.
That's short term. That's just the short term deaths. Short term deaths more than Cambodia.
And they don't care. He's just saying, well, it was worth. I mean, I'm extrapolating. But essentially, he's saying that it's worth sacrificing.
That's the worst thing.
It's worth sacrificing 1.5 million people to save 3 million when we don't even know the longitudinal effects of how many people will die from vaccine side effects going forward. That part's really screwed.
And it's usually heart conditions that are heart conditions, strokes, and such. And
which take a long time to manifest.
Affected by strokes, by heart conditions.
People with comorbidities,
and who by demographic. Who's
elderly?
By racial demographic.
Black people, yeah.
Let's face it, if you are out there in the world and you're just happily chugging along thinking, this Tuskegee couldn't happen again.
I'll be right back. Go ahead with the video, I'll be right back.
Face it, it's inner city cull.
Oh God, yeah, that is fucking true.
I think that's bullshit.
That's a different country.
Yeah, but
okay, would you want a country?
No, America is supposed to be the one that offers the most freedom. That's what America is supposed to be.
Yeah, okay, so watch.
So for example, if you use that argument, somebody may say, well, freedom of choice. I want to choose what I want to do with the body. You're right.
What body?
If you want to get an abortion, it's your choice.
Your own body. Your own body.
If you want to get an abortion, get an abortion. If I want to get the vaccine, I get to choose. So you can't force. If I can't force you to get an abortion, you shouldn't be able to force me to get
because it's not about you.
Okay, by this extension, you work at any of these at a restaurant. You work in front of office. You work in any kind of position where you're seen by the public. oh, you're pregnant. You don't get maternity leave. I just want you get an abortion or you're fired.
Yeah.
See how long that fucking flies.
Not very.
Like this is the like the pro-choice movement was like, if you're out there and you were pro-choice but also pro-vaccine, then your movement's completely destroyed by that.
Yeah.
It's
and
about
some people
people you
trying to defend
interact
both,
with.
and they look completely fucking maniac.
Yeah.
And that's the social contract of public health.
We don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes, that's what the trials are, dude. That's why these trials. What, are you missing data?
Okay, normal people don't react like that.
Yeah, this is one-to-one Chunky Yogurt's fucking reaction to Alex Jones calling out Bill Clinton's a rapist.
Yeah, because that to me was just like, that's really embarrassing. Yeah.
This reeks of guilt. This reeks of knowing guilt.
Yeah. I would instantly just say, then what is with the hand waving? Like, if I'm just looking at it in silence, it's like, that's...
First of all, this is cultural appropriation against the Italians.
It's like... Wait, are the Italians people?
They get a pass because of Rome.
Oh, well, they have good food, so...
They have good. They got good food. They got pretty good music. They've got good culture overall. The patrician class, they're really the only ones we give a shit about. But we'll give them a pass. We'll give them a pass.
They also conquered a load of people.
Yeah, and Israel is their rightful clay, as I've said before.
But let me ask you a question. Are we saying only one type of scientists are right?
No, we're saying that the system in place...
The 16,000 that signed that...
No. The system in place to test vaccines...
You don't want to answer his question,
There's an entire system that's in place.
Look at the
review
tremors.
boards and all of it.
Yeah, and the average...
That's in place. Now you
sweat through that fucking shit.
Yeah, and so like he can't answer the question. So there were like 1,600 scientists who signed a letter saying, we don't agree with this, because I would have signed that as well.
By the way,
I mean,
just because the system in place doesn't mean it's infallible.
Right, exactly. There's a system.
There's
a system. The system. There's a system in place. So what if the system is corrupt?
Well, why does
the system is
fucked?
fucked?
Why does system?
But there's a system.
You know what else is a system? Internment camps.
Exactly. This is exactly how. This is exactly the way that you do get people who excuse. Who have excused genocides in the past. Well, we were following orders. There was a system. That's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing right now, Neil. Is that there was a system, so we had to follow orders, and it was correct. It was a system. Okay.
It doesn't mean it's infallible, you fucking weird.
It doesn't even just mean it's infallible. It doesn't mean that it's not absolutely overtly
Terry
evil.
Pratchett once put, a crowd's intelligence is measured by the lowest IQ in the bunch divided by the number.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, that's horrifying. It's also a really good quote.
You can say is, I have a better idea than all these review boards and all these agencies and the CDC. I have a better idea. Here's what you should do, and that would have made everything better. Okay, you can put.
Well, the problem was, Neil, is that the COVID guidelines did not actually. The COVID studies that were being done did not pass via normal IRB. These institutional review boards you just mentioned, they didn't fly by normal IRB consideration. They were given expeditory consideration, so they didn't have to go by the review board standards. You would know this. You do know this. There's actually the real problem is that he knows this and he's lying, which is why he's shaking like a leaf. Because he knows that he is lying directly.
He is shaking that hard, he's not even cracked open his Fiji.
Yeah.
Put forth that idea. But what I'm saying is, in a case where you can contaminate someone else, it's not about you. It's about the collective
health. Can we quote you on that, Mr.
Yeah,
deGrasse
that's
Tyson?
real cute. Well, whereas every single fucking vaccine company has admitted for now over a year, nearly 2 years now, that their vaccines do not prevent transmission. So it's not about preventing
proteins
anybody.
in those vaccines are transmissible via any mucous membrane, including in any bodily fluid, sweat, saliva, anything.
So it doesn't. So
don't kiss someone who's vaccinated.
What more infectious than AIDS?
But make sure. But again, doesn't matter. They didn't have. First of all, again, Neil, they didn't follow IRB guidelines. They were given special permission to not follow IRB guidelines, And two, we know now that it didn't prevent transmission. You even admitted this like a minute ago, like 2 minutes ago, and now you've forgotten what you just said. Are you out of your mind?
And on top of that, like, oh, everyone agrees to it. Why don't you do it? This is literally I hate to call back to you motherfuckers and your one of your quotes, which is a democracy is 3 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
That's not cringe. That's just true.
It is true.
You're assuming because somebody can take the vaccine, won't get COVID, which, by the way, I don't need to play the clips for you to see it, where everybody said, hey, if you get it, you're not going to get, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to get a Rachel Maddow, Joe Biden. I can give you Fauci. I can give you, and you've seen these clips before. It's not like you've never seen it before.
But he just said also that he thought that was true, but then like, oh, we didn't know it wasn't true, but then he reaffirmed it was true.
Like you've never seen it before.
Yeah, what happened?
They were wrong.
Hold on. So.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
That's why he doesn't admit that.
He did admit it
The
originally.
strain evolved. Okay.
Oh, it evolved.
So that the vaccine that prevented you from catching COVID was tuned to the variant of COVID at the time the vaccine was denied. What was?
Do you know why throughout all of like modern human history we've not been able to make proper flu vaccines?
Because they change
rapidly. In fact, what the flu vaccine usually does is just give you a milder version of the current strain of the flu. Is because these types of viruses evolve extremely quickly. There is no way to make a permanent vaccine against them. Anyone who is not an absolute fucking illiterate could have told you this and would have told you this and did tell you this, but you silenced them, told them to shut up, said, no, we're making a permanent vaccine, but now here we are 3 years later saying, oh, well, we always knew this. Let's cope.
For reference, my mother got the AstraZeneca, which doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
In terms of the vaccine. So she can't get the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you this much, the amount of actual uptake from people who got the first one or two out of like just, yeah, I'm old as shit, I'll get it.
Yeah.
They're still not taking this shit up anymore. They're not buying the fucking bit anymore.
No.
Yeah.
And also mRNA vaccines were completely discarded as an option in the 80s for a damn reason. But there's also a reason we don't use mRNA like gene therapy for anything other than like really, really extreme diseases where we
severe
have no choice,
diseases.
like cystic fibrosis. Like
cystic
fibrosis is a death sentence. You can use gene therapy and mRNA therapy to ease it slightly, so maybe you make it to 25 before you keel over.
Yeah, and another thing that Zero Fucks brings up in the chat as well is that jabbing people applies an evolutionary selection pressure 100%, which inherently, when you have put things into evolutionary pressure conditions, it will inherently cause that virus to evolve and create new variants. This is also not something that is complicated or something that was outside of the realm of anyone outside of massive big brain geniuses to understand. I can understand it. You guys on the chat can understand this. Have you ever played Plague Inc? Can help you understand it if you need a little bit of a visual video game representation of how this works.
Plague Inc sure had to lay low during this whole time, and then just reemerged recently.
When you put a virus or anything into extreme conditions where the species could potentially die out, well, it's put into extreme conditions. It causes evolutionary proclivity. Kaiser wants me to read his super chat real quick. I was going to wait for a little bit, so I'll just read all the super chats now that I got. Lucifer the Doberman for 2 Canadians says, is Spoon pitched down or am I hearing things? No, I think Spoon, you're just a little bit deeper voice today. Dreadnought for 10.
No, it's because I have software that slightly bumps up the boominess, like the lower frequencies. Yeah. So it's not that my voice isn't deeper, it's just that one of the frequencies are cranked.
Dreadnought for $10 says, I think our elites have discovered that they can do literally anything and get away with it. I think COVID was the run to see if they could do literally anything and get away with it. And I think the answer was yes. So now they're coming up with crazy shit like, I don't know what.
I have
crazy crap like banning gas stoves, trans infants knowing they will never pay. Yeah, I do have the trans stove, the gas stove thing on here. I don't know if you want to do the gas stove thing real quick.
I don't actually think that's gonna work.
The gas stove stuff?
Yeah,
they've already said like they aren't gonna actually ban.
Did you not see that AOC has a gas stove?
AOC has one. Jill Biden has one. Every single Democrat who has ever been pictured in their home has a gas stove.
Yeah, so the idea that they ban it is complete crap
Because
shit.
you cannot cook on induction stove, need
Yeah.
fire.
Hiya.
Hiya.
Uncle Roger, if you're
Uncle
out,
Roger.
I say we should clarify. We're not just being racist.
No, we're not just being racist.
Like
We're
usual.
just referencing
Uncle
referencing Uncle Roger. I agree with Uncle Roger,
if you're
though.
out there, hit us up.
I agree with Nigel, which is that look, we have induction stoves downstairs, but
They fucking suck.
Comparative to having a gas stove is far better. Why
Yeah.
all of these elites have gas stoves? Every single one of them
Yeah,
does, and it's like,
kitchen
well,
is
you're
a
not
fucking gas stove.
You're not allowed to have a gas stove. No, you're not allowed that. Absolute insanity. Wait, do you want to just watch that real quick? I don't know. Do you want to watch the AOC video, or do you want to just keep going through
watch this one.
We've already put it across.
All right, let's just go through this. All right,
I don't need more airtime.
but yeah, we got through it. The quick and dirty is that AOC is crying about. Okay, so again, so they're going to put massive. The way that I think they're going to do this, if I'm correct, Spoon, and tell me if I'm wrong. So they're going to put massive taxes on people to replace their gas stoves. Which is, how are they going to pay to replace those gas stoves if you care about the poor so much? So you're going to tax poor people who have these gas stoves, who often live in old houses that have these gas stoves, to replace them with modern induction electric stoves. Are you going to pay them to do that? And if you do pay them to do that, where is that money coming from? Oh, it comes from the public who you have
keep her
taxed.
job again after considering that she's about as popular in her jurisdiction as fucking cholera. And she got tuberculosis and typhoid, considering those who've got big
Kiss, I'm getting to it.
upswings in her region.
Kiss for £5 says, let's not forget the ONS admitted 70,000 people died within 28 days of taking the jab, and 179,000 within 60 days of taking the jab. Care to explain, Neil? That's sudden death syndrome. That's always happened.
By the way,
and where does the electricity
know
come
what
from?
Causes sudden infant death syndrome, and I think we know what causes adult death syndrome.
No, we actually don't entirely know where SIDS comes from. What
SIDS, we
SIDS?
figured out it's a protein that.
Oh, really?
We figured
didn't
it out
know this.
recently. It's a protein found in certain children that what it does is it blocks the electrical impulse that makes you restart breathing if you suddenly stop in your sleep.
Really?
That sounds fucked up.
So if you were to, just as a precaution, if you found, they can check for it. If your child has it, they just basically put them on an apnea thing until they're and it works fine.
I had no idea that they had figured out what caused SIDS.
That's what they reckon anyway. They've not confirmed it 100%, but they, as far as they are aware, everything lines up that it is just this one protein.
Interesting. Well, I hope we can find, because one of the most, I mean, do you imagine anything more tragic? And my heart goes out to anyone.
This is one of the bleakest.
It really is. It really is that you just wake up and your baby's dead. I can't. The idea makes me very deeply upset. But this stuff, with the sudden death syndrome, is just like, they died. And we don't know why. They just had a heart attack. They just died. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very happy
load
that
of people dying from the same fucking thing, and no one wants to say what it is. The fact that you're not saying what it is kind of a dead giveaway that we all know what it is.
Well, I don't know if you noticed this, but in all the articles I brought up before we got
Silence
into this video,
is complicit, is what they say. Yeah,
all of the articles I brought up before this, they say died suddenly of unknown causes. Died suddenly of unknown causes.
Really?
When it came to Diamond's death, they knew how she died, and and the media reported on how she died. But that's the thing; they reported on how she died. No one else's death is being reported on how they died, and that, I think, alone, not alone, because none of this is an isolate. All of this is in collaboration as a collective amount of
Zero
information.
Fox is totally right, by the way. It's just like when the news doesn't report the race.
Yes, exactly.
You
Very
instantly know. Yeah.
A loiterer committed this crime.
Yeah. Was he? What was he? A melanated individual by any chance?
But you're very, very, very correct. Very.
Hey, look, 6 people were shot this weekend. I can probably guess by who.
Right. Yeah. It's sudden adult death syndrome is basically what they're called. I think they have called it that now. Sudden adult death syndrome.
Designed. Okay. Over time, there were variants that
just a little bit
arose. the vaccine provided partial protection against the new variant.
No, it didn't.
It didn't provide jack shit.
That's been just how he's citing.
It provided a fucking paycheck.
But he's now citing
money.
He's citing research that has now been by the scientific community debunked. So you're actually being a science denier, right here, Neil deGrasse Tyson, by providing information that has been since debunked by the scientific community, which you supposedly care about so much. So you're a science denier by bringing up these old data that have since been corrected.
I hate that phrase.
Enough to keep you from dying.
No, it never did that.
Nope.
That has been debunked for 2 years. That has been confirmed to not be the case. And in fact, from the beginning, pretty much it was never going to stop you from. Oh, it was like a slightly prevented you from dying. That's all gone now. There is no more claim about these COVID vaccines. All it is that it might make you a little bit less sick. Doesn't prevent you from dying if you have comorbidities. That's the current only claim that the COVID vaccines have, is that it might slightly reduce your chance of death if you have multiple comorbidities. That is their only claim, or excuse me, if you do not have multiple comorbidities. That is their only claim left on these vaccines, is that it may slightly reduce chance of death if you don't have comorbidities. So you are lying via the currently accepted science, which is why I'm allowed to say this stuff on YouTube, because I am citing the CDC. So you are not, Neil. You're actually citing nothing. You're citing your imagination.
Asshole.
Statistically keep you out of the hospital, allowing other people with more severe problems to get the hospital attention they required. And
all
so
lies.
Then they would develop a subsequent, the booster and a subsequent mixture of the vaccine. This is what happens every year with a flu shot. They look at how the flu has evolved from one season to the next.
But are you required to get flu shots in order to be able to have a job, in order to be able to go to school? Oh no, you're not. Oh, whoopsie.
Australia tends to get the variant of flu before we do, because they get their winter in our summer, and then so we study that.
Yeah, they tend to get the variant of concentration camp early.
Yeah, they got their concentration camp before we did. Bruh.
So these annual flu shots are precisely out of the same idea of how this occurs.
How long have those been tested though? For years. COVID vaccine hasn't been tested for it. It was something we just came out. But let me
I don't know what point you're making.
Look how upset he is. I turn him up for a minute.
He will only maintain eye contact when he's seeing to see if he'll buy the line of bullshit he's talking. Every other time, his eyes are darting around like a fucking crackhead.
Wow, good point. I'm supposed to be the body language person, but yeah.
By the way, way to come on the show with a fucking Rolex on.
Oh, of course he did.
Then it was tested. You might
9 months is not enough.
You might prefer. No, it's not a matter of time. It's a matter.
It is a matter of time. What the fuck are you talking about?
I need to go to outer space. Excuse me. I need to leave my planet. Goodbye.
Unfortunately for you, I ate all the edibles 3 days ago.
I'm leaving this planet now. It's not a matter of time of testing. It's literally, that's all the testing is, Neil. You are a fake scientist. You are a scientism priest. And it really, as a scientist, makes me fucking sick. You are the antithesis of everything that I actually ascribe to as methodology. You're anti-science.
Welcome to the Church of Science.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
Scientology.
Holy shit.
Nah, Scientology ironically has.
It's a matter of how many. Yes, time matters.
Yeah, Scientology has more bases than this shit.
Paramount. That's the most important thing. Okay.
No.
You don't test on 10 people.
No.
You test on as many people as you can.
No. Oh my god, I'm trying to smoke another cigarette because this shit's driving me fucking insane. No, Neil.
That's what they want.
Okay, so here's the thing. Scientific significance can be achieved with a very low number of participants. However, when you're talking about introducing a stimuli that is a medical stimuli into a population, you need to know the longitudinal result. The longitudinal result is in fact the most important part, and in fact you need a small sample at first because you are conducting an experimental drug survey, which could have really serious deleterious results, which is why you need to have small samples at first to observe longitudinal results before you introduce it into a larger sample to examine longitudinal results. What you have just said here, Neil, is the exact opposite, the antithesis of the scientific medical method. What you have said here is so absolutely fucking backward that I struggle to understand how you could have said it with a straight fucking face. How goddamn dare you? This has now pissed me off. Fuck me, dude.
By the way, so We can tell, but also don't get tilted. That's what they want, as what I've always said. Secondly, and most importantly, when the vaccines were in their late stages, I would say, of testing, I remember very vividly on the radio hearing that they were asking for more people of color to come forward because they had a severe shortage of test subjects.
I wonder why.
Yes. Well, no, because black people and brown people didn't want to sign up for this shit.
Yeah,
and by the way, they are amongst.
The US government has a shady history of doing shit.
Oh, geez, we don't want to talk about Tuskegee now, do we?
No.
And that's why they
try
trot out.
Nigeria in '96 with the same fucking companies.
That's why they trot out people like Neil deGrasse Tyson to be like, "Come on, blacks, come take this thing." And it's like, no, they've been through this. They know what Tuskegee was like. They remember.
For that, I want to see more recent shit. I want to see how many instances these companies have of using Africa as a testing site.
How about just the fact that that AIDS was basically developed by the U.S. government, allegedly? I mean, as a conspiracy theory. Excuse me, I didn't say that at all.
Conspiracy. Even fucking Bernd Chrysler has said that, and he said, like, yeah, the government people literally just told me that, yeah, it was.
Yeah, okay, so AIDS was developed by the U.S. government. According to some conspiracy theorists. I won't, obviously I don't...
conspiracy theorists. The only conspiracy about Bernd Chrysler is his waistline.
What, that it's not round?
No, that anything
literally spherical? Okay, just the reality is that I tend to believe that the AIDS crisis was also largely created by the U.S. government to kill black people. But hang on, the fact that I
Fauci
think that
showing up in another situation where something to do with killing
Fauci
black
doing
people.
it again? Oh no, Fauci doing some population control? He's never done that before. He would certainly never do it again. By the way, like, this is the reality is that, like, the fact that I believe that conspiracy theory holds merit is a conspiracy theory that's held almost entirely by the African American community in the United States. I believe that it has merit because I've looked into the data on it, and I believe that it does have merit. That's not me being a white supremacist, which is how they would love to portray me. So I just think that I think that also Planned Parenthood is a anti-black conspiracy theory, but we've been over this spoon, and you don't agree with me.
It's not a conspiracy theory. The founder spoke before
Margaret Sanger was a
Klan.
eugenicist, yeah, who spoke with the Klan, who she actively said she wanted to cull the black population. So if you don't think the United States government would also be willing to cull the black population with AIDS and HIV, and then would also be willing to do it with things like this, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, unfortunately, it's just these things have been pretty heavily evidenced throughout history that the United States government, they've now come out and admitted that they killed MLK. So I don't know why, like, and then they killed JFK. So I don't know why we're pretending like the U.S. government doesn't engage in these massive conspiracies. A conspiracy theory is only something that just hasn't been admitted to by the U.S. government yet at this point. Could you continue, please?
I was going to make an early reference. Basically, the way the government looks at blacks is the way the Solarians looked at the Krogans.
Well, yeah. Nice Mass Effect reference.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the U.S. government looks at black people as if they're a group that can be experimented upon.
I am the very model of the
Science is Solarian. The Solarian eugenicist. And
if you read the secret documents, you don't need a fucking therapist.
But here's the thing as well. What I mean by that is that they need some of them for protection. That's the Krogan. And with the Democrats, they need some of them for votes.
To prop up their own propaganda.
Yeah,
and that's why whenever you have someone like
keep them in power.
Whenever you have a black person who speaks up against them, Thomas Sowell.
Thomas Sowell is just like flat out ignored, like he doesn't exist.
Oh yeah, well, there's so many black people who they just ignore outright. Thomas Sowell, or oh my gosh, there's so many. My brain's what's the name of that black woman who ran for governance in Baltimore City?
Oh, Kimberly.
Kim Klacik.
Yeah, Kim Klacik. Yeah,
who was awesome.
Another one.
Candace. Well, I have my issues with Candace Owens because
she is a black woman that the president like. Fucking Thomas Sowell's friend. His name's I can fucking see his face. Fuck, this is gonna bother me.
How about the Supreme Court Justice?
Oh, yeah, Clarence Thomas.
Clarence Thomas.
Yeah.
They hate the amount of like some of the most racist shit I've ever seen on Twitter have been anti-Clarence Thomas memes, where they straight up call him an Uncle Tom and a race traitor and all this
I've seen hard R's dropped in that neck of the woods.
Yes.
Well, it's not a surprise, by the way.
But you know why?
Just remember, agree with us or we're allowed to be racist here.
Exactly. Agree with us or we're allowed to be racist. That really
You
is
don't
the
get that
paradigm.
with actual racists.
No,
all they ask like you be racist will be nice.
I mean, that is the funny thing about like 4chan or whatever that I've heard in the past is that like, oh wow, there's black people and white people and brown people and people of Asian people and people of all ethnicities here, and they're all equally racist, and in a way that's more equality than the only black people are allowed to be racist and only against people who disagree with the leftist paradigm.
I don't believe in affirmative action for racism. I think that whites and blacks should have to compete on an even playing field for their racism, and I'll beat every single fucking one of them.
Why? I mean, but
that's what I said in the video today, by the way. I sent you the script because I said I find it so fucking weird that that if you're black and you say something that is conceived as pro-white, you will lose your black card in the eyes of black people who will say that if you don't toe the white liberal line, you will lose your race,
which is
makes
insane.
No fucking sense, right? And
look at people like the Hodge twins. I mean, because they're like a quarter white or whatever. They do have blue eyes, which is
they're like 48% white.
Are they like half white?
Yeah, they're like
okay.
They're like they even said that they just barely made the class.
I guess so, but like still, they present physically as being African American. I would say, right?
If I took them to South Africa, they'd be fucking colored.
Like
right?
Okay, they got better odds than Kamala Harris and Joe and fucking Joe's fucking buddy Barack Obama, who's
right.
Yeah.
But we're not allowed to hear their voices. We're supposed to silence those voices because even though we're supposed to listen to all black voices, not if they're high yellow, which
Let's
is
talk about Kamala Harris's fucking
what an
background
ancient
with
that's an
blacks.
ancient ass bit of racism that has existed within the black community and with all and white people as well in the West. High yellow meaning black people who pass as white and now it's like if you're high yellow meaning if you're just a black person who's born with lighter skin. Even if your parents are both black, but you happen to be born with a lighter skin tone, you're considered to be more privileged.
I wonder by who.
Yeah, who the fuck do you think created that shit?
Other black people.
Yes. And that's what's really screwed up about it. Where do you think it comes from?
If you've read Tom Zoll's Black Rednecks and White Liberals,
yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, precisely.
Because there were some of the slave masters, they would, they would produce offspring with some of their slaves.
Yes.
And so they had a higher, or the blacks that produced there had like a lighter skin. And because the father had money, they would have higher education. So you had like this school of Mulattoes that had higher education. And so
I don't know if you're allowed to say that word anymore.
Well, I mean, this is what they were called.
But it's what they were called historically, yeah.
Yeah. But that's fucking the quote from the book. You can't fucking And
right.
So, and so this is the reason why there is this perception of higher quality with the skin color because it literally means you came from money.
But it's also just it's just so fucking frustrating when again we have the Thomas Souls and the Clarence Thomases of the world who are incredibly intelligent. So many incredibly intelligent black people who are just shut down and not allowed to be heard. I mean, Clarence Thomas, not so much because he intentionally does not speak publicly on things, as his role should be as a Supreme Court justice.
He's based as fuck, though.
He is such a based boy. Yeah. But instead, we're supposed to listen
liked by white people. I wonder why.
Instead, we're supposed to listen to. I do not think Neil deGrasse Tyson is a stupid man. By the way, I think he's clearly a very intelligent person.
I think he's a willfully ignorant, lying prick.
Yes, and that's what makes it even more offensive, is that Neil deGrasse Tyson is not a stupid person. He's a very intelligent person who is shilling inaccuracies. He's a shyster, yeah.
Sure.
I think it was thousands, but
is it fair to say that some of the side effects we may not know for 5, 10, 15, 20 years? You can't
good question.
Can't say we know 100% the side effects 10 years from now. How are you going to know that?
Yeah. Okay. So no, of course we can't know.
So then all I'm saying is
watch. We can't know that.
Okay.
But watch.
Fuck, his hand is trembling.
Look at his hands. Look at his hands. He's shaking.
That's because the coof.
he had to admit that we can't know these effects because that's the fucking truth. But let's see.
A whole chapter called Risk and Reward in the book, which is tries to sensitize people to when they make a decision.
Oh my gosh!
What kind of risks are they absorbing relative to what they
to write description on a fucking character?
He's saying this is risk versus reward. That you should be willing to take the risk on a vaccine that has never been tested, versus a disease that he probably does not believe was created in a Chinese lab, even though that's totally proven as well now. So why would we take a vaccine on a flu virus that we have no longitudinal data on versus just not doing it and getting the flu?
He has spent most of this entire interview just going away inside his head to try and computate some kind of bullshit to spew.
Yep.
And the only time he comes out of that fugue is to look the interviewer in the eyes to see if
Patrick,
he's swallowing the line of bullshit.
Yep.
I will not remember that name in a million fucking months or days.
Well, it's in the top, so you can see Patrick Bet David.
It's cut off on my.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
And then there it is. It was under my RGX integration thing.
No, it doesn't matter. Just letting you know, but I agree with you 100%. Let's actually, I should pay more attention to his body language. I was paying some attention
if you're out
to
there,
it.
give me a sponsorship. I'll shield that shit. This shit is good.
I was paying attention to some of his body language up until now, but I don't think we're gonna get into that documentary. If you want to do it on Sunday, Spoon, we can do it. But we're not gonna get to it tonight. Let's try to just get through this.
Rejecting. Okay? And we're not very good at that, at probability and statistics or analyzing it. That's why
I am. And you tried to shut people like me down. And in fact, you basically... So this is now what he's going to do is... And he's about to do this. Okay.
He's great at statistics. They've killed over 1 million people.
Hang on. He's not incorrect. The average person is not very good at doing this. And in fact, all of us are not very good at doing this, myself included. Calculating statistics on the fly is difficult. We do try to do things in small numbers because the average person can't really understand any kind of number above 100. That's confirmed fact. Any number over 100 starts to be basically incomprehensible. Yeah, unless you're a weirdo, right? But for the average person, any number over 100 is almost incomprehensible.
I'm a weirdo.
So, yeah, but we're talking about people who are all in this chat. All three of us
playing Pathfinder RPG.
And most of the people probably who are watching us here right now are also people who are more higher IQ people and who are more capable of doing that. But the average person, I'm saying the average person who has an IQ of 100 has a really difficult time understanding any numbers over 100. That's a provable fact.
Yeah, the average person will struggle. The people who watch this podcast, of course, with their higher IQ, larger on average penis, and extremely handsome looks.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you're hanging out over here, you're probably not somebody whose interests largely include. I mean, I don't know what TikTok thoughts or something. I don't know. I don't know what interests
Weebery.
people. I like Weebery. Don't put my evil on that. Don't put evil on that.
Sports. Oh, that's just me.
But again, sports can include, as we're going to get to here, that Patrick is someone who actually has a great deal of statistical knowledge about baseball.
He also used to be a former bodybuilder.
But he's someone who understands baseball statistics. So someone who knows mathematics. Just saying, someone who just sits around and reads, I don't know, Beyonce news all day doesn't fucking know anything about statistics. It's fine.
They don't know much about anything.
Yeah, of course. And so that's the people that Neil is normally.
They wouldn't know something about bodybuilding after all.
Maybe.
Think what Beyonce's testosterone levels are like these days.
But those are the type of people that Neil is used to. That's the type of people who just are kind of blank, who are true tabula rasas, who just kind of sit there on Twitter reading entertainment news. Those are the type of people that Neil is trying to speak to because they are blank slates that he can easily influence. Anyone who has an IQ above room temperature is not going to be convinced by lab-based science. Man, look at me, I'm a scientist. Okay, it doesn't work anymore.
Okay, I need to try and find the image because there's a great tweet exchange between him and the Merriam-Webster dictionary where the retort is just Neil, please.
I do recall the first time I saw him really get smacked. It was. This is a while ago. This is when.
Yes, he appeals to midwits. And midwit, I wouldn't even say it's midwits because like it's like lower than midwits. Because midwits are actual like people who attempt to be intelligent. Neil
Norm
is.
Macdonald.
Oh, I love Norm Macdonald.
Norm smacked the
God
shit out
rest
of him.
his fucking soul. That man tore that man's throat out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he.
Yeah, so Neil
fucking
deGrasse
tore him.
Tyson tweeted, "In my day, the word awesome was reserved for things like curing polio and walking on the moon, not for food or TV shows." And Merriam-Webster Dictionary just responded, Neil.
Neil, full stop.
Period.
Neil. Come on.
Yeah, like, he is 100%... Neil deGrasse Tyson is perhaps the human personification of scientism. And I don't think that there's any other way to describe it.
He is like someone drew a ritual stick on the ground, pissed into a cup, and dropped a fucking antacid into it, or an alcohol into it, and conjured up the living embodiment of the I fucking love science webpage.
Yes, he is the
cringe
physical
elemental.
embodiment. You're cringe elemental, Neil. Let's keep watching.
Hi. TV commercials trying to sell you a product don't just show you data. They show a person speaking of the effectiveness of the product.
You might not want to go down this.
Would you really?
You might not want to go down this route.
You
Neil.
really don't want to go. Okay, we're at 7 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just need to know the timestamp on this video. I need to. I'm sorry. There's no way we're not doing this. There's no way we're no. There's no way I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. Oh, we might need to know a commercial. We wouldn't want to see a commercial that would do something and try to sell something to us, would we? We wouldn't want to do that at all, ever.
Fuck you, Baltimore.
Fuck you, Baltimore. We wouldn't want it to be any kind of commercials.
The vaccine.
We want any commercials.
No. Aiden, no.
We want any commercials. I'm done.
I would ask you to stop.
I'm trying to pause it. Okay. We wouldn't want any
we
commercials.
Can we just take a moment to realize something about this?
From what
tried
we
to do
knew,
that to adults.
Yeah, to adults.
Yes.
Okay.
Who the fuck do you think that was appealing to?
Okay, I need to throw this in there,
adults,
'cause I posted
allegedly.
this today, and like the dude with the beard and the makeup and the fucking the by the way, having a bunch of hypodermic needle costumes. Considering that, isn't that filmed in LA? That has a crippling drug, like routinely collects like hundreds of thousands of used heroin needles off the street every single.
By the way,
day.
Jimmy Kimmel did a new song like that more recently. I don't even know what it's called.
But
yeah,
I need to say this.
Well. Oh my
What
God,
is the
it was
obsession?
fucking
Okay,
cringe.
what is the obsession
Oh,
with
should I
drag
do
acts
that?
recently? Why are drag acts even still a thing, considering they would be considered like horrifically offensive by like 10 years ago? And also, drag queens are just furries, but women.
I mean, it is an
And
interesting.
if, spread that round, because I
idea.
guarantee you, it will irrevocably like purge that industry. If
We're
you fucking
gonna
spread
get
that
back into
sentence
this,
around.
but I just want to play this also for a minute. Oh, advertisements, like these ones.
60. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Why would a
Early
medical
Start.
pharmaceutical
Brought to you
company
by Pfizer.
need
Friday
to
night on
advertise?
Aaron Burnett
Yeah,
Out
interesting.
Front. Brought to you
Who the
by
fuck checks
Pfizer.
the pack This week with
of
George
medicines you
Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
Just asking. I mean, so you're saying there's a problem, advertising this stuff, Neil? It's what you're saying.
Boy,
There's a
let's
problem
go with
that.
Johnson and
It's
Johnson.
conservative stuff.
Like these companies, they've all got rap sheets a fucking mile long. Johnson & Johnson was knowingly putting asbestos in talcum powder used for infants.
Oh shit.
Pfizer was like routinely like testing dangerous
from what
and like up to that point only animal tested medicines in Nigeria and in black communities in Africa.
Yeah.
Using people of color as guinea pigs.
But here's what
crippling them.
Neil deGrasse Tyson has to say about it.
To what they're rejecting, okay? And we're not very good at that, at probability and statistics or analytics. They show a person speaking of the effectiveness of the product. A single person.
No, they show a whole bunch of people while being sponsored by Pfizer.
Lost 50 pounds. The testimony of an individual should be irrelevant to you relative to the entire set of people who have done it. And you want.
So actually, he's making a very interesting point. The fact that the entire media apparatus was universally sponsored by Pfizer, the fact that everybody bought into it, this is a appeal to the community. No, it's appeal to popularity. That because it's popular, because it's common, therefore makes it legitimate. That is a complete and obvious logical fallacy. Because you have a bunch of people doing it, therefore that makes it legitimate. That's not correct. Well,
Lots of people do heroin.
I don't know. How about this? You want to go, speaking just about the medical stuff, as I'm about to smoke a cigarette again, oh, I smoke Marlboro. Yeah, everybody smokes Marlboro cigarettes. Thanks, Neil, for saying that Marlboro cigarettes, which I'm about to smoke, the exact brand I'm about to smoke, must be good for your health because Marlboro says that 8 out of 10 smokers prefer Marlboro cigarettes. You
Remember,
absolute
kids,
fucking
it's toasted.
idiot. You absolute idiot just made an 8 out of 10 smokers prefer Marlboro cigarettes argument. You ding dong.
The brand preferred by your doctor.
That your doctor, and he loves them too. Yeah.
I want to look at those statistics, but we're not good at that. And advertisers know that. So they show the testimony of an individual, which is hugely potent in a civilization where we don't think statistically, we think about eyewitness testimony on something.
Yeah, but that's what Pfizer and all the vaccines have done.
I get the theme that someone...
And both. The vaccines have done both. Statistical based and individualistically based. So you're wrong on both sides.
I get the distinct theme that Neil had a very stern phone conversation after this went down.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can see how nervous he is, that he shouldn't have done this in the first place, probably.
Breathing even.
Yeah, he's clearly nervous because he's afraid to be asked real questions.
And somehow that is raised to a very high level of influence on our decisions. What I'm saying is, you're not your decision point is not, I'm not going to take the virus because 5 years, 10 years, I don't know what effect it's going to.
Did you see his, no, I know that was a Freudian slip, but was it a Freudian slip?
Take it back to the folks at home.
I'm not going to take the virus. Good.
We think about eyewitness testimony on something, and somehow that is raised to a very high level of influence on our decisions. What I'm saying is, you're not your decision point is not, I'm not going to take the virus because 5 years, 10 years, I don't know what effect it's going to have.
Though.
Was it a Freudian slip? What do you lads think?
It probably is actually.
I think it actually is a Freudian slip in that case, but it's kind of interesting, right? Why is he so stressed out? Why is he so hyped?
Wired.
Why does he sound like he's fucking tweaking?
Yeah, it's bizarre, right?
Well, some may not be comfortable.
Let me finish the sentence. You
okay.
Maybe maintain eye contact, you fucking tweaker.
You can say, I don't want to take the virus because 5 or 10 years from
now,
there could be a side effect.
It's twice now. So, okay, that's the problem. Is if it's once, it's a Freudian slip. Twice.
I'm trying to make a statistical point here, okay?
Are you? I have a statistic now.
I don't want to take the virus because it hasn't been tested for 5 years, and there could be some long-term side effect that worries me, okay? In that same moment, there's the risk factor of you getting COVID.
Sure.
Okay? Unvaccinated. At one point, 87% of everyone dying in the hospital of COVID was unvaccinated.
Pause, please. Pause, please.
So,
Pause, please. Pause, please. That was where that statistic comes from was when the vaccine had initially been rolled out, and it was all people who were extremely elderly. Basically, what happened with COVID is that everyone who died from it died pretty quickly. There were people who had comorbidities or were elderly. So they were unvaccinated because the vaccine wasn't out. That's where he's getting his data from. Isn't that a cute way of manipulating data? That everyone who died from COVID died who was unvaccinated before the vaccine existed, and when the people who were most vulnerable who were going to die from it no matter what, because we know the vaccine doesn't actually prevent death, already had died from it. That's where he's drawing his data from. Are you seeing the manipulation that's happening in front of your eyes, friends? What an insane way of manipulating statistical data. I would never, I can't even imagine look, how much of a lack of ethics you have to be to be this way truly makes me ill. Because you don't care about people who are going to die because you have to suit a narrative. That's incomprehensible to me. Sorry.
Continue my absence. I shall be back momentarily. I need to go and follow Mr. deGrasse Tyson's example by taking the piss.
Okay, Spin, go ahead. I'll be here. But
risk choice is I'm not going to take it because maybe somewhere down the line something will happen and we don't know what that is, or I will risk getting COVID, and if I get COVID, depending on your age and other things, there's a 3% chance of me dying.
No, not 3. Point 0.03,
Yes, but what I see
depending on your
people
age
doing
group.
is they focus on one thing, and that's the foundation of their decision, rather than the other chance. And what happens if you get COVID? Now you get long COVID. Now you don't have a taste buds for 2 years.
Pause.
Whatever it is for long COVID.
Can you pause this, please?
Don't care, I'm not dead.
Long COVID, Neil, you still get COVID under this vaccine. That's never, it was a promise at first, but you've even admitted that it's not the promise now. And that people will still get COVID if they've been vaccinated, and will still get long COVID if they've been vaccinated. That's the current gestalt. I'm allowed to say this because it's the currently accepted scientific reality, right?
Apparently.
You can still get long COVID whether or not you've been vaccinated. So what's the fucking point? How can you be out here with this stuff all being accepted for years now and still be lying to people bald-faced like this? So I continue to spin.
Because white people are some racisms.
Yeah, I don't know. Would you continue the video, though?
You're on a ventilator in the hospital, possibly dying? Like, what? Where
Wait,
is
pause
the,
on that one,
so
one more
I
sec-
look
one more
every
second.
day, once a week, I look
If they put you on a ventilator, they're going to kill you. A ventilator is a death machine. So if you get put on a ventilator, do not allow yourself to ever be put in, well, I'm not saying that, but just be very careful if someone's talking about putting you on a ventilator. Tell your family about this as well. Ventilators are pretty much a death sentence, okay? Be very clear about that. That's not me being conspiratorial, it's just the truth. In terms of people, if you get put on a ventilator, you're dead, okay? In like 90% of cases, you're not coming out of it. Continue, though.
The statistics. How many people are getting COVID? What's the rate? What's the rate of hospitalization? What's the rate of deaths? Where is it by state?
I had to look at it. My board forced me to look. We're in the business, so we have to
They
look at it.
should,
Yeah, of course.
because it's data.
Yeah,
on,
I agree.
On risk factors.
The risk of people's lives.
Okay,
for
so,
sure.
so nothing is ever zero
truth.
risk.
Yeah, if he was.
Yeah,
if
there's
he
a
was
risk
as
that
big
you'll grow a
fucking
third arm in 10 years because the virus
asshole
mutates
member
within
of
you.
it.
Should the individual not have the right to say, I don't want to take it because that's
you don't have the right to contaminate someone else. So if you don't want to get shot,
But it doesn't prevent you.
Yes,
but
yes,
you're telling lies now.
That's
You're
bullshit.
telling
Yes, you fucking
lies.
do. You do have
first
the
of
right
all-
to infect somebody else. That's crap.
Yes. Also, it's called the flu that has existed through the entirety of human history.
That
You
has
have
high
a
death
cold.
counts.
You have a
It
fucking
rings real
cold.
hollow when you've decriminalized infecting people with HIV in Los Angeles.
Oh right, yeah, and now in California, it's completely decriminalized to intentionally infect someone with HIV because you're a bug chaser or whatever. They decriminalized that to intentionally inflict someone with a actually deadly disease. I know Magic Johnson's doing all right. I think he's still all right. He's still alive, but it doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is that California decriminalized intentionally inflicting someone and infecting someone with a disease that has a death sentence attached to it, that has no cure, that has no real treatment. Well, besides giving a whole shit ton of money to the Californian government, of course. How cute is this? And by cute, I mean absolutely fucking disgusting.
No, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Says
Continue.
that.
It's a social contract in a modern civilization.
I don't have
for public health.
I don't have the right to contaminate someone else. What do you mean? Like, so what do I do? Stay home all day?
Yeah, or go to the beach. Yeah, you stay away from other old people who
all the time for the rest of your life.
Who are
Living your pod.
compromised.
So Neil.
Oh my god!
I'm
Please pause!
asking you
Please pause! So he's saying, yeah, for the rest of your life. This is his apparent solution is that you have to stay at home all day, forever, and never interact with anybody else. Live in your pod.
Oh, it's okay. I'll live in my pod. I'll live in my care home. Oh wait, some asshole put.
They're gonna move a bunch of COVID patients in there and kill all the elderly people like they did in New York. Whoopsie.
Which totally wasn't done for any poor reasons whatsoever.
And we'll kill all your grandparents while asking you to care about grandma. What an insane thing to say. It is not... Am I misinterpreting what Neil is saying here? He's saying that you need to live in a pod and never interact with other human beings because you might share some fucking virus or some kind of pathogen that you come into contact with? Because it sounds like that's what he's saying. He's talking about true pod people life. Just sit there in your VR headset and be content.
Creepy. A little bit.
Because I want to know how you process this as a guy that's well-read, smart.
I process the data, and the data.
We didn't have enough data, though.
No.
We didn't have enough data.
At any given moment,
They didn't.
There's data for you to make a decision. At any given moment,
Sure.
The
Yes.
data's constantly getting better and better.
Yeah.
No.
Right? So,
Right? The
At
data
any
are
moment, you say
constantly
to
getting
yourself,
better, but I had the data
okay,
from the beginning. How about you talk about this, Neil, real quick?
What
You
happens
pause
to me
1
if
second.
I get?
Neil, the data existed before COVID happened that those cloth masks don't work at all. And yet you and other people promoted, and not just promoted, but enforced people to wear cloth masks while knowing that they do nothing to prevent spread of disease.
And they exacerbated the Spanish flu and caused such as pneumonia.
Yes,
It made the Spanish flu way worse.
because you breathe your hot air into this mask and keep wearing the same cloth mask over and over, particularly when it has your cute little BLM or whatever logo on it. And then it becomes but I'm just saying, like, people, they wore their logo cloth masks that became festering grounds for other types of disease.
$5 Canadian from Slosher. The guy interviewing Neil made his fortune in insurance. The fact he was this nice when Neil was trying to explain risk shows his good character.
Yeah, he also
£5. Who wants to bet Neil would say nothing about people spreading STDs, especially among gays and prostitutes?
Oh, of course. That's beautiful. That's beautiful and charming, and that's the wonderful gay community. That's beautiful. How dare you?
That's not a beautiful community.
Right. Continue.
You notice how no one talked
degenerates
about how COVID is spread by sex?
No, of course not.
Gross.
Also, the same people say, in order to stop the spread of COVID and monkeypox, make sure that you.
Did you guys notice how
start go to glory holes, places that minimize contact?
Did you notice how how monkeypox completely fell off the face of the planet because it got found out that it was a disease that was almost exclusively experienced by gay people, so they just erased all information
How
about
do these
monkeypox.
dogs and
Weird,
these
right?
other animals and these small children get monkeypox? And there's just
Oh,
that
no, how would
shrugging
that have
Zac
happened?
Efron picture.
I don't know. Hey, Paul Pelosi, can you answer that?
Why does Paul Pelosi have scars from monkeypox?
It's a good
Continue, please.
question.
Don't mind spin.
Get COVID. There's a chance I'll get long COVID. I'm certainly out for at least a week.
But you'll get COVID no matter
and there's a
what.
chance I'll
The
be
vaccine doesn't help
hospitalized,
you from
and
getting
there's a chance
COVID.
I'll die.
Who cares?
I take the vaccine.
And you'll still get
mitigates
COVID.
This.
No.
Basically,
no.
entirely
You're
removing the chance
you're
that
now
I'm gonna
denying
die,
science.
Essentially, at my age group, and I will accept the risk that in 5 years I'll grow a third arm. That's the kind of decision making that I make.
Stop,
Now
please.
that's just for me,
Pause, please.
but on top.
Do you notice how he admits that he'll still get COVID, but then just moves on with it as if he didn't just drop a fucking nuclear bomb ass fucking take? You're gonna get COVID no matter what, because the vaccine doesn't prevent you from getting COVID. But he's saying it will prevent you from that. You might get a third arm. I know he said that I won't get COVID. Yes, you will though. So you're denying science if you're saying you're not going to get COVID. That's not the current state of the scientific literature. So you're going to get COVID, but you might grow a third arm, which is not what anyone's saying. No, what you're going to get is a fucking pulmonary heart attack. Holy shit. Talk about the actual science. This is what incredibly frustrates me and drives me up the goddamn wall is that I'm not a medical scientist. How come it's like people like me who are just regular ass stupid social scientists and statisticians who have to go through these data and be like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, those data don't make any sense. And it's just because people like myself who are interested in numbers and statistics have to go through and make sure that your data make logical sense, and they don't. They don't make any sense, Neil. These data do not make any sense to people who actually care about mathematics. You clearly don't care about mathematics, I guess. Continue, please.
On top of that, if my workplace says, we don't want you coming in unless you are vaccinated and you might lose your job, I would say, why? Oh, because you could contaminate someone else.
You're going to contaminate anyone no matter what.
A problem in their own health profile.
You're going to contaminate everyone no matter what. It does not prevent you from spreading.
Contract. That's why workers wash their hands in the restaurant bathrooms by law.
Whoa, what an insanity. What an insanity.
Didn't I tell you he makes this?
I know. I've watched this video as well.
That is the worst false equivalence I've ever
Washing
heard.
your hands
is comparable
Neil,
to taking a vaccine.
Neil, I don't think there's any company left who is saying that their vaccine prevents you from spreading or from contracting. That's all accepted science now.
Also,
and this happened like a week ago.
We've established that all these companies knew beforehand.
Yes.
So the data was around anyway. And I refuse to believe that these assholes in these high positions of power were not in the know.
No.
But he's now actively spreading scientific misinformation, medical misinformation. There's no other way to describe what Neil is doing here other than to say that that's what it is. Because even Pfizer, Moderna, etc. are all telling people and have been telling people for the last year at least that you're still going to get COVID, you're still going to spread COVID, that's why you still need to wear masks. And all that this vaccine allegedly does is prevent you from dying. That's what they've been saying for the last year. So get caught up on the current narrative, Neil, because you're like 3 years behind.
I don't even think that's
Continue.
true.
What?
That it stops you from dying.
No, but I'm saying that's their only claim that they have left. They've abandoned all of their claims. And Neil is still reporting on these claims that every single company that has produced these vaccines has walked back and said, no, that's not correct. So he is actively spreading medical misinformation. Susan, Neil deGrasse Tyson is spreading medical misinformation.
I forget Susan. Let's get a class action lawsuit going. Let's go out there and find all the people who've lost people to these fucking vaccines, who have now been disparaged and called crisis actors by Neil deGrasse Tyson, and we'll get a couple trillion out of them.
No, that'll never happen. I wish it would, but it won't. But
the law applied evenly. We'll get at least $1 billion out of them.
Well, right, but I'm just saying that via CDC's own data, Neil deGrasse Tyson is currently spreading COVID misinformation. It's not me making this up. It's not me. It's me spreading COVID misinformation. Neil deGrasse Tyson is currently spreading COVID misinformation.
Yes, they're required to do so because you don't want poop germs in your dinner that they're preparing. Because our evidence showed that that's one of the greatest places you can spread.
I like the way they said poop germs and not fecal matter.
Yeah, I would also probably call it poop germs, to be fair.
Ridiculous.
Disease is in a restaurant with a central kitchen. So this is the now you want a world where you can do whatever you want and have it influence other people.
I'm not saying that.
You kind of are.
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is the following. Like, okay, for example, statistics. Have you seen the documentary?
Okay.
Speaking
is
hang on for a second.
Okay.
Patrick hasn't said anything.
It's on.
One sec. You're saying. I think Patrick has said like 5 words this entire interview. He's barely said anything. So Neil is putting words in his mouth. But let's actually get a chance to fucking hear what Patrick thinks. It's the first time he's been able to express himself in this entire interview, even though Neil has put words in his goddamn mouth.
I don't know where it's at. You can find it somewhere online. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
It's got 30 million views. I think it's worth watching. Actually would be curious to know what you say about it once you watch it.
Mm-hmm.
The statistic then showed like pre-COVID, 29 people, athletes in Europe died suddenly from heart failure pre-COVID, pre-taking the mRNA vaccine. Okay.
Over the course of
post-taking the mRNA vaccine last year.
Just want to be clear.
1,500 people suddenly.
Like over the course of 50 years, 100. I think you said that, right? Like in their entire history of taking consideration of this, it was 50, and now it's 1,500 in the last year. This is a guy who is interested in sports, so that's why he knows these data. So 50 people over 50 years versus 1,500 over 2 years. Now, if you're so concerned with statistics, which I think we should be, I'm again predominantly a statistician. Why should we ignore those data? Please explain why these data are logical. Because he's gonna. Oh my God! Wait till you see what Neil does. It's unbelievable.
Had heart failures in Europe and 2/3 died. That's documented. That's not like it's a hypothetical, right? Okay, you read statistics like that, then one has the right to say.
But just to be careful. You have to be careful how you speak information. So
be careful about how you speak information.
In other words, shut your fucking mouth, otherwise we'll have you killed. Or at least deplatformed and removed.
We'll deplatform you if you say things that are correct, but you don't say them in a way that we like. Because again, unfortunately, Patrick hasn't said that those deaths were caused by climate change, which is what the new meme is, I guess.
Yeah,
that those deaths are caused by climate change.
It's fucking funny though.
Describing two events. Okay, you're describing events that had a temporal relationship. Okay, before you've established a causal relationship. Just be
no. You can't fight me on this one. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Got a little bit excited. I'm getting a little bit excited. There is no better data than temporal data. And you know this, Neil. There are no better data than temporal data. Temporal data are the best data when we talk about changes within a population. Temporal data are the best. It's longitudinal. It is by far, and it is
Stop clapping your hands. You're not fucking serious.
I know. It is by far and without question the best way that we can understand human anything is temporal level data, longitudinal data. And you just said, excuse me, let's exclude temporal data? It's not very good. It is the best form of data that exists. It is the best, highest form, longitudinal level data is the best. You can, oh my goodness, just you absolute moron.
Clear that's
100%. I'm not doing that. All I'm doing is the following. Here's all I'm doing. If somebody all of a sudden starts having a breakout, okay?
A breakout of what?
Meaning their skin starts breaking out. You're 26 years old. You never had a breakout. All of a sudden you start breaking out. And the doctor says, listen, man, what have you been doing differently? Well, listen, for the first time in my life, 6 weeks ago, I started doing DECA, steroids. Well, okay, that's why it implicates it, right? Okay. Hey, if somebody all of a sudden, is having a hard time sleeping at night, I'm having a very hard time. So let's watch your diet. Well, then they notice at 10:30 at night, you're having iced tea and, lemonade, and you add it with this. Well, listen, if we've been doing it for 6 weeks, that's why you're having a hard time. Just drop that. Don't drink that after 2 o'clock. I'm just making, saying, but all I'm saying is, what I want to know is I want to put everything on the table versus saying, no, there's one thing we can't put on the table, and that's the cause of the vaccine. There is no way there could be any negative impact because of the vaccine. That's ludicrous.
No one has ever said that ever about any vaccine.
If you say that, then
but that's what you have just said previously to this, that there's no way any negative repercussions could be due to the vaccine because you said that there was longitudinal data that were collected, which there were not. So you lied about that. Then you said longitudinal data didn't matter because of, who knows, incorporeal, incomprehensible reasons. And now you're saying no one's ever said that. This is why he's shaking like a leaf.
Say that, then the question then becomes back for you to say, when COVID first got started, I invited so many doctors to come in to talk about COVID. And then I invited people from both sides. I want both sides. I invited people from both sides. You know which side would never come? The side that was for vaccine would never, ever come because they thought they were above the average person, that they know and the rest of us are dumb. So because of that, they're not willing to come and sit down with scientists.
Oh, did you see his reaction? His eyes fluttered. Because now,
I wonder why.
Body language interpretation, as I've always said, is very not accurate. But to me, that read as he was like, yeah, obviously no one wants to come on and talk to you because we're so much above you.
I don't think that's it.
You don't think so?
No.
What do you think? What's your interpretation spin?
I think it's because, oh fuck, they're gonna ask us questions and they're gonna fucking tore us to pieces.
Oh, well, we'll see, right?
Because look at how it's not difficult to poke holes. It's really fucking easy. It's not that, oh, we're so above us. It's like, no, if regular people put us in any position where they can ask questions, we're gonna get shredded.
Yeah, case in point. We are looking at QED.
Exactly.
We are watching it now. We are watching a man react with absolute terror.
Yes.
Having even a cursory cross-examination.
Yeah, by a finance expert.
Yeah.
Right, but I think that his reaction is that he looks down on Patrick so much. So that's why he has his little fluttering eyes. Like, he thinks he's so much better than Patrick.
But Patrick is kicking the shit out of him.
The most fascinating thing, Patrick has barely said anything.
Yeah. He just let him talk, which is the
Neil
old
deGrasse
trick.
Tyson has destroyed himself.
Yeah. It's great.
I think that's arrogant. So to me, when I ask you scientific debate, I'm not telling you I'm a scientist. Hey, let me debate with you because I'm smarter than you. I'm not a scientist. I'm a business guy.
Let's do a hypothetical
let's go.
Scenario. Hypothetics are, let's assume an actual cause and effect has been established in this case.
Sure.
Which it's not have to see the film to know. I don't know that there's a cause and effect other than a.
So, again, I talked about that.
So basically, we're moving out of the wheelhouse of what actually happened.
Well, they were talking about that movie, Died Suddenly, which I have watched, and I know Bill came home after I watched it, and I was sitting in our bed, like, crying, because the end of that movie is mostly about, like, babies dying and stuff. And I highly suggest, if you have not seen Died Suddenly, the documentary, you can find it on Rumble and a lot of other platforms. Please watch that documentary.
Cry.
Well, look, you might cry. It's really messed up. Excuse me, like, I feel sad enough when regular people die, and it's astonishing to me that people like Neil deGrasse Tyson don't have any empathy. People who have been killed by their own actions. If I did something that caused somebody to die, I could never live with myself.
That's theme word right there.
No, I don't even understand. Like, I couldn't even comprehend being able to live with myself if I did something that actively caused somebody else to die. But these people are just not only like okay with it, but they're okay with lying on top of it. And then at the end, when they talk about the babies dying, I'm just, no, I'm checked out. I can't. No, just thinking about it. I can't think about it. I just.
Coincidence in time relative to other things that people might have been doing. By the way, alcohol consumption went up during COVID significantly. Okay, and alcohol is implicated in heart disease. So
depression, anxiety, people staying out.
Yes, Neil, that would totally make sense if a bunch of fucking 18-year-olds were drinking. But like 20-year-old athletes who are not even legally allowed to fucking drink dropping dead is not the cause, you stupid asshole.
How about the fucking 4-year-old we brought up earlier, Neil? A 4-year-old girl died. And that's just one. It's just one example that got brought up in the news cycle.
And he wasn't from Glasgow, so he wasn't drinking.
So, right. We have the healthiest people on earth.
Asshole.
Athletes are just dropping dead. And then we have children who are dropping dead. Neil, what kind of monster are you that you can't feel any kind of emotional reaction to the fact that people are dying because of the thing that you prescribed to them, and not just prescribed to them, but did under the duress of destroying their lives that you just so jovially responded to and described earlier?
It almost sounds like
truly
you're
sickening.
used to it.
Sure does, doesn't it?
home,
All of the
kids,
opioid
addicts, addiction. So the staying at home wasn't the best decision either.
What I'm saying is, if after the vaccine is available, more people die of heart failure over a time where alcohol consumption went up, as did depression.
That could be an option.
Oh my God.
That's right.
That's a very good.
That's all I'm saying.
Here it is. So the reason why people are dying from random heart conditions on the field, including 4-year-olds, is because they're drinking too much. Here's Neil deGrasse Tyson's explication. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Conversely, like, we didn't see these rates of heart disease amongst children when there was no minimum age to drink, or in areas like why isn't France overwhelmingly affected, considering that over here and in France, I believe the legal drinking age in your own home is 5 years old. I don't think France even has one.
Right. In France, it's totally normal. Well, it's not unusual to
at a very young age.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. Well, yeah, but because wine is just considered. Well, you don't get drunk off of wine. Just you do, but you drink along with dinner. You know, look, we're 15. We're 10 kilometers from France, right, Bill? Something like that.
Close enough to get a fucking contact high from the bastards.
So that's not what's being discussed.
Like
yes, alcoholism went out. Alcohol consumption went up under the pandemic. But you're saying that the fact that people who are in the height of their physical performance, athletes, they're dying randomly because of alcoholism?
It's a bit much.
And 4-year-olds are dying because of alcoholism.
That's kind of retarded, Neil.
Neil, this is not track.
But let's give it to you.
Go ahead, give it to me.
Caused this. Let's just say that.
The fact that he's
and
look how
listen to his breathing. Even
how
his
cute.
breathing is shaking. Listen to this.
Option.
That's right.
It's a very good.
That's all I'm saying here.
Listen.
But let's give it to you.
That's someone who's fucking terrified.
Oh, he knows
He's
that
struggling
he's.
to get each word out.
Yeah, I'm shocked actually about how clearly he's disturbed by the things he's saying, you know. But he has to say them because, well, he has to say them from his perspective because he's inculcated into this cult. He must say them. He's the black science man while he's shaking like a leaf, knowing that he's lying. And almost, do you know about liars? Yeah, I do, Neil, and I can see one right now.
That the vaccine caused this. Let's just say that, okay?
Yeah.
And add it all up, and you got, what was it, 1,500 post-vaccine?
29 to 1,500.
Oh,
29 deaths.
29
sports
deaths to 1,500.
Thousands of deaths, let's say, okay?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you see how he literally waved it away? 1,500 deaths. And by the way, his upper echelon deaths is 3,000 that were saved. So 1,500, half of what you're saying was saved. Who cares? Who cares?
10,000 even. Let's just do that. Okay.
Oh, now I know he's providing an example, but just saying, it looks really, really bad, you know, for you to say, let's just say it's 10,000 people, when you're saying the great thing about the vaccine is that it saved 3,000 people, which is a very, very contentious claim that has absolutely no actual evidence in reality.
Okay. All right. You can estimate how many deaths the vaccine saved during COVID. Okay? Because you can look at the death numbers drop.
We have your number, 3,000.
Hold on a second. I want you to repeat what he just said.
Oh, yeah.
Repeat word for word what he just said.
Just go back.
Listen to what he just says.
The vaccine saved during... all right. You can estimate how many deaths the vaccine saved.
How many deaths the vaccine saved?
You see what I mean? This is someone who's fucking nervous. and
Yeah.
they're talking all kinds of shit. You don't save deaths; they're dead. You
You,
idiot.
no, people
It's
are. So how many
lives
lives?
you save.
Right.
Yes.
Wow. Good catch, Spoon.
Thank
Because
you.
I actually didn't originally catch that.
We've seen so many Freudian slips in this fucking thing.
Yeah, so many.
Ceases to be Freudian slips.
Yeah,
Like, how many
which
times
tells
can
me
you
that
say?
he's extremely nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would he? Again, like
Never corrects himself, by the way.
It's bizarre to me why he would be so nervous on this like small podcast. And the reason why he's
I
so
wouldn't
nervous.
say Valuetainment is a small podcast. It's actually really popular.
No, I know it's very popular, but like this is not
Compared to
MSNBC.
mainstream.
It's not Fox News, right?
It's
like,
new media.
It's new media. But
bigger than
why
Fox,
is he
I think.
so nervous on this podcast?
Because
I would
he's
think it's
talking
because he knows it's not CNN. They won't that they are not going to clip him and just show his best side. That's why he's freaking out. But what a good catch.
Thank you.
On that one. Yeah.
During COVID. Okay? Because you can look at the death numbers drop off as people got vaccinated.
No.
Again, you can make a decision.
Okay, and you know what else happened? The
do I
death
not wanna
numbers.
die from
Hang on.
Just
real quick.
Can I make a completely like maybe different observation?
Sure, but just real quick, if you don't mind,
go on.
the reality is that the death numbers dropped off because the people who were severely susceptible to this disease, which are the highly comorbid and very old, died. And then other people got natural immunity. That's why the death rate dropped off. It has every single other virus in the entire history of the human race has always worked. Neil, duh.
Okay, you said exactly what I was just gonna say.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, because I was just like, does it not occur to you that maybe the people who were most susceptible died already, and the vaccine has fuck all to do with that? Yeah, the same point that I was giving. Yeah, good minds think alike.
At this rate that occurred in this world, or do I not want to die from this complication from the vaccine itself, the heart failure? So make your decision. And so you'll say, I might be in that 1500, so I'm not going to take. Then you get COVID and die from COVID, right?
Not if you're 15, not if you're 20, not if you're 25, not if you're 30. These are people who are dying.
Age of 65 and you don't have
Any
comorbidity.
no one under the age of like really 70 was dying from this, and you're now saying like, well, who cares? Well, I guess whatever. 15, 20-year-olds are dying from it. That's just whatever. Yeah, it's a big difference. It's a really, really big difference. The age in here does factor into it. It really does, Neil.
So you just make the decision.
You know what I would say to that? But you know what I would say to that?
What would you say?
Here's what I would say to that. I would say, perfect. Let me take the risk. And thank you for giving it to me that way versus telling me it's one or the other, which is how it was
you are
presented.
informed fully about what the risks are. But like I said, as a species, we're not very good at thinking statistically about it. We're just not.
Oh, fuck
And when
off.
we want to, we
By
believe
the
we're
way,
gonna
can
be
you
the
pause for a
exception.
second, please?
And just can I just say before you say that, what exactly, what statistical prowess do I need to say? What is my chance of dying from this? Oh, 0.03%. I'm not taking your fucking vaccine. My chance of dying is slim and fucking none. I thought of that, and I'm not a fucking genius. That's like basic math.
Well, exactly. That's the thing, and that also
How
he's
fucking
saying
dumb do you think people are if they can't understand that?
How about this, Neil? While you're claiming to be a doctor, which you're not, you're a physicist. People get asked this question every single fucking day. Hey, you have a very serious disease. We can treat you with this, or we can treat you with this. Here's what we believe based on statistics, your survival is on X and on Y treatments. People do that shit every single day. People who are actually sick. The reality is that you just put this shit on 20 and 15-year-olds. Why should they be thinking about their likelihood of living? A 15-year-old's likelihood of dying from COVID is like 0.000003. And you just put this shit on them, and now they're dying.
You're actually not far off under the age of 18. Because I did.
Yeah, I know.
I looked at this. It's a 0.00054.
I know I'm not wrong, and so like
next to
even
nothing.
with me being exacerbatory, so your likelihood of dying from this shit is basically nil. And yet instead take this vaccine that has a far more likelihood of causing damage, but we haven't investigated it because we wouldn't want to do that because that would upset Pfizer and Moderna and AstraZeneca.
And Dr. Fauci.
It's unbelievable that
it's
really insane that you would advocate for this. Again, if you were only advocating for all elderly people to get this, that would be okay. By the way, not going to help. It would still be fucked. You're still going to kill grandma, by the way. But if you were only advocating for grandma to get this, that would be one thing. But that was not what happened. It was advocating for 3-year-olds to get it, for newborns to get it, even though, in fact, these vaccines were never, ever ratified for children under the age of 3 to get, and yet they were still being given to fucking children under the age of 3. Continue, please.
We just kind of screwed up.
And look at the people betting on lotteries. You know, they think they're going to win.
But for me, like, you know, the moment they started saying you have to put on cigarettes, the risk of heart failure, cancer, this, that, and if you still want to smoke cigarettes, guess what? You got a risk if you smoke cigarettes, you may get lung cancer, right? Hey, if you eat this, if you do this, if you do that.
Yeah, but we've denied your admission to the bar. There's a cost to that because it's a public health issue. And so,
no, it's not.
You're free to smoke the cigarette, but not in my establishment, by law.
Not in your establishment.
By law.
By law.
Correct.
No problem.
Right.
Totally fine.
But that's an example.
But if you want to smoke cigarettes outside,
Neil,
you
It's
can.
not. It wasn't just
you
like
can live
you
on the
can't
beach
smoke this
unvaccinated.
cigarette.
That's
Like,
fine.
okay,
Neil, let me ask
pause,
you
please.
this.
Pause, please.
So
pause,
what
please.
state would you say was
Because
the
I'm a cigarette. Can you please pause? I'm a cigarette smoker. Okay, I don't smoke I don't smoke anywhere inside outside my own home. Okay, that's totally different from just existing inside of a bar without having a fucking document that shows that you've gotten this medical treatment that you had to pay money for. Well, or maybe you didn't have to pay.
Came out tomorrow and said, unless you get a tit job, you're not allowed to work here.
Yeah, it's like, unless you got a tattoo, you can't come into this bar. What bullshit.
Well, there are a couple of places that Tyson's probably gone to that require you to have a certain tattoo to get in. Certain clubs.
But like, I get it. Like, I know that people don't like the smell of cigarettes. I know they stink. I know that I like cigarettes. And I'm sorry, Bill, that I smoke cigarettes inside our house. But like, if a bar doesn't allow me to smoke cigarettes inside, which most countries don't even allow at this point, whatever, okay, I'll go smoke outside. But like, this is not an analogous comparison. Continue, please.
Most responsible during COVID?
State? I don't know. I never looked.
So if you're a stats guy, I have no
idea. Actually.
Okay, I'm a stats guy as well. I like stats, but I'm more financial. I'm not like, you know, but I understand what you're saying.
A lot of stats and finance.
I'm a baseball guy, so I like stats.
Okay.
I'm all about stats.
Oh no, here you go. Started feeling a little afraid.
If we look at the stats, the media made Florida seem the most irresponsible state.
This part's amazing.
Okay,
we're in Florida right now. You guys do have kind of a bad reputation.
A bad rap.
Okay, so and by the way, I've lived in California 24 years, 5
now,
years
hang
in
on,
Texas,
pause.
2 years in Florida.
What we know correctly about the stats
so you know
from
my
Florida.
background. That's right.
Okay.
10 years in.
Pause real quickly. The stats from Florida show that Florida had one of the lowest death stats from COVID.
Africa has the lowest uptake of any like continent in terms of vaccination, has the lowest death rate.
While also having the lowest, the most lenient lockdowns. So even though
it was their rap is so bad that AOC and all the other Democrats can vacation there.
Oh yes,
so they can go.
Well, that's going to be brought up here in a minute. And he's going to completely deny that and say like, oh, there's no correlation there. The reality is that but what we should focus on is that Florida has an extremely high elderly population because old people move to Florida to retire.
Yep.
And yet Florida has been the state that has had some of the least COVID deaths in the entire country while having basically no restrictions. So this does not follow that restrictions work. Right?
Can I just point something out here, just from a factual statement? Because I do data, and I have also this thing called a brain. If you said, hey, look, there's a bunch of people dying from this thing, the first thing I would do is there perhaps a bulk of people, do they have something in common? Like, yes, the elderly and the obese. Because later on he just says, how do you judge a state? Because he says, which state am I most likely going to get COVID and die from? And I thought, that's retarded as fuck, because I can get COVID in any state, you stupid asshole.
The state of obesity and the state of state of intoxication.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of
which I'm often in, and I got it 3 times, and I'm fucking fine.
Yes, yeah, Bill and I have both had COVID 3 times over, and it's like whatever.
Right, but
I'm a fat alky, and I come out like a fucking bandit.
Right, but here's the point I'm trying to make. If I looked at that and they said these people die, my question would be, okay, so the 2 main people dying from COVID is the obese and the elderly. By any chance, what is the obesity rate and the average age in a particular state? Because if that is quite high and more likely to die from those people, then naturally that state is more likely going to kill people, because that's the demographic and people most susceptible to the fucking disease.
Yet, the state that has succeeded in preventing COVID deaths the best is Florida, the state with an disproportionate number of elderly people.
And quite a lot of fat people. And a lot of drug addicts.
People, yeah. And yet Florida has thrived. And so Florida has thrived without lockdown.
Florida legit had a fucking regional lockdown, or not lockdown, a regional warning out, because hepatitis C infected monkeys had escaped a lab and were throwing poo at people.
But it should be that's insane. But it should be really
didn't get hit as hard because they didn't do the fucking lockdown bullshit.
Because the lockdowns don't fucking work. We knew that from the beginning. We knew that from the beginning. They don't goddamn work. And you just got mad. We have to be clear about the fact is it was political from the beginning. You wanted people to not be able to communicate or interact with other human beings. You wanted to separate them, make them isolated, make them immunized from social interaction. Not immunized from COVID, but immunized from social interaction. And he's going to get called out on this hard. Here we go.
Around 2 years in Germany. That's kind of my background. A couple years in the military. But if we say, hey, if we look at the data, the most irresponsible state was Florida. You would have heard many times news telling you that. When I'd go to California and I would say, I'm in Florida, I'm like, oh my God, you're in Florida. Oh my, it's horrible. But you know what I realized? Here's what I realized. If the state of Florida is so bad, why did the NBA during Black Lives Matter host the playoffs in Florida?
I don't think this is actually very good. I don't actually agree with what he's saying here. But it is interesting. Why were national level sports organizations hosting in their national level stuff in Florida? Oh, we know why. It's because there were no restrictions in Florida. And they wanted people to come to them. That's why.
In the bubble.
If Florida
I thought they created a bubble for themselves.
But why did they come here? They could have done it in Texas. Texas got plenty of places they could do it in. Why did they do it here?
I don't know.
But the point is,
you don't know how
safest.
What, I'm not going to use the NBA as a measure of what is
They also did the Super Bowl here.
A lot of the Super Bowl was here. I'll give you another one. Pro-vaccine AOC for vacation. She came to Miami.
Yep.
People from New York and California were partying for Miami.
Yep.
During COVID, when everybody was looking for a home during Christmas where to go to, you couldn't go to Colorado. You couldn't go to Lake Tahoe because it sucked. You had all these other choices. Everybody came to Florida.
I'm not going to judge the safety of...
It doesn't matter the judging. Neil, did that action result in some horrible shit? Oh, it didn't? Okay. So it didn't. They came to Florida because Florida was the only one of the only states in the country that was actually not locking down. So they all went to Florida for vacation.
Also, there's something else I want to point out about that. If the vaccine was so, or if the coof was so fucking dangerous, why did you go to a state where there's no restrictions?
Very
you were
interesting
in your
question.
own fucking state, telling how dangerous, mask up, get boosted, get the vaccine, all the fucking shit. Except me. I can go to Florida on your taxpayer dollar and do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, precisely.
So fuck all of you two-faced cunts. You were never scared. You just did this because for controlling reasons. Fuck all of you politicians. The coup is bullshit. And
the entire thing was bullshit. The entire thing was bullshit. They are not. Why are they not afraid? Oh, they're not afraid because they don't care. Because they know
it
was
never serious.
It was all fake.
It was bullshit. Yeah.
Not that COVID was fake, but that the entire
the threat of it was fake.
The fear mongering tactics were fake.
Bullshit, yeah.
But I can't use that as a statistics of safety. I can't.
Yes, I can.
Yes, you can actually. That's my entire field. You could use it as a statistic. You are deciding that you can't use that as a statistic because you don't like it. That's all it is.
I don't care who chooses where to vacation.
Oh,
I care
no.
what your
all of a sudden, you don't care about data. All of a sudden, you don't care about information because it doesn't fit your fucking narrative.
I have a question
God
for Neil to ask.
damn.
Yeah, Neil, you may not care, but if Florida was such a horrible state that these politicians all fucking demonized...
Which he said, like,
yeah. Hold on, let me finish my fucking point.
Yeah.
Why did they go there?
Yeah, very good question. And he laughed about it like a minute ago, and now he says he can't understand this. Now he's acting as if he's so confused by these data.
Because he is.
Death rates are, what your vaccination rates are, what your hospitalization rates are. That would be an objective measure from state to state. What state are you most likely to die in from COVID? That's a statistic I would pay attention to.
That's not a statistic I would pay any attention to whatsoever. Ever.
Would you like to know the answer? I could tell it to you, Neil. It's New York. Because they intentionally put COVID patients into old folks' homes. Yeah, so that would be New York. That would be New York for you. And California, I believe, as well. So Democrat states
with high
Democrat states are where you're gonna see the highest
Democrat
COVID
regions
deaths.
with large numbers of elderly people who are taking up their tax dollars.
Yeah.
Wonder why.
Has the least hospital beds to accommodate those who are sick from COVID, even if they're not going to die from COVID. I would want to know that. I'm not going to.
Well, you could have looked into it really
a
easily.
decision on whether the NBA chose to put their bubble in the state.
Well, statistically, New York and California does not look good. Statistically, New York and California, they're supposed to be the most responsible ones. Those two states didn't look good. All I'm saying is, from my end, in a space where I sit there and I listen to you and I learn. I say, oh my gosh. Okay,
look how much he's shaking. He's so shaking so hard.
I'm a guy that likes debate of experts in two different sides and let them make the argument. And I'm mature enough to know.
In the last 3 years, the word expert has been completely destroyed.
I know.
Like if
Orson
I hear
Welles
if I
is
hear
in
someone
the sky
say,
looking down on us right now.
If I hear someone say expert says instantly, I'm like, I'm tuning out. At this point, I don't give a fuck what the expert says. The experts have been wrong and up their own fucking ass for 3 years. You can fuck off. Your credibility has been shot to shit.
Exactly. Hosidius Virtu says, Kathy Newman's spirit is being channeled by Neil, and Supreme Emperor Kiza for £5 says the only good thing about tobacco companies was funding automotive racing directly over 30 years and giving excellent liveries. Probably. But this is just, like, he's so out of points. I think that's why he's shaking so much.
Probably.
I'm telling you. Well, you can debate whether you should still be able to work and put other workers at risk for not having vaccinated. You can debate that.
Own gift to the faker. To paraphrase Orson Welles, experts are God's own gifts to the faker.
Oh, very well said, Orson.
That's a really good quote.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very based.
Context of public health, that's a risk factor that we don't want to introduce to other people because of your decisions. That's a public health issue. It's been going on basically for 100 and something years.
Oh, has
since,
it?
Who's the woman who...
this part's amazing.
Case. A person who spread...
Typhoid Mary.
He doesn't know who Typhoid Mary is.
Typhoid Mary is so ubiquitous that...
Bill, wait, before he says it, I would like... Bill, I have seen this. Spoon may have seen this. Spoon, have you watched it? Hang on. No, I want to ask you, because you two, have the two of you seen the end of this where he says who this person's name is? Because I thought this name was ubiquitous. So that's why I'm trying to ask before he reaches out to it. Who is Typhoid Mary? What is her name?
Mary?
Typhoid Mary, what's her full name?
Typhoid Mary's full name? Oh, goodness. I will say it.
Really?
No, but her surname.
It's Mary Malone. As in Hail Mary Malone.
Hail Mary Malone, yeah. Her name is Mary Malone. I thought that this was not unusual information. However, if you're going into a conversation about this kind of stuff, I think it'd be something that you would be
It's more well known in
aware of.
America, I will say.
Maybe.
Otherwise,
but
she's
like,
just mainly known as Typhoid.
I'm kind of shocked that he has to rack his brain of thinking about who Mary Malone is.
Just out of curiosity, considering how many words he's fucked up, you can kind of forgive him for not knowing his name.
I suppose so, right?
Well, going into a talk about epidemiology and using it as a fucking example, maybe you fucking remember.
Right. Well, he's not an epidemiologist, even though he is basically portraying himself as one, even though he's
probably at this point.
yeah, even though he's an astrophysicist. But unbelievably, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm gonna help you out. You're gonna get helped out here in a second. The woman you're trying to think of is Mary Malone.
What is that case?
Recently?
No, 100 years ago.
Oh.
It created a whole wave of sanitation rules and things for public health sake.
I'm not familiar.
But anyway, the point is, I want to make sure you know you can focus on the 1,500 people who died after the vaccine.
Mary Malone? You're talking about the history of typhoid fever?
Yeah, Typhoid Mary. Yes, thank you.
Typhoid Mary. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know her last name.
He wasn't even trying to remember Mary Malone. He was trying to remember Typhoid Mary.
Exactly. He couldn't even.
Well, as a brief aside,
I know
my usual trend of shit.
Look how happy he is.
Sense. Can we talk about his fucking 2004 like 3/4 length shirt bullshit he's got going on?
But how cute that like he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. Let's finish this because it's late as fuck. I need to go sleep.
Typhoid was her first name.
Typhoid Mary.
Yeah. Her first name was Typhoid. Cool.
Okay. Wait. So it's simply a matter of, if you're saying you don't want to be in the 2,000, whatever the number is, who died after the vaccine from heart failure at the peak of your physical career.
Oh no, you don't want to be part of people who are going to die.
All the other abuses that went on over that time that may have contributed to it.
What?
You mean they want to talk about
abuses? Instead, you want to take the risk of COVID and not be one.
Do you understand what he just said there? That if you don't want to be amongst the 2,000 people who are young and healthy who have died out of nowhere via COVID vaccine side effects, then, but if you didn't want to take the COVID vaccine as an older person, what's wrong with you? Well, did you not just admit that 2,000 young people have died for no reason because they took a vaccine that doesn't do anything for them to prevent them from death, and in fact actually does cause death in them? Oh, you did say that. Cute.
One of the 20 million people who would have died and didn't, right? So
yeah,
I have the statistics in front of you, and it seems
I
to
got
me
the statistics in front of
most
me,
people
dude.
would, in most
I got
cases,
my
choose
statistics.
the path that reduces their chance of death.
But by the way, I don't disagree.
Not for 20-year-olds, though, and in fact, you admitted that for 20-year-olds, it's a massive killer. Cool, but whatever.
That's why I'm not debating. I'm just saying. I'm putting it out there.
But this part of what you're saying, I'm 100% with you. But this is.
It's not a matter of being with me. It's just, are you with the decision making of what is a rational statistical analysis?
But this position is
No.
not an arrogant position.
You cannot say what you have just said is statistical rational analysis. You've said, shall we sacrifice young people so that older people will actually have no decreased propensity towards death from this particular disease? And that's, no, Neil, I don't think we should kill young people so that older people have no decreased propensity towards death. No, that's a fair trade because it does nothing.
In position, this position is kind of like when you're sitting there and you tell the doctor, so doc, what do? Do I get the surgery? Like, we have one of my good friends right now is getting a brain surgery in the next couple weeks. She's afraid. Now, she believes in God, so faith is kind of calming her down, but she's afraid, okay?
Look at his hands.
The doctor says, there's a 10% chance you're not going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to, for the rest of your life, live having to take that medication with the side effects, or do you want to do the surgery? The individual is making a decision to get the surgery. She knows the chances is what? 10%. You know what I say to that? Hey, at least I know the risk. Versus, no, if you take this, you won't get anything. Propaganda, selling me this. Like, what's the three things that you say? There's three different types of truth, right? It's objective truth, personal truth,
and political truth.
Exactly. That's the one I have a problem with. And I agree with you.
Should we all?
And that's the part I have a problem with.
Look how he's shaking.
Fuck, my own spiel has been turned against me.
He's shaking.
I'm gonna never hear the fucking end of this.
The things that you have done, Neil, historical truth, personal truth, what was the other one?
Political truth.
Forget. Political truth. Is that he is going to forever be judged by his political truth narrative. That you chose political truth over actual truth. You chose it, Neil. You chose it. And this is what my new video is about, so I'm kind of excited about this. I'm not excited. Horrible. Excited in that I want people like this to be held to historical truth. And be held to tribunals.
Hold their teeth to the fucking grindstone.
Yeah. You should all be held to tribunals. They won't be. They'll just be like, I was just following orders. I was just following orders. That's what they will all say if there were to be a tribunal, which there won't never be.
Operation Paperclip never ended.
Nope, never did.
Personal truth, let's debate, have fun with it. Great, let the audience...
Personal truth. Yeah. You want to debate personal truth.
Exactly, that's cool.
Okay. Kirk or Picard,
yes.
Whatever.
Yes.
Get that shit out.
A Star Trek reference?
Dude, who let him in? I'm sorry. Who let him in?
They've been asking that question for years.
The political truth, I think, is what brought a lot of division in households and companies, different places.
Of course
I think that's what happened the last 2.5 years, specifically with that. And you know this, like, you took it, you didn't take it, you're part of a political party. Like, you may be positioning me right now.
Statistically, that was a correct statement.
Yeah, statistically it was. But what was interesting is that people with no college degrees took the vaccine less than those with bachelor's degrees, but then MBA was the least, which is kind of...
Okay, so what he has just said here, what Patrick has just said here is completely correct. And in fact, there's data that shows that people who have the highest degrees in education were amongst the least likely to take the COVID vaccine to about the same degree as people with the least degree of education. It was midwits. It was people, and I do not mean to say this is in disparaging or to be disparaging to anybody, but it was like people with bachelor's degrees and people who were median level intellect who took these vaccines in mass, which is in the United States about 70%. People on the very lower echelon of intelligence did not take it. People on the very high echelon of intelligence also did not take it. I would not be surprised that actually if Neil deGrasse Tyson himself did not take it. So what Patrick has described here is completely correct data. But let's see how Neil responds to it.
No shame in being hustled the first time.
Kind of funny. MBA people took the least amount of vaccine percent.
Sociological.
Interesting sociology statistics.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here.
Oh, there was none.
There you go.
There was none. So Neil just said his only response was, that's an interesting sociological statistic. That's a reality. I don't know if Neil actually took the fucking vaccine because...
Well, we've seen all the elites go in for their syringes full of nothing with no needles on the end.
Yeah.
And plastic caps still on.
Anywho, thank you all so much for watching. I think we're going to end it here tonight. We have the all women who don't agree with me are alt-right Vice video, but luckily this video was fine. We can watch that one on Sunday or whatever. Saturday or Sunday, because that one's very funny.
I've noticed people like it when we do this format.
What?
When we just watch someone say something insane and take the piss out of them.
Yeah. I think we got through most of it, though. Anywho, thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you had a wonderful time. I also would like to say, like, don't Like, Neil deGrasse Tyson is clearly the type of person who is falling out of favor. I don't think people are agreeing with this stupid shit. Yeah.
They spent all of his social capital, and now they're going to hurl that husk away.
Yep, they sure are. We will see you all later, though. And thank you all. I am working on my video. I'm hoping, I don't know when it's going to be out, whatever. But I'll see you all later. Bye-bye, and take care.
Nighty night.
Alla Pashoin.